Looks like Fanta Lansden has moved that we leave executive session. We're looking for a second. It's the same person. Okay. Tom Lamb looks like he's wrapping up records of seconding things. Well done, Tom. It is my understanding from the master parliamentarian that this is not debatable. However, it is certainly votable. So let's everybody vote in favor, hopefully, of moving out of executive session. Anna Marie, is that right? Anna Marie has a quizzical face on right now. Okay, go to your magic screen, please, and you'll see a choice to exit executive session. You're going to do that. Okay. Once again, we're shooting for a minute. Folks, I know this sounds tedious when we're doing this kind of thing, but when other stuff arises, we'll be grateful perhaps for that time, particularly those of us of slow brain. All right, the timer has expired. Voting window has closed. The magic technicians are figuring out what the vote was, and we see that everybody is in favor of moving out of executive session, and we have thus done so. At this point, I believe the rule is that we need to report about what we did in executive session in order that there be no deep, dark secrets. Basically, we adopted our covenant as slightly amended to add equity primes. So congratulations. Your quasi-exhausted moderator will now turn it over to our energetic co-moderator. Joan?
It's your turn.
Thank you, Casey. Just want to make sure we are all on the same page. We are going to move to this agenda. We know that it's published and we are way behind. We're hoping that people are being gracious to us as we all learn the system. The agenda has been posted. I'm going to invite you, but we're going to walk through this because we've actually had people come in both for the motion and folks that are just speaking in favor of and opposed to. So the blue window in that box that you see tells us if there is a motion or not on your parliamentary toolbox space. So hearing that, knowing that we're going to have to adjust the agenda, is there a motion to approve the agenda as it stands at this moment? If so, please hit the move button to let us know. Okay, so two of you, so Fanta and Harold, it comes up on our window as speaking in agreement versus making the motion. So if you go to seek recognition, you're gonna I forgot what it is. Is it process?
It's seek recognition, then the motion, then move. But you have, they don't have to be recognized to make a motion.
Yeah, they do have to be recognized.
Okay, then.
We have lots of questions. This is why we are all still learning all of this good stuff. And this is why all of our people that are not here with us yet are being so patient.
We can just move to amend it later, I assume.
Give us a second. We are actually looking at all of these pieces that come up from us. It actually looks like Kevin, it's not showing up on our window as a motion. So Kevin, or actually somebody, I take that back. Give me a second here to figure out what our window is telling us. It looks like, I think it's this. It looks like we have a motion to approve the agenda. And I know there is a question on it. So the motion is to approve the agenda as it currently stands. And there is a second to that motion already. And I just lost part of my window. This is what happens when we're using so many different screens. Give us a second. We are trying to make our window so we can actually see it again. And there was a question coming from Sandra. Sandra is asking, so if we are modifying the agenda, would we disapprove the motion to approve since we need to modify it? Mr. Parliamentarian, do we need to? We're just adjusting times.
No, if, I think you have a motion, go ahead, and then someone can move to modify it. And then we would just approve it with the modification. Whatever that is. Or
Give us 1 second, folks. Okay, Sandra, I'm going to answer that question. We had to figure it out because we are actually just approving the agenda, the order in which things are happening, not necessarily the times the parliamentarian has indicated. We do not have to move to amend. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the docket as it stands, as in the order of business. And there is a second that has come through already. And so when the voting tool comes up, please go ahead and vote, and you will have 60 seconds to vote. Our votes have come in. We have 38 in favor and 1 against. The motion does carry. We're going to continue our business item. The next item of business is to elect the subcommittee of minute reviewers. They have been in communication already to review the minutes presented by the Presbyterian Foundation and the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Program. The following members of this committee who have volunteered for this task are Presley Cox, Allie Hay, Tom Lamb, Sue Metzger, Aaron Neff, Dana Nicodemus, and Sandy Santana. They have volunteered ahead of this meeting and have read the minutes in question and will bring a report to all of us on Wednesday afternoon. Okay, where did it go? Um, is there a second, would someone make that motion to approve that subcommittee? Mhm.
Gianna, please turn on your video.
I can't get my mouse to move. Thank you. Could not get my mouse to move. So do we have a motion? We have a motion and we have a second to approve that list of folks for that subcommittee. When the voting tool comes up, please vote. You will have 60 seconds to vote your preference, yes or no. Looks like our votes are in 41 in yes and 0 no votes. That motion does carry. We are gonna head into our open hearings. We recognize that we are behind. We thank you for your patience as we all continue to give grace to one another as we learn the system of working together. I'm gonna give you a 2-minute stretch break. Just stand, just so you can move your blood a little bit, and we will come right back. Welcome back, friends. I believe we are all coming back as soon as I see a bunch of windows open. You will see some additional faces here shortly. Awesome. It looks like we have most of our folks are back. Perfect. Let us take just a
Madam-
moment to pray. What?
Madam Co-Moderator, folks for open hearing item FIN 12 have been admitted.
Thank you very much. Let us pray for just a second. Gracious and loving God, calm our hearts and our minds. Let us be open to the hearing of folks who have joined this committee to share with us their thoughts. We ask your patience and your grace be upon each person in Christ's name. Amen. So welcome to the Financial Resources Committee. I am Joanna Judun, the vice moderator of this committee. We have allotted about 20 minutes for open hearings on today's IOBs. We will be using MyGA tools this morning throughout our meeting, so please utilize the MyGA tools to be recognized by the moderator. Each of our guest speakers will have 2 minutes to speak to their item of business that they would like to share with us. We will be alternating between those who speak for and those who speak against when it is appropriate. When you are invited to speak, please unmute yourself and then speak slowly and clearly. We have a timer. It is for those of you who have not seen this before. It is in the upper right-hand corner of the Zoom screen. It'll count back for that 2-minute marker. We ask that you please try to be in that realm. But for today's business, we will begin with folks speaking to the to FIN 12, which is special offerings. The moderator welcomes and recognizes Bill Gavin from Baltimore Presbytery. Bill, are you present?
Yes, I am here. Yes, hi, my name is Bill Galvin. I am an elder at Hope Presbyterian Church in Baltimore Presbytery. And we have been receiving the Peace and Global Mission offering at my church for decades. And the proposal before you is to change that to a more generic communion offering rather than what it has been. And I'm speaking in opposition to that, and I would think it should be retained the way it is. A number of people in our church contribute to this offering because we know some of that money is going to go to concerns that we in our church and our presbytery care about. And our church has been able to support a local women's shelter, accompaniment for refugees and things like that. And Baltimore Presbytery actually maintains an office in our state capital, Annapolis, kind of a public witness office similar to the Presbyterian Washington office in Washington, D.C., the Office of Public Advocacy. And that is funded, at least substantially, through that 25% that the Presbytery gets to retain of the Peace and Global Mission offering. So I am urging you to strongly amend this report to actually maintain the offering as it is, rather than a generic communion offering. It's hard to imagine that people are going to want to give to a generic offering that doesn't, that they're going to give more to that than an offering where they know it might make a real difference in their community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, for sharing with us. I now recognize Marilyn White from Mission Presbytery.
Hello, my name is Marilyn White, and I'm a member of Faith Presbyterian Church in Austin, Texas. I support Recommendation 1 in item 12, the Special Offering Task Force report. Our church collects all 4 of the special offerings, and I'm often the person who volunteers to lead the promotion. We do need a review team to improve the offering promotion materials. We do not support recommendation 2. I do see that you have a comment from the Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy that recommendation 2 is not a good idea at this time, and we agree. For us, the special offerings have provided a great partnership with the denomination. By keeping a share of the Pentecost and Global Witness offerings, we have not needed special fundraising efforts for our own peacemaking projects, responding to crises, or outreach to children at risk. This year, we just completed a study of gun violence prevention using resources from the Presbyterian Peacemaking Program. Now we've agreed to join Texas Impact and other local churches in a gun violence prevention project this fall. It begins with an outdoor display of t-shirts with the names of gun victims, continues with a similar display at the state capitol, and then we'll visit the Texas legislature to advocate for much needed gun safety laws. We were able to sign on to this project quickly because we already know how we're funding it with our share of the Peace and Global Witness offering. We did not have to ask some team in Louisville for a grant and wait weeks or months for an answer, as this report proposes. We're especially concerned about losing designated funding for the Presbyterian Peacemaking Program. The original reason for the offering and a partner for more than 40 years, shifting to an issue-based model instead of committing to maintaining a peacemaking infrastructure puts our strong presence.
Okay, doke. It's Catesby again. Thank you, Barry. Finally, speaking to this, to Fin 12, we have Reverend Jeff Browning of Olympia Presbytery speaking in opposition. Jeff, you got 2 minutes to kill.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members and commissioners. My name is Reverend Jeff Browning, and I appear before you today to speak on Financial 12 Special Offerings Task Force. I encourage you to do 2 things. First, fully support the recommendation for an ongoing review and evaluation of the church-wide special offerings. Second, I encourage you to strike or reject their second recommendation in its entirety. Let me explain to you why that's what's at stake. The Peace and Global Witness offering, which is currently taken on World Communion Sunday, allows congregations to keep 25%.
Jeff,
Yes,
would you speak up just a little bit, please?
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, allows MIG councils to keep 25% and 50% is sent to Louisville for use by the Presbyterian Mission Agency. If the Assembly adopts the second recommendation of the task force, I fear that it will undermine a host of congregational and MIG council missional ministries. Allow me to give you some examples. I was a peacemaking advocate for the Presbytery of San Jose for many years. I received a small stipend for that work, which was paid for in part by the by the Peace and Global Witness offering. In that role, I acted as liaison between the Presbyterian Mission Agency and our Presbyterian churches, helping them to understand the work of the peacemaking program on issues of justice, global concern. And some of the efforts included support for refugee resettlement, hunger action efforts, domestic violence awareness and action, food closets, environmental conservation and climate action, as well as work for peace around the world. Scores of presbyteries and churches use the funds of the Peace and Global Witness offering to initiate and explore new ministries and ways of being and bringing Christ's presence in the world. If you adopt the second recommendation, I fear that you will undermine the agency of congregations and presbyteries to do this work. There is no grant structure that could ever replace the rich diversity of local initiative and control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you to all. Did we do questions or observations? No. Okay, our local, excuse me, our hearings, thanks to Kate, I'm sorry, you got the wrong place. Thanks to Bill, Marilyn, and Jeff for your points on this particular issue. We will now move to public hearings on what we call FIN 1. There are 4 folks lined up to speak, remembering it's 2 minutes and you will be unceremoniously cut off after 2 minutes. We will begin with Kate Tabor from the Presbytery of Twin Cities, who's speaking in favor of FIN 1.
Mr. Moderator, please give me a minute to admit all of the speakers, and I will let you know when they're all admitted.
That we will. Mhm. Okay, I believe Kate is in. Kate, could you hear me? If so, you may start.
Could we please wait until everybody's admitted before we start?
Sure. Okay, just let
I
us
gotta
know.
run the timer too, so.
I
just
got it. Just
one
follow
more
when you're
minute.
ready, okay?
All speakers for FIN 01 are admitted and timer shared. We can go ahead with the first speaker, Kate Tabor, I believe, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Kate. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Reverend Kate Tabor, and I am a minister member of the Presbytery of the Twin Cities area, and I support the overture on engagement with General Electric and Palantir Technologies. From 2014 to 2017, I served as the PCUSA's mission coworker to Israel and Palestine. I was there leading up to and following the 2014 General Assembly vote to divest from 3 companies doing business in Palestinian-occupied territory, profiting from and contributing to human rights violations. In the weeks leading up to the vote, I interviewed our mission partners, Palestinians and Israelis, and every one of them told me that divestment should be a natural outcome of both our theological and ethical commitments, as well as our commitments to our partnership with them, that they needed our help in this way as a support to their own peacemaking work. Mira Rizek, at the time the director of the YWCA of Palestine, and now the president of the World YWCA, told me that without divestment like this from international corporations, what is forcing Israel to abide by human rights standards? No one is imposing anything on them. Actually, what the world is doing is encouraging Israel to continue to violate rights. Is this the message of U.S. churches? For me, as a Palestinian Christian, this is critical. That's where my partnership as the YW with the Christian churches in the U.S. is at stake. Truly, we cannot call ourselves partners or faithful Christians if we are content to benefit from business that violently harms those we claim to be in partnership with. This overture simply takes us on the next step in an important process to continue to intentionally align our investments with our mission and values as a church. Please don't slow this process down. Pass this overture and let MRTI do their good work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent timing. We now will hear from Andreas Joshon from Jerusalem, also speaking in support of FIN 01. If you will, sir, ignoring my terrible pronunciation of your name, proceed.
Dear siblings in Christ, my name is Andreas Joshon, and I greet you all the way from Jerusalem, not far from the Church of Resurrection. I am speaking in favor of the overture engagement with General Electric and Palantir, for their actions are affecting me personally, as I have relatives in Gaza and as a Palestinian Christian living in Jerusalem. You already have the details of what they do, so I will not add anything in this regard. Instead, I will talk about the urgency of your decision regarding the dignity of human lives that I plead for the Presbyterian Church to consider in its investments. There is no story in the Bible that expresses this idea more than the story of Jesus healing the crippled woman on the Sabbath. As many of you know, the Jews then and now take the sacredness of the Sabbath very seriously. Therefore, in this story, Jesus could easily tell the old lady, "Woman, please come after the sun goes down or tomorrow morning, and I will heal you." But he didn't. He healed her on the Sabbath because her dignity as a human being was superior to any law established by human society. Her healing was so urgent that it could not wait even until after the sundown that day. Subject that you are discussing today is similar because it is in its essence about the urgency to uphold the human dignity of many Palestinians who are living in Palestine, especially in Gaza and the West Bank during these crazy days. My prayers from Jerusalem today to you is that you take up a prophetic voice like John the Baptist did 2,000 years ago, a voice that calls for justice and righteousness, free from prejudice and personal preconceptions, as the lives of 5 million people and their right to live as human beings depends on the recommendation you make today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will next hear from Bob Ross from Pittsburgh Presbytery, also speaking in support. Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Bob Ross. I'm a member of East Liberty Presbyterian Church in Pittsburgh, and I'm speaking in favor of the overture on engaging General Electric and Palantir Technologies. I'm the husband and son of Presbyterian pastors, 2 women whose pensions could be impacted by this overture. I'm also a geography professor at Point Park University, and I had the privilege last semester of teaching a course on Palestine-Israel. Throughout the term, I arranged Zoom conversations between my students and people in Palestine and Israel. Early in the semester, we spoke with Nuar, a young Palestinian college senior from Gaza City. Nuar had expected to graduate this year, but then the Israeli military launched airstrikes at her campus, which destroyed her classrooms and killed some of her professors. She told us about the night the Israeli Air Force bombed the house right across the street from her, terrifying her and her family and killing her 2 best friends, college students who, like her and like my students, had dreamed of exploring the world and pursuing a career. We learned that Nuar and her family had been displaced by the Israeli military 5 times within just a few months, and were at the time we spoke living together in a tent in Rafah, where food, drinking water, and a safe and dignified place to use the toilet were scarce. They have since been forced to flee again. It struck me then, as it does now, that those bombs that were dropped on Nuar's professors and friends were literally powered by General Electric and most likely connected to Palantir artificial intelligence technology. Those bombs were financed by my family's and our church's pension funds. I implore you to join us and millions of Palestinians and people of conscience around the world in saying to these companies, please stop contributing to this genocidal war in Gaza. I pray that you will vote yes for this overture. Thank you.
Please unmute. Catesby, you're muted.
Catesby. Liana, we recognize you if you would like to speak to FIN 01.
Great. Hello, my name is Liana Damasi. I'm a journalist, a writer, and a lecturer at City College of New York. I am speaking in support of the overture about engagement with GE and Palantir Technologies. I spent time at City College's Gaza Solidarity student encampment just a few months ago. And while I teach college students and that encampment was organized by college students, I want to center children here for a moment. Over the course of several days at camp, multiple children took the megaphone, leading chants for a free Palestine, for the prosperity of children, for the safety of all, for a free world. From the mouths of babes, as the saying goes. These children, while an ocean away, are so deeply intertwined and connected to the people of Gaza, as we all are. More recently, I've been speaking with two people in Gaza, my friends Naeem and Sama. Naeem's home was destroyed by Israeli bombs, and Sama and her family were displaced multiple times to several refugee camps, one in Rafah, one that was bombed just days after their arrival. She tells me that her 2-year-old nephew cannot sleep because of how frequent the bombings are, how loud the gunfire is. I think about my own childhood, one spent in church, gymnastics practice, and playing with other neighborhood kids. I think about teens becoming adults overnight, about children robbed of innocence. I think of how acutely trauma lives in the body, and I think of children orphaned, left to raise their siblings in a world where their sky, which should represent vast possibility, is closing in around them. I think of the dead, of entire families murdered, of babies born and killed in the same week, in the same day. There has been a quote circulating recently that the best time to do something was yesterday, and the second best time is today. I hope that we can meet the urgency of this moment so that we might show our Palestinian siblings that we not only stand with them, but that we're willing to disrupt our own comfort and normalcy to help move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. That concludes the public hearings on FIN 01. We will now move to FIN 02. What?
In just a minute.
In a minute, I'm advised. We will move to hearings on FIN 02. And I hope somebody will tell me when we're ready to go. You can kick me when you're ready to go.
Kate's
No,
being speakers for
Yes.
speakers for FIN 02 are in the Zoom room.
Very well, thank you. On FIN 02, we'll first recognize Fred Milligan from Highlands Presbytery speaking in opposition. Fred, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may be muted. Calling Fred.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Fred, you've got 2 minutes to speak.
Yes. My name is Fred Milligan. I'm a minister member of Highlands Presbytery, honorably retired, and I'm serving as an overture advocate to the Environmental Justice and Environment and Climate Justice Committee on an overture, ironically also numbered 02 in that committee, which calls for removal of investments in and subsidies for fossil fuels, the primary driver of the climate emergency that so many of us have experienced and heard about also around the world. My personal familiarity with the 1984 divestment strategy document that is the subject of this overture before us dates back 40 years. It's hard to believe it's been that long. 40 years ago, when as a graduate student in theological ethics at the University of Chicago Divinity School, my professor, Franklin Gamwell, also a Presbyterian, handed me a draft of that document and asked me to provide an analysis as my term paper for the class that he was teaching. I recall I received an A in it, if that's of any interest. The rationale of FIN 02 argues that MRTI is somehow constrained by the language of the 1984 divestment strategy from being able to address the climate crisis and the pain, devastation, and death that it is causing through our relationship with companies in the marketplace. But is this really the case? Granted, the primary thrust of the document in question is on the kind of company-by-company practice and policy-focused engagement, which is the primary mission of MRTI, but it also acknowledges the reality. That document also acknowledges the reality of situations in which the church may choose to exclude, proscribe, or ban investments in certain industries due to new information or insights into the impact of an industry's products. The church may choose to encourage divestment or of an entire class of products or an entire industry rather than pursuing a company by company engagement.
Fred,
a
your
la
time
fossil
is up.
fuels.
Thank you very much, Fred. Um, Sorry for cutting for the ending of it all. We now turn to Pam McVeigh from Florida, also speaking in opposition. Pam, you could proceed for a whole 2 minutes.
Pam, you've been recognized to speak from the floor.
I don't see Pam.
Who's there?
Pam, we are told that you're there, but we neither hear nor see you. Please unmute yourself and take advantage of your 2 minutes. Our committee assistant sees you, Pam, but we're not hearing you. You are muted, so if you'll unmute yourself, that will solve all of our problems. Okay, Pam, we don't hear you. And I'm sorry, but we will necessarily move ahead. We will thank everyone who participated in today's open hearings. It is hectic, but we will attempt to hear all voices. We will now move on to the Presbyterian Foundation presentation, which will be moderated by co-moderator Joanne. It's kind of falling apart.
As Casey indicated, our next item of business is one marked information, so it does not require for us to vote. It is the summary of the work of the Presbyterian Foundation, and it is item FIN Info 02. So if folks want to get there, they can. And I believe we are letting those folks in, and I will be told when they are all in place. Give that a few seconds to get there.
All participants are admitted to the Zoom room, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Diet. Welcome to our Financial Resources Committee meeting. And we apologize for the lateness. You know how the beginning of GA happens, especially when you're trying all things new on Zoom. And so thank you for your patience and grace with us in that. At this time, I am Joetta Judun. I am co-moderating this committee, and I recognize and invite Tom Taylor. Welcome to our from the Foundation President from the Presbyterian Foundation to unmute and share with us about the ministry of the Foundation. After our Foundation colleagues finish with their informational presentation, they will introduce FIN 08, which is the recommendations from the Foundation. There will be an opportunity for clarifying questions. Then we will ask for a motion about the recommendations and proceed with our discussion. Tom, you have the floor if you would unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Co-Moderator. And can you hear me okay?
Indeed.
Okay, good. Thank you. So co-moderators, commissioners, friends, thanks for letting us present to you today. I am Tom Taylor. I'm the president and CEO of the Presbyterian Foundation. And I hope that your services commissioners and moderators, that you'll have the opportunity to explore the city that we're in. I actually lived here for about 11 years. In fact, I was an attorney before I was called to ministry here at First Presbyterian in Salt Lake. So I feel very familiar with this place, and I am here now awaiting for plenary this coming week as well. So I hope you enjoy it when you come as well. Who is with me here today? Speaking with me are our outgoing board chair, Reverend Juan J. Che, along with other staff members to help you get a glimpse of the truly skilled work and network of who serves and supports our denomination at the Presbyterian Foundation. And this will include speakers Anita Clemens, Ben Hayden, and David Lowlang. Also with us are a number of other senior staff folks, Angela Duffy, Troy Marables, Danny O'Gara, Rob Four, Robin Davis Akula. All those folks have certain specialties in case they might best be able to answer certain questions you may have. You are commissioners, and you're part of a centuries-long tradition of church leaders gathering to offer perspective and directions and oversight to the ministries that we share together in the PCUSA. And so, who and what is the foundation? We want to explain those basics to you. If you go to that next slide, we began in 1799. That's not a typo. That's actually exactly accurate. With a vision to spur one another on towards being a community of love and good deeds, echoing Hebrews 10:24, to support our ministries together. In fact, this year in 2024, we celebrate a momentous anniversary. We just turned 225 years old. We're only 23 years younger than our country. Our essential mission is to serve as a trustee. What does it mean to be a trustee? It literally means that we can be trusted to hold funds that are entrusted to us on behalf of donors and beneficiaries, and we invest those funds then. On behalf of donors, we invest mission dollars in ways that are consistent with Presbyterian values, with goals of both growth and preservation of the original investment, and the intention of the donors is paramount for us in those gifts. We're also a fiduciary foundation. Fiduciary foundations are distinct from grant-making foundations like the Lilly Endowment or the Ford Foundation and others. In the case of fiduciary foundations, donors ask that we hold and distribute funds according to their wishes, usually a particular purpose, and we make both simple and complex charitable gifts possible on that score. Being a fiduciary also means that we keep our word to donors and to beneficiaries now and well into the future about how we distribute funds and the endowments and other gifts that we steward. A significant part of the foundation's role as a fiduciary is to ensure that funds we distribute to our beneficiaries are used in accordance with donors' intent. Our funds are based on private, confidential, legally binding contracts between the donors and the foundation. We're a financial missional organization that walk with churches, ministries, and individuals to make generosity simple, clear, impactful, and long-lasting. Churches and pastors have told us that a reason for that is that many have said that when the foundation comes to visit them, we're one of the only nonprofit organizations that when we come, we're not asking to raise money away from their ministries, but instead we're there to raise money for the ministries that they are convicted to do. And we assist congregations and ministries and mid-councils in ways that they often can't do for themselves. But what do we do today is actually much more complex and multifaceted than what we did in 1799. And that's what we want to share a little bit with you today. If you could go to the next slide. What is it that we do? Remember, I want you to remember three words and a fourth factor. The first three words are to gather, to manage, and distribute funds for ministry and mission. And fourth, we provide stewardship education. But before we get to the what we do, let me talk just very briefly about the why. We help churches gather, manage, and distribute funds and actually provide stewardship education precisely because we believe that that's exactly what God has called the foundation through the General Assembly to do, and to promote and facilitate transformational generosity that both transforms the givers as well as the receivers. And that's critical to everything that we do. We're not all about numbers, but I do want to show you some that I think will help draw a better picture of how well our team is working together for the betterment of the PCUSA. If you go to the next slide. First, let's look at new gifts. This is one of the critical factors that we look at every year that determines, one of the factors that determines how well we're doing. You can see that from 2010, when I first began my tenure at the foundation until now, we've grown from taking in about $18.5 million annually in gifts to most recently about $138.6 million. In fact, 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic, we actually had taken in over 140 million. So that's a dramatic increase. And we've seen these gains in those funds in the earnings that have left the foundation as we distribute those within the PCUSA. The next slide. In 2023, we actually distributed $117 million for mission. And if you look at the next slide, you'll see that actually the funds to mission that exist from 2010 to 2023, we've distributed more than $1 billion. This was a critical threshold for us to hit, more than $1 billion in mission nationally and around the world in the last dozen years or so. So we're reminded every day that we process on average more than 20,000 gifts every month, and that Presbyterians are some of the most generous people in the world, frankly. And I'm honored to be proud to be a part of this ministry that you've called us to do. But in fact, our staff doesn't do all of this work alone. We work with a fabulous board who helps guide us and oversee our work and helps create policy for us as a staff. And I want to introduce you to our outgoing board chair, Reverend Wanje Che. Reverend Wanje will tell you just a little bit about the foundation board's oversight. So Wanje, would you join us and share that?
Yes, moderator and vice moderator, commissioners and friends. Since the foundation's inception, we have been overseen by a board of trustees. Each trustee may serve 2 four-year terms of office successively. I've served on the foundation board for 8 years and am completing my 2nd year as chair. Next slide. This time of service has been a great blessing to me, and it's been a privilege to mark several milestones and accomplishments in the foundation's life and service. Continually improving relationships with other national agencies, we now have active projects with each of them. I have been proud to lead alongside with the most racially and ethnically diverse board in the foundation's history, an amazing collection of colleagues with whom to do this work. In the past 2 years, Tom and I have worked together to stabilize and advance the foundation in new ways as we emerged from the COVID pandemic. We learned a lot from it, and we've used what we learned to benefit the churches we serve and our staff. With wholehearted board oversight and approval, foundation management has continued to update and refine our strategic plan. This plan is seeing success in every critical area of the foundation's work. I can personally attest that you have every reason to be proud as fellow Presbyterians that your foundation is not only one of the largest denominational foundations in North America in terms of assets under management, but also one of the clear bright spots of innovation, growth, and financial ministry support in the PCUSA.
I appreciate that so much, Wanje. And you all need to know Wanje has been a joy to work with and one of the best board chairs I've ever worked with in all my years of ministry. So thanks, Wanje, for sharing. As I mentioned, the Presbyterian Foundation has 4 essential functions. We gather, we manage, we distribute funds for Christ's mission, and we provide stewardship education to the wider church and beyond. So let me talk first just a few minutes about the gathering aspect of what we do. We take a ministry relations approach. When I began 14 years ago, we made a big shift with the foundation's field staff from the old development officer model that actually required them to raise a certain amount of funds every year. And we moved to a relationship model where we asked them to create a certain number of relationships that were developed with the foundation. Gathering aspect of what we do. We take a ministry relations approach. Today, our ministry relations officers work with pastors, congregations, donors, and they provide them with consultants, trainers, coaches, helping you and your congregations and presbyteries to raise gifts. We also developed a team of financial professionals, attorneys, gift planners, trust experts to call on as needed for donors and beneficiaries, as we're realizing more and more that donors and beneficiaries are looking for more than just someone with their hand out for a gift. Instead, they really want to talk to professionals about their entire financial picture. And the model, frankly, that we do sets us apart from others in the field. Groups like Vanguard or Fidelity, PayPal, etc. They can be good organizations, but the fact is they not only don't know the church like the way that we do, we actually are the church. We're part of the church with you. And so the technical expertise that we have is actually on par. We have absolutely great confidence we're on par with them, and frequently present with groups like that to other churches and are often chosen over them. And what's really important is remember that the fees for any of those secular organizations go to line the pockets of those who are working for them in for-profit industries, whereas for the foundation, the fees that come in for us, they go back into the ministry and mission for Christ, advancing the purposes of the Presbyterian Church through the foundation. We're expanding online and back office capabilities for online giving to better serve donors and beneficiaries. In fact, we're building systems that most congregations and presbyteries could never afford to do on their own. If you go to the next slide, online giving, for example, is seeing a huge growth in transactions. We're now serving more than 1,800 congregations and ministries. And during the pandemic, this program just exploded in popularity, as you can imagine. Our staff saw literally 10 times the typical volume in applications from March to June 2020. In fact, actually between 2019 and 2021, the application and use of our ministry partnership funds, our online giving, increased over 340%. So it was, in fact, a real lifeline for many congregations during COVID that didn't have any other way to accept tithes and offerings during this time. And if you reached out to us with a completed application, we were able to process that for PCUSA churches or ministries receiving gifts within just a week. If you go to the next slide, more than 21,000 donors trusted us with their gifts in 2023, largely because of the ability to process online transactions on behalf of their congregations. And recurring gifts, we found, are actually a really big feature and significant contributor to growth, not for us, but for your ministries, for your congregations, for your mid-councils, or other sister ministries that you may oversee. In addition to the work when we talk about gathering that our ministry relations officers do in our online giver tools, help to achieve our multiple charitable gift vehicles, taking on non-traditional assets. Beginning in 2013, we developed a program called Project Regeneration. And it was a service that's designed to help congregations and mid-councils rethink whether or not they're using their physical and financial assets for the highest and best missional use. For example, Project Regeneration helps congregations and presbyteries deal with repurposing excess or burdensome church properties. Many of you know, and maybe are in a congregation where you have a lively congregation, but maybe you seat together on a Sunday morning 150 or 200 people, and yet you're in a building that's a cavernous sanctuary that seats 800, and it's become sort of an albatross. That's the thing that Project Regeneration tries to help folks figure out. And so we do that sometimes because of reasons like that, sometimes because of church closures, others for renovation, reinvention, or merger of churches. I want to show you a video, if I could, featuring one of our ministry relations officers, Reverend Joseph Moore, who helped a congregation make a caring and daring decision about its property. And Joseph, frankly, tells this story a lot better than I do. So if we could just run that video, I'd ask you to watch this.
What should a church do with property it no longer needs? It's a question that many congregations are facing. Gateway Presbyterian Church in Colorado Springs, Colorado owns a house that was used as a manse for several decades. Gateway members began to consider how they could honor God with good stewardship of this resource. They affectionately call it
We seem to have lost the sound. Or the video froze, at least on my end.
I'm experiencing the same.
Thank you. Just want to make sure it's not our internet on this side.
We might have better luck with the video if we pull it up as as the original file I sent rather than having it embedded in the PowerPoint.
And then share it, Robin. Is that what you're thinking?
Are you working on that? So I am not seeing our Zoom manager on here for some reason. Let's see. So let me see. My computer froze. Okay. She's back. I see it. I see it. I see it. Yet the video froze too. So when we lost you, we lost the video. Not quite there yet. So Robin, did I hear you correctly to say you have that file?
Yes, I gave them our PowerPoint and the videos as separate files. And I have them as well.
So I'm just going to make a ruling. If you can, do we have the ability to have her screen share? Sue, do you have the ability to have her? We might not be able to screen share. That's the thing. Adia is trying to get back in.
I'm back.
Okay.
Let me share and see if we can't start that again.
Thank you.
I'm getting no sound, Madam Chair.
Stand by.
He's working on that, Tom.
Sure. There we go.
What should a church do with property it no longer needs? It's a question that many congregations are facing. Gateway Presbyterian Church in Colorado Springs, Colorado owns a house that was used as a manse for several decades. Gateway members began to consider how they could honor God with good stewardship of this resource. They affectionately call it the house next door.
The general consensus was, we're not called to be landlords, but we're probably called to use that in some kind of ministry.
One morning I was reading the newspaper and I read an article saying some of the Afghans would be coming to the United States. I thought, well, here we have this big house and it'll be ready.
Hundreds of refugees have settled here, fleeing from violence, persecution, and poverty. Lutheran Family Services is the agency that helps the families settle in the area. The first step is finding them a transitional place to live. More than that, refugees need a sense of community, and that's one of the unique ways a church like Gateway can help.
They need care. They need care, they need warm hearts, they need people that understand that starting the lives all over again is extremely difficult. But what makes it easy is churches like this and partners and volunteers that we have to come alongside the families and help them and alleviate some of that pressure to know that you're not by yourself, we're here to walk with you.
Just a few months after reaching out to the agency, Victoria got the call that a family from Afghanistan needed a home in Colorado Springs. The house next door was ready. The family fled the wrath of the Taliban. The oldest son of the family had served as an interpreter for the U.S. military in Afghanistan. He immigrated to America 6 years ago. When the U.S. forces pulled out of Afghanistan, his family became targets of the Taliban. The Taliban threatened members of the family at gunpoint twice. They feared for their lives. The U.S. State Department got the family safely out of Afghanistan, and Lutheran Family Services helped them resettle in Colorado Springs. The family is learning English and how to find jobs. Church members feel a renewed sense of purpose in how God is using the house next door. They spend time with the family and invite them to church events. Through it all, they are following Christ's command to love their neighbor.
I'm really glad that we've got this opportunity because I think we did something special. I don't think there's any question about it, and it ended up being just a wonderful opportunity for us to do something really, really help people out that need help.
This church is really, truly extending grace to a culture of people that they wouldn't necessarily extend it to, but they've been given a great opportunity to do so, and I believe that God is pleased about that personally.
Their history has been the little church that could, and yet again, God has allowed them to be able to do something meaningful and life-changing.
As you hear this story, you may feel it's time to consider what to do with your church's underused property. Is your congregation being called to use your resources in new and faithful ways? The Presbyterian Foundation has worked with hundreds of churches just like Gateway and just like yours to transform their assets to creatively support mission and ministry. We are here to work with you. Reach out to us. We are here to help.
Madam Moderator, thank you. I'll go ahead and go on if it's all right with you.
That is perfect.
Sure. And thank you, Dee, for that. I can't imagine the volume of technical issues you're trying to deal with. We have one more video we want to show you at the end, but that worked beautifully. So thank you for that. So I've talked a good deal about many of the ways that we deal with gathering assets at the foundation and help congregations that do the same and mid-councils and other ministries. But how do we manage those assets that we hold on to on behalf of the church? We want to explain this to you by introducing Anita Clemens, who has long served as our Senior Vice President and Managing Director of Investments. She's retiring this year, so you can feel free to give a congratulations to Anita. We are going to really miss her, but we have been very excited that after Anita, we have been very intentional about our succession planning, and she's going to introduce her successor briefly on this Zoom call as well. So Anita, could I ask you to come forward for your last General Assembly one more time and share what you do and what you've done for the foundation with us?
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. If we could have the first slide. Moderator and vice moderator, commissioners and friends, being faithful stewards is the absolute core of our mission. Managing faithfully includes managing funds and managing relationships. We are the fiduciary for over 7,100 permanent and endowment funds that fund ministry and mission in perpetuity. We are happy to share with you, with permission from the church, that a fund that was set up, for example, in 2023 for the Chapel in the Pines of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, will still be distributing funds for worship and ministry 200 years from now. If you would go to the next slide. Yes, you can see here that there are thousands of other stories that are just like this one. You can see their scholarships, mission work, music programs, education, seminaries, all at the core of what these funds do provide, again, funds for mission and ministry. This does include investing with a long-term focus that keeps pace with inflation so that these funds maintain their purchasing power. Our oldest endowment, the Boudinot Fund, was created in 1821 to buy books for pastors. It is still producing income for religious reading materials today as it did in 1821. And this was after recessions, depressions, wars, and rumors of wars throughout our history. If we could go to the next slide. The foundation works with the world-class partner of Northern Trust to provide the best-in-class investment services. And this has allowed significant savings for us on both cost and regulatory and bureaucracy, with more than $1 million saved per year. This savings has allowed us to reduce fees and free up more funds for mission. For the foundation's permanent funds, Northern has simplified the investment approach, which has further reduced costs, allowing us to reduce fees further. If we can go to the next slide. With an ongoing commitment to faithful investing, we have deepened our commitment to socially responsible investing and our direct involvement with the MRTI corporate engagement work. Many shares that the foundation owns in stocks are used to file shareholder resolutions. We comply with the PCUSA divestment list and have added positive screens to see companies with best practices when dealing with the environment, social issues, and governance. We vote every single proxy, thousands each year. Last year, over 20,000 proxies were voted in a matter that is consistent with Presbyterian values. Now, a proxy is an opportunity to vote on a company's major policies, and it's one that is one of the most important ways that Presbyterians can make an impact on companies in which we hold stock. A few years ago, if we can go to the next slide, a few years ago, the foundation became a signatory of the UN Principles of Responsible Investment, where we connect with other faith-based and socially responsible investors all over the world, seeking to use best practices in socially responsible investing. The PRI likes to call all of this work in social responsibility stewardship. If we can go to the next slide. As Tom mentioned, I am retiring. It has made me very proud to be part of the Presbyterian Foundation for 25 years. It has been wonderful to be with you today, and I'm looking forward to being available next week for my last General Assembly as the Senior VP of Investments. This career path has allowed me to use both my Christian values and my investment knowledge and experience to make a difference in the world for Christ, and I consider it a great honor, and I thank you for it. working with such skilled colleagues and partners and investing in ways that allow us to do well both financially for our church and good for Christ's mission. These have been the keys to our success. And I hope you're proud of these things too. I want to take just a moment to introduce you to our new Assistant Vice President and Director of Investments, Adriana Ballard. She joins us earlier this month. She most recently served as the portfolio manager with the Employee Retirement System of Texas, which is a public pension fund with over $34 billion in assets under management. Adriana is originally from Colombia, and she holds degrees from 2 universities in Bogota and an MBA from the IE Business School in Madrid. Adriana, welcome to the Foundation family and to the Presbyterian Church. Please introduce yourself with some words for us.
Adriana, are you there? Can we see her on screen?
She is on screen, Madam Chair. Her audio is connecting, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I am not seeing. There she is. She's still connecting. Looks like she's having some challenge, maybe connecting to audio.
Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to help with that.
Yeah, I know. That part I do know. I'm just watching the 3 little dots bubble up and down on my computer.
Madam Chair, we're happy to move on if we need to. Adriana might be able to come on in a minute.
That would be great if we could move on, and if when she gets on, we can come back to her and
Just
recognize.
a few words, sure, yeah, we'll do that. So, but I certainly want to thank you, Anita, for many, many years of service at the foundation, and a big welcome to Adriana. The process that we went through for not only the succession planning, but the hiring process, we had an enormous wealth of very talented candidates, and Adriana was by far and above even that very talented group. So we're really, really excited about her coming, and a big welcome to her as well. I'd also note that you'll hear later today from New Covenant Trust Company, which is our wholly owned subsidiary of the foundation. Angela Duffy, who's the new president of the New Covenant Trust Company and CEO, who's been a fabulous colleague for many years, and she's doing great work already as the new president and CEO of the trust company, is going to meet with you and tell you about some of their most important work, especially things regarding managing assets as well. So we've talked a lot about gathering and managing the funds that are entrusted to us at the Presbyterian Foundation, but they don't simply stay there. We distribute those funds for mission, as I mentioned earlier, recently to the tune of over $1 billion collectively between 2010 and 2023. So here to tell you a little bit more about that distribution process is our Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operations Officer, Ben Hayden. I'd like to introduce him to share with you a little bit about those. So Ben, would you mind going ahead and sharing those things?
Absolutely.
Moderator and vice moderator, commissioners and friends, I am Ben Hayden, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer of the Presbyterian Foundation. The careful distribution of funds is a major piece of the Foundation's work and of what happens in our operations area. Operations includes reporting, processing new gifts and additions to existing funds, disbursements, and more. We produce over 50,000 statements annually. We process approximately 64,000 payments annually. Over the past few years, we've shifted almost all of our payments to electronic fund transfers as it is faster, more secure, and carries a lower cost. As Tom said, we now have more than 1,800 churches using our online giving services. This means new roles for us in managing and dispersing funds. Many donors set up recurring gifts for tithing. Also, we provide the back office services to ensure that this all runs smoothly. This includes services such as reconciliation and compliance. We ensure that congregations get the funds in the time frame they need them. We have added new giving services with online components to all types of funds we offer, specifically donor advised funds. Given favorable tax laws, donor advised funds are attractive to donors and congregations are likely to see an increase in their use. Finally, we regularly check with churches and ministries who benefit from foundation endowments to ensure that funds are used in accordance with the donor's restrictions. Next slide, please. Another important area of work comes from a vision of our General Assembly back in the early 1980s. The GA set aside funds to be used for impact investing, funds we call creative investments. Creative investments are another aspect of the Foundation's faith-based investing. Long-standing investments in global microfinance and in community development financing in the U.S. have been augmented with investments in Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Asia. Recently, we partnered with the University of Pikeville in Kentucky to fund a social worker program to combat the opioid crisis among impoverished communities in Appalachia. Perhaps most exciting is our program of transformational investments in the Middle East, as it's helping create conditions for peace and human flourishing. The investments that we've made on behalf of the denomination have created sustainable jobs, independent infrastructure, education, and learning facilities and programs, and more. You'll hear more about this at the close of our presentation. The careful distribution of funds would not be possible without the professionalism and excellence of the Foundation team. Thank you for your time.
All righty, I appreciate that, Ben. And beginning in 2013, the denomination directed the Foundation to officially begin overseeing development of resources regarding stewardship education for our congregations, mid-councils, and beyond. And one of the most exciting developments in this area is the work that's being done as a result of 3 Lilly grants, Lilly endowment grants that we received, totaling $2.25 million. And the result of us getting those grants was the development of several remarkable tools and services that really complement the Foundation's work over the past 5 years. Its success is being seen really in the rapid number of growing churches and constituents that utilize the program. Reverend Dr. David Lowlang is a member of our senior staff and is our Vice President for Church Financial Literacy and Leadership. I want to introduce him to tell you a little bit more about this work. I've worked with Dave personally as a pastor before I came to the national offices, and he has been not only a very smart guy in overseeing these programs, but he's just got a real heart for this as well. And so it's not surprising that we've seen the flood of folks coming in to use these programs. So Dave, if you would share with us a little bit, that'd be great.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Moderator, co-moderator, commissioners, friends. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for allowing us to present today. The grants we received are being used to support the Lilly Endowment's national initiative to address economic challenges facing pastoral leaders. Next slide. Our program focuses on professional financial challenges facing pastoral leadership. We're providing financial literacy and leadership for pastors and key lay leaders. We're overseeing an overhaul of how churches fund their mission and ministry. And we're also developing practical resources for pastors, church leaders, and congregations. Next slide. Our program has been incredibly well received. We've worked with 340 leaders in several presbyteries on adaptive change, new patterns of church funding, financial vitality, and sustainability. We provided funds to more than 320 pastors to attend in-depth training on church finance.
One pastor who was able to attend Stewardship Kaleidoscope told us this. Next slide. As a new pastor of a small church, I would not have had the opportunity to access the rich resources provided at the conference without the assistance of this grant. Can you back up one slide? Thank you. We developed online resources and video training through tools like our Stewardship Navigator and the Church Financial Leadership Academy, with over, get this, 3,000 clergy and church leaders actively using the resources. And they represent more than 1,800 congregations using these online resources. We're providing a 12-month church financial leadership coaching program to over 70 pastoral leaders around the country. One of the pastors who's going through the program, you just saw that, sent an email that said, I wanted to say a huge thank you to the foundation. I'm blessed to have such a gifted person coaching me. This coaching program has been a game changer for me. We were able to also provide 102, maybe go back to the previous slide, 102 technology grants to under-resourced pastors serving congregations of color, immigrant congregations, and small membership congregations, as well as last year, new worshiping communities in partnership with the Presbyterian Mission Agency. In terms of our overall program, we've had over 20% participation by BIPOC leaders in our church. We at the foundation want to see wellness, thriving, and vitality in the pastors and the churches that they serve and that we serve. This program is one of the ways the foundation serves and resources church leadership and congregations. And I and we look forward to the continued ways our financial literacy and leadership program will have a huge impact in the PCUSA. Thank you, Tom.
Appreciate that, Dave, very much. Madam Chair, we're very grateful to this committee for its time and its interest, and I hope you all have gained a greater understanding about the foundation and the ways that we serve the church. And what are those ways again? We gather, we manage, we distribute funds for mission, and we provide stewardship education. You may be wondering if there's anything that this committee can do for this assembly, to help our work. And the answer is yes, there is. Our board has brought recommendations for your consideration that are appearing on PC Biz at FIN-08. Madam Chair, I'd like to, if it's amenable to you, go ahead and summarize those briefly, after which I'll close with a video, and then you all do whatever you need to do, asking questions, comments, anything for us, or simply address and deal with the recommendations, if that's all right with you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. The foundation is asking you as a committee to recommend that the 226th General Assembly in 2024 direct us at the foundation to do the following, if you go to the first slide of those. First, to continue its church-wide gift programs, as well as utilize the foundation's subsidiary, the New Covenant Trust Company, or NCTC, for the benefit of churches, organizations, and individuals. Next slide. To explore and initiate ways to enhance our expertise and capacity in support of planned and deferred giving, including legacy gifts through wills, trusts, and estates, all three of those. Next slide. To continue to explore and cultivate the growing number of national and worldwide ecumenical partners and business relationships consistent with the mission of the PCUSA. And just so that you know, several assemblies in a row have urged us to do this, and these have been enormously beneficial relationships, not just for our relationships with others, other denominations, other groups nationally and internationally, but for the PCUSA itself and many of the things that we hold dear to our mission. Next slide. To continue its research and its work to lead and encourage the Presbyterian Church congregations, mid-councils, and other ministries to learn and promote best practices and provide in the area of wealth transfer and church property issues. You may know that we are currently undergoing the largest wealth transfer literally in human history in the United States. It's expected to go on another 20 to 30 years to an estimated 40 to 60 trillion dollars. And we want to make sure that people who desire to give, we're going to help our pastors and our ministry leaders figure out ways to provide easy and meaningful ways and user-friendly ways to give in that wealth transfer scenario. Next slide. Ask that you continue to support mission responsibility through investments core function of moving the policies and practices of publicly traded corporations to be in alignment with Presbyterian values. We've cooperated with MRTI for years. It's been a wonderful relationship. I believe that it's one of the most outstanding and unique types of committees and works of any denomination that we run into. And we would be very pleased to continue that work. And if you would urge our General Assembly to do that this round, that'd be great. Next slide. To continue to seek out creative engagement opportunities to pursue to prior General Assembly directives. And I'll conclude with something that will make that a little more meaningful as well. Next slide. To continue the Foundation's unwavering commitment to focus on its fiduciary obligation and to ensure that funds are used in accordance with donors' intent. There's nothing like keeping the main thing the main thing. That's what we were set up for, and that's what we want to continue to do. And frankly, more than anything, I would urge you to go back and tell your churches and your presbyteries about us. We greatly value referrals and introductions, and many times we get some of the most meaningful and significant ones through our work by the committees that we present before at General Assemblies, and we hope that this year is no exception to that. And if you'd like to learn more, please talk to any of us as we're around. We'll be around and identifiable with either articles of clothing, shirts or something, or name tags around during plenary time next week. So in conclusion, I'd like to just say a couple of things and show you one last video. During a time of great uncertainty in the world, and the church, the Foundation, has really been a stable place where a growing number of Presbyterians are staking a portion of their futures for mission, not their past or even their present, but their futures for their commitment to mission. And our team works with excellence to support your ministries nationally and around the world through funds that we've held for over 200 years, as well as through new services that are designed to offer the most cutting-edge ministry needs. And best of all, our growth is not about us. It's about Christ's mission being done through your congregations, mid-councils, and other institutions. And while this report may look back on what we've done and reported since the last General Assembly, I want to just provide you with a brief glimpse into the future as we plan strategically. And I'll just share 3 brief things about that. First of all, because of retirements and growth, our senior staff has turned over, 12 or 13 member senior staff has turned over almost entirely in the past 5 years. And as you possibly maybe seen in your own congregations, your own presbyteries, a wave of retirements have affected congregations as well as businesses. But we've been really vigilant about succession planning for all of our positions. And I have to tell you, I am thrilled and very, very pleased that you can have confidence, every confidence in the world that the Foundation is hiring the highest caliber of people to lead and serve the PCUSA as we move forward. Second, as recently as occurred at the Louisville national offices, as well as the Board of Pensions, who had to engage in some serious renovation of their physical plants, the Foundation has been in our current building in Jeffersonville, Indiana for almost 40 years, and we too need to update our physical facilities. A long list of issues, including some long-standing structural problems, lack of space, dated construction for the most cutting-edge technology, issues of employee safety, and many more. They've led us to the conclusion that we need to rebuild on our current site. And after professional teams and consultants considered all different possibilities, we're excited to begin this process later this year. And we're committed to continue to be in Jeffersonville, where we were placed in the beginning. It suits us well on our business needs, but we also continue to feel called to still serve in that community and our neighbors there. The new space is going to be far more efficient. It'll be far more economical, as well as green and eco-friendly, all values that we teach and aspire to in the PCUSA. Our board has wisely, slowly put funds away over the years for capital expenditures and to cover the majority of cost of this. and we plan to take out a loan to cover any remaining costs. Our hope is that we'll come back to the next General Assembly, the 227th General Assembly, with how these plans have come to fruition for the foundation and the trust company to benefit you and the wider church and our partners for many years to come. The third, as we look toward the future, a concentrated effort to bring more services to mid-councils, particularly in the areas of property transitions for their highest and best missional uses. That's been a real focus of ours. And to this end, we recently created a brand new position for a well-known and experienced and deeply committed Presbyterian to join us, our team, for this work. Rob Four, who had headed up the mission responsibility through investment for many years, just came aboard a bit ago and some time ago last fall. And Rob is now our Vice President of Strategic Alignment and Mid-Council Relations. Rob's work with MRTI in the past has taken him throughout the Peace USA, and he knows the church well and in many different ways. And we're really excited to have Rob on board because Rob is already creating some fantastic new tools that make very tangible and immediate differences where they're needed most. Let me close out with this. As we close, and we talked about all the different things that we're doing to gather, manage, and disperse funds for mission, as well as provide stewardship education. These missions that we're providing funds for and helping, working with you all as partner churches and partners in ministry are very real. And many of them are touching people in some of the most desperate places and hurting places in the world. And one of those right now that we think a great deal about is Israel-Palestine. And we hope that as you keep that area of the world and its people in your prayers, as we know many of you have, and you've even reflected on in some of the open hearings, that you would know that very good work is underway because of the Presbyterian Church Foundation in this region. This is one of the areas that our creative investments that our CFO, Ben, referred to earlier. It's a project that was referred to us by the 220th General Assembly in 2012. It was affirmed by multiple assemblies since, and it's taken a substantial series of efforts, but it's bearing a tremendous amount of fruit. And we want to share this with you, just this short video. And after the video, Madam Chair, we'd be happy to take any questions or comments, or you lead as you would like. But I'd like to have that video queued up now if you would watch that.
They call it the Holy Land, the birthplace of our Lord, cradle of our faith. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Jericho, the cities that we read about whenever we open the scriptures. But for generations, these places have been involved in conflict. Israelis and Palestinians, both longing for peace in the midst of almost continuous fighting for land that both parties consider to be home.
If you look at the last 20 years, there has been lots of peace talking, which actually led to nowhere. The situation on the ground became actually more difficult. And this is why I always say Jesus knew exactly how to choose his words when he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, not the peace talkers."
Presbyterians have been at work in this region since 1823, providing ministries of health and education, interfaith work, all for peace. In 2012, we launched a series of positive investments designed to create conditions for peace and prosperity in this region. With more than 300 days of sunshine each year, Palestinians consider the sun one of their greatest natural resources. And so solar energy is a significant source of economic development. But it's also a solution to a growing problem.
There's a huge need for electricity in Israel and in the Palestinian Authority.
The Presbyterian Foundation invested in the construction of a solar energy facility at the Arab Development Society just outside of Jericho. This is the largest solar tracking installation in the region, and it's already providing more consistent and affordable electricity to the dairy plant and other operations. This solar energy plant has reduced carbon dioxide emissions by more than 100 tons per year and has saved more than $35,000 in electricity costs in just the first few months. Microfinance is one of the most effective ways of providing particularly women the opportunity to build a life, to build a business, to support their families, and ultimately to transform their communities.
I applied for loans and started my business step by step. I started promoting myself in the country to build a reputation. Every customer on the road would point at me and say, "There's Buthana, who makes and sells clothing and dresses, and she is nice." Thank God I have a name.
In just the first 2 years, the foundation has made 47 loans totaling nearly $600,000. It's created 136 new sustainable jobs. And remember, these are not just jobs sustaining individuals, they're supporting entire families.
These loans are helping us to be somebody. It helps not just a little, it helps a lot.
Technology startups play a major role in the Israeli economy. Most of the tech industry, though, is limited to veterans of the Israeli military and excludes many Arabs from this thriving sector. New Generation Technologies is changing that dynamic, bringing together Jewish, Christian, and Muslim researchers and scientists, particularly from the Arab community, to create new life science companies.
We support technological entrepreneurs in starting their own company, taking a technological idea and commercializing it to a product, and a very strong social agenda of coexistence and integrating the Arab society into Israel's economy.
NGT is bringing life-saving and life-enhancing technologies to the market, and in the process creating much-needed jobs and livelihoods. Even more, they're creating a culture of peaceful coexistence for the people of the Abrahamic faiths. Young people in Palestine are just like young people everywhere, but realizing those dreams can be especially challenging under the difficult circumstances of the occupation. Dara Al-Khalima College is equipping students in Bethlehem to overcome those challenges.
Our philosophy here was to invest at all times, at times of war as well as at times of peace, because we cannot leave this world and our children for other forces to decide about their life.
My dream is that they have dreams that can have no limits. All young people deserve this, whether they are Palestinians, Americans, Iranians, Iraqis, Israelis, all of them. That's what a child should have a dream.
When I look at the smile of a student who is telling me that he found what he was looking for in life at the college, this is so rewarding. And this is really what keeps me going, because I see all of these young people getting energized, and they know suddenly they are not spectators in this world, but they are actors. And they want really to take responsibility for their life and to do something about it.
The initial investments that we made with funds from the denomination set aside for just this kind of purpose, along with some funds from congregations, are already making a difference. They're providing jobs, they're creating stability, and they're developing relationships between Muslims and Christians and Jews in the region. The needs of this region are great, and there's much more to be done. This is only one piece of the puzzle, but if you'd like to join us in this effort, to be a part of the hope of the transformation of this Holy Land, please contact us today.
Madam Chair, that's all we have, and we're at your disposal.
Thank you to Tom and everybody from the Presbyterian Foundation who could join us and in that presentation of giving us a little bit of information about all of the things that the foundation does for us as a church and as a people and for the world. Recognizing many different things that are happening on the behind the scenes piece. We're going to go ahead and do business this way so that everybody's on the same page. I'm gonna invite the foundation folks to please stay on online for us in the Zoom meeting. We will, I'm gonna call for a motion here in just a second for us to move the recommendation of to do whatever we want to do for FIN 08. I really shouldn't give you all the words. And then we'll open some discussion, okay? So reminding everybody that you need to be in the parliamentary thing on our MyGA. I'm going to get that name of the thing right eventually. Parliamentary toolbox. So please, foundation folks, stay on. Is there a motion to that recommendation, which is FIN 08, as shared with us both via PC Biz as well as the presentation? So if somebody would like to make a motion, that would be awesome. Let us, we will see it come up on our screen. You can move the motion. We need to make sure everybody is on the same page. So the button is on the top right for you to move a motion. So I see somebody who wants to speak for in agreement, but I don't see a motion yet. Do you have two? You show two? Hold on, it's going to come up at the top. Yeah, it comes up at the top. It looks like we have a motion that has been made. So Milo, if you would like to unmute and speak to your motion, because we are not seeing it. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I thought okay.
So that's okay. We're all filling this
I've been
together.
having some issues with it to the point where I wasn't sure whether or not you were getting anything I was submitting all day.
Okay.
I went ahead and read through this. I wanted to move to adopt the recommendation, to adopt the recommendation. I read through it a few times, and I agree with the rationale provided. Essentially, the foundation is doing good work, and I want them to be able to continue doing so.
Let's see if Mr. Parliamentarian will correct me if I'm wrong. So what I hear you saying, Milo, is that you want to move the recommendation for us to send it as it stands to the General Assembly, to the floor, plenary. Fill in the right word.
That is exactly what I am saying.
The parliamentarian has given me the thumbs up for that motion. And I'm giving Anna Marie some time to write that motion. While she is typing it, I want to open some discussion. Is there a second to that motion? I see a second that's been up there for a little bit. Are you good with that? It looks like Martha Campbell seconded that motion to recommend to the floor of plenary the recommendations from FIN 08. Okay.
I agree. I second the motion.
Thank you so much. We haven't figured out how to clear that out all the time. It's supposed to clear by itself. So want to open this time for some discussion or questions. Again, go to seek recognition, put in what your question is, and we will have some time for conversation. And the foundation folks can answer when appropriate. So it looks like we have, I want to recognize, the moderator recognizes Elizabeth Healy, who wants to speak in favor of the motion. Elizabeth, will you unmute yourself and speak?
Hello. I completely agree with Milo. Basically, from what I got, the Presbyterian Foundation is doing a lot of great work in churches, mid-councils, etc. And we're basically just kind of giving them the go ahead to continue that work. So I think that's really important. I specifically want to speak to the creative investment part. They actually came and consulted to my church. I go to Trinity Presbyterian Church in Harrisonburg, Virginia, because we've had quite a few deaths in the church, as many churches have been experiencing, and we have a lot of endowment funds and weren't quite sure how to make best use of that funds. And so they actually came and consulted our church, and I know that we felt a lot of respite in knowing, kind of having some guidance on how to shape those funds. So I think that the work that they're doing is really important, and we should continue to support that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. Again, that is, the motion is, I move to recommend approval of FIN 08. It's sitting on your screen already. We will take that vote. You will have 60 seconds to vote. You can change it as many times as you want. But know that whatever is the last thing when it hits 00 means that's how you voted. So as soon as it comes up on your screen, if you would go ahead and please cast your vote. Patience is a virtue. Patience is our friend. That's the mantra that I have to say to myself. Hopefully I'm not the only one in this Zoom room that have to say that to themselves. I just keep reminding myself, it's the internet, it's the internet, it's the internet.
It's not her fault. It's Bob's fault.
We will get that tally just shortly. For FIN 01. You see it on your screen. This committee voted to recommend the approval of FIN 08 to go to the floor of plenary with 41 yeses and 0 noes. Yay, our real business. We thank you to the foundation for giving us your time to share with us, and we look forward to lots more ministry that the foundation folks do in the name of our good Lord and for the ministry of the church.
Madam Moderator, thank you so much for your all's time and for all you do. Appreciate it greatly.
Thank you. Okay, my friends on the Finance Committee, we have actually scheduled a break. We also recognize that we have a number of you who are on East Coast time, and if I was you, your stomach is probably growling with hunger pains. So we have connected with our folks on our agenda, and they know that we are, instead of taking a 10-minute break, we are going to, hopefully, somebody will move this motion for us to reset for 30 minutes, restarting this meeting at 12:40 Mountain Time. You do the math. Would someone like to make that motion? It looks like it shows me I had one. Where'd it go? No, I think that's the same one from before. He told me how to make it go away. There's a way that it's supposed to go away and come back. Okay, so I'm still learning this whole motion. I have a question. There is a question that is coming. What amount of foundation funds are invested in general GE and HP? I cannot answer. That will come up with FIN 01 later on today. So to Deborah, if you will hold that question, keep it in your queue little box. And then, let's see, there's nobody else here. Did somebody make that did somebody move that motion? No,
I
not
hit-
to adjourn, to recess for lunch.
I hit the button. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what it is on our end, so I'm gonna assume that, and I'm gonna.
Still seeing active business for Info O2 and FIN 08. So we can't make a motion on something that's
Thank
not.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, because there's somebody that knows more how to use the computer than me, which means I have to go to here. There's 9 windows, my friends, that we have to like keep track of. And so we're gonna go like this. So did it come up now? Okay. It looks like Kevin Smith made the motion. Is that what you're saying to me? They're mouthing at me. So now will somebody move that motion one more time? Thank you so much. I don't know why it's not queuing up. It's supposed to. Okay, well, I heard somebody say it out loud, so I'm going to call it, and I will take the time at lunchtime to talk to our wonderful tech people. Was there a second?
Second.
Awesome. I heard a second. Perfect. Well, can we just do a voice vote, Madam Person? Do we have to actually do a vote to recess? Technically, we have. Okay, so it's there. Vote, folks. It's on your screen. I will read time it.
It's now
No, it's not 1:45. It's 12:13. Okay. Of course, we have those results, and all of us say it's time for lunch. And so let us do a quick bless this food, O Lord, and let it nourish our bodies, that we might continue to hear reports from folks and share in ministry together. In Christ's name, we'll see you all in a little bit. Amen. 12:43.
Set a timer for 30 minutes. Oh.
Yes, please. I will.
The sand stitch. Hi, I'm Chris.
While we're still waiting, does anybody have an idea of the approximate time it takes to click a move motion button on the
little icons we go to for that.
What's your question, Dave?
Oh, I'm just curious to see
Which
how
of the-
long it takes from when we click the move emotion to when you all get it on your all's end, because it feels like it's about a minute, at least from my thing. And I'm just thinking about efficiency and for especially for things that are kind of basic, like breaking for lunch or whatever. Or is the committee made for the technology, or is the technology made for the committee?
Dave, if you have an answer for that, that's the $1 million question. I think it's a learning experience for everybody.
Sure.
In many ways. I think they were still building it when we first met, so it's sort of we learned some things last night, and we refreshed some things about 40 minutes ago, or actually 20 minutes ago. So there's a little bit of a lag time, because it'll show up on my GA that somebody has a question, but it won't show up on my moderator's window, which I'm also looking at. It doesn't show up what the question is or who has made that question. So it takes a couple extra, I don't know, 10 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever it is.
Sure. Well, all I may be suggesting, and this is for kind of run-of-the-mill things, not necessarily needing to be really heavily documented. You know, do we have to go through the system, or can we do what we did as we broke for lunch, which was effectively make a motion second through? Again, I'm easy like Sunday morning. I got air conditioning. It is 100 degrees outside here in St. Louis, so I've got nowhere to go. But just was thinking about some possible best practices. But again, I know we're figuring this out, and I am not I am in no way complaining.
No, I did not hear that as a complaint whatsoever, but it is, it's for us. I heard it as a, hey, this is how it's received. And so how can we do best practices for us? And so that's also extremely important for me. And the whole patience and grace, people who know me know that I used to say patience is not a virtue, and have to always say the mantra, patience is a virtue. Be patient. I want to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible. And I've had to learn to not be quite so like.
While you're being patient, help me get into
Zoom. Did you log out to them? You have to go to your My GA, and it'll get there hopefully. Close your window. Is it open still? Did you leave? Go to this one. Okay. Don't launch meeting, because it should be. Just make this smaller. Anna Marie, can you help him? He's never mind. He's getting there. Dave, thank you for the feedback.
Oh,
Dave Burgess.
Yeah, you're all good. I just was looking for kind of a lag time. Didn't want to muddy any other waters with that, but
no, it's all good.
I might be an island, but just was thinking.
You're not.
I see Cindy over there.
Some of those things.
Well, excuse me, can I say something? While we're
Sure,
waiting,
while
we're waiting, you stole the Jeopardy theme from the other woman this morning in the plenary, because she said to you, I played the Jeopardy theme in my head while we're voting. And I just want you to know I caught that.
She's not the only one. Most of us actually have said that at one point or another in the course of the last couple of days.
Nice. And I really appreciate the Yads and their input. Milo, I think you're great. I really appreciate how much thought they put into things.
Let's see. I wonder what the quorum for committee is.
Joanna,
yes, ma'am.
This is Dana Nicodemus. My picture's not coming up, and I never left the site.
Okay, so I don't, it's not coming up at all. There you are. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yep, no worries.
Neither is mine, and I never left the site either. Doug Orbaker.
Doug, Doug, can
I
you
took
go
s-
down to where it's stop video and see if it'll pick it up?
Yeah.
And see if it'll give you an option to
It says
reshare
it
your,
cannot start because the host has stopped it. Yeah,
oh,
I have the same problem, Sam
Oh.
Dicker.
okay, so other people might be having that issue. Let's see if
Yep, me
Deanne just,
too.
Joanna, if I can, when we go on break, everyone needs to turn off their mic and their video. If you don't, I will have to turn it off for you, and then we have to go through this. So
Oh.
we're learning, no big deal. Just as we go on break, be sure that you turn off your mic, mute yourself, and your video.
But don't
Deanne,
believe.
will you let me know when you are, when all that's resolved?
That should be resolved now. Everybody should be able to start their video now.
Al Bennett cannot start.
I can't.
I
Very
still
hard.
can't.
I can't either. Nope, not for me.
Okay, if you cannot start your video, please raise your hand. Use the react
What the-
button at the bottom and raise your hand. And I'll go through and ask you to start your video.
React button.
Ooh. I can't raise my hand. It just keeps telling me you haven't started it. Wait a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I still can't even raise my hand.
Stand by.
Thanks, got it.
Okay, who can't raise their hand?
Martha Campbell.
Okay, you should be able to start your video now, Martha.
Thank you. Yes.
And everybody, please be sure that they're muted. So once again, we're just learning, right? So whenever we go on break or we go to lunch, please mute yourself and stop your video. Do not leave the Zoom room. When you do that, I have to go through the waiting room and readmit you, and we always have people in the waiting room. So please just stop your video and mute yourself. Thank you.
Deanne, is it all cleared up then?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that we are ready to go, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, friends. I know that it was a very short recess for lunch. Good thing you all can walk a couple steps maybe to your kitchens. But we are thankful. There is one item, not item of business. There is one sort of housekeeping thing besides the one that Diet just told us about. We have figured out what our issue is. So if you are like me, you have scrolled up on your screen so you always see the parliamentary toolbox. If you go to that screen and scroll back down so you see the top of that screen, there's a tab that says Submit Motion. If you click on that tab, you will see Submit a Motion. Go down a little ways and it says Select Item. If you click on Select Item, you will see all of those lovely things from everybody's committee, not just ours. And you will want to go all the way down to the FIN ones, which is after E, if we know our alphabet. And then click on whatever item of business it is. And then underneath that, you will type that motion in. And then under that box, it says submit motion. So when we ask for someone to submit a motion, hopefully one of us will remember that we have to get out of the parliamentary toolbox into that other tab that says submit a motion, and then type it all in. I also was told, for those of you who are like me, type A's, who want things decently and in order, you can actually go and create as many motions as you want and store them for yourself, so you don't have to type them later. So if you are looking at an item of business either for later today or even tomorrow, you can totally make that happen really easily. But we all had to figure that out. And so that's our sort of housekeeping. Here we are. And then later on, we want also to let you know that we have been in communication, because we are all respectful Presbyterians with giving God's grace to lots of people. We've already adjusted our schedule, so please don't worry about us missing somebody or being really short with any of our presenters. We are in communication with them on a regular basis, and we know that we will move one of our agenda items from later today to tomorrow morning without any issues, partly because of not as many open hearing folks and all those kinds of pieces. Hence the flow of the agenda we approved, not necessarily the times. And I've been told by other people who have more wisdom than I do that we are good with all of those things that we've already done. So for all of us who have given of ourselves in sessions or at presbytery or synod levels, GA is a little bit different. And so we just confirm all those things. Any questions to know how to make a motion? Go to your toolbox, don't raise your hand. I'll give you a few seconds to get there. I'll have the right windows open.
Let's see a question.
There is a question, Catesby. We see a question. Let's see if we can. Where's my three little dots to find my questions? The moderator recognizes Sandra has a question. Where should we submit motions that are not linked to an ILB, such as a motion for recess or adjourn? My understanding is, Sandra, my understanding is you can still type it. You just don't have to click on an item of business. The other piece to that is we have now a header that will say active business recess, a motion to recess. So some of those are easier for us.
Great. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure from when you were calling for a motion how to do that. Thank you.
Well, we all lost it, and I really did scroll my screen up, so I totally forgot there was that other tab. Because as a moderator, vice moderator, we don't make motions, so I didn't need to see that motion tab. Are there any other questions? All righty. Seeing none, let us open our, come out of recess with prayer.
God, we've all been fed or force fed, as the case may be. We're back, hopefully slightly less confused than we were when we began the day. Nonetheless, we ask for your spirit to be with us, to instill patience in us as we work our way through the rest of today and the days to come. Amen. Welcome back. We are now back to business, which is a report from a New Covenant Trust Company. This is a report only, and it does not require a vote. DeEtte, may I ask, is Angela Duffy standing by.
Angela Duffy has been admitted to the room, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Angela, we recognize you to proceed with your report on behalf of NTCT.
Wonderful, thank you. Moderator, Vice Moderator, Commissioners, and friends. Thank you for allowing me to present to you today on behalf of New Covenant Trust Company, or NCTC as we call it. I'm Angela Duffy. I'm the President and CEO of NCTC. Although I have only served as NCTC's President and CEO since January of this year, I've been with the Foundation, which is our parent company, and the New Covenant Trust Company for over 18 years. I've always admired those who answer the call to serve as a commissioner to our General Assembly, and I'm equally grateful for all of our advisory delegates, including our young adults. I'm so grateful for your service here today. So many of you may be wondering about NCTC and have probably never heard of us before. And so we have a short video that we hope will give you a good introduction. So this would be the introductory video.
Trust begins with understanding. New Covenant Trust Company is a full-service financial planning, investment management, and trust services firm. We are experienced financial professionals who serve both churches and individuals. Most importantly, we know the church because we are the church. We share your faith and values. As part of the Presbyterian Foundation, we are a unique organization guided by the values of the Presbyterian Church, as well as rigorous compliance with financial institution regulations. The work we do is not just a job. It's a calling to serve those who seek to honor Christ in all matters of money, financial planning, investment strategy, tax and estate planning, charitable gift planning, and trustee services. This makes our approach unlike other for-profit firms. It's personal. We want to build deep and meaningful relationships with each and every client based on the faith and values we share. And we start by listening to what's most important to you, both in the short term and long term. With our broad range of expert financial skills and our deep commitment to honoring the church's mission, we create a customized plan to meet your specific needs and goals, and a plan that aligns with our shared faith and values. We know your legacy is important. Let us help you secure it. It's our calling as your trust company.
Thank you. So in the late 1990s, the Presbyterian Foundation decided to birth a regulated trust company to widen the breadth of services available to Presbyterian churches, related entities, ministry partners, and individuals. NCTC is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Presbyterian Foundation. One of the things that is great about the PCUSA is that we are a connectional church with churches and members in every state. As such, it's been important for NCTC to be able to offer services in all 50 states. The decision was made for us to be regulated by the federal government's Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, also known as the OCC. Our goal has not changed since the beginning of our service. It is to provide excellent services to each and every client. And I'll talk more about how we do that. Next slide, please. So our NCTC's approach for services is really driven by our shared faith. Our services go beyond what a typical asset manager might do. We participate in strategic planning and visioning sessions with our clients. We offer values-based investing that can be customized depending on the client's needs. We offer portfolios that are completely compliant with the mission responsibility through investment. Additionally, we offer strategies for those with an interest in focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, or wanting a fossil fuel-free option that is also mission responsibility through investment compliant. We also provide trustee services and services to individuals. We have a charitable gift planner on staff to help with any questions an individual might have as they work through what legacy do they want to leave for their church, for the denomination, and for their family. We also engage in lots of conversations with churches who are really trying to discern what is a sustainable spending formula for their endowments. We want to help our churches be financially sustainable. It's one of the greatest joys we have in our work. As a PCUSA member, thriving churches and church-related institutions like presbyteries, synods, and our related seminaries and colleges. It's especially meaningful to me. Like you, I want a healthy PCUSA for my children and hopefully someday grandchildren and beyond. Next slide, please. NCTC has been blessed with an amazing team. We strive to build an environment of servant leadership with highly skilled staff members. We want to build relationships with all of our clients and potential clients. With the tremendous growth that we've seen over the last 10 to 15 years, it's really been incredible to watch our staff grow beyond the just couple of people we had in those early days. We have chartered financial analysts, attorneys, certified financial planners, and other experts who help us in our work. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, in order to lawfully serve in all 50 states, we are a federally chartered and regulated trust bank. We adhere to the same standards as other secular national trust banks. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency is our primary regulator. They come into our office every 18 months to perform a national federal banking examination. That means a team of 5 to 8 examiners who are working full-time for 3 to 5 weeks in our offices per each exam. Additionally, we meet with the OCC at least quarterly to discuss risk and our growth. Many organizations have financial statement audits. Obviously, we have those annually, but we also have annual internal audits that look at how we're managing client assets and also in-depth cybersecurity audits to make sure that we are protecting information and adhering to all federal regulations on cybersecurity. I say this as a former compliance professional, so I mean nothing disparaging about it, but compliance can seem really boring. But from our perspective, it is an area that we cannot ignore. If we don't take good care of NCTC from a regulatory and compliance perspective, it would negatively impact our clients. Next slide, please. A couple of years ago, we created a client covenant to provide clarity between clients and us. It explains that we view our clients as ministry partners. We have a set of core values that we discuss regularly, and they dictate all that we do, from how we work with each other to how we work with our clients. Those values include steadfast trust. We want to be the trusted partner who can be counted on for transparency. Servant leadership. We know that that's a popular buzz phrase right now, and that many organizations talk about servant leadership. We regularly study Jesus's example as a team as we think through how we can be servant leaders as an organization. Intentional inclusion. We know that too much similarity in backgrounds and thought can lead to narrow thinking. We seek to include voices from different perspectives because we know that's more reflective of God's vision for our world. Candid collaboration. We want to listen to our clients and work with them to understand their values, their spending needs, to move forward with a plan. Without candid collaboration with our clients, we are really limited in our services. Impactful innovation. I think we can look at technology and AI and see how quickly the world is moving. And so we're always asking ourselves, how can we remain nimble to best serve our clients? Next slide, please. We hope that the following video helps explain a little bit more about how we work with clients.
Being a part of the church, the New Covenant Trust Company, really, I think, sets itself apart by delivering sort of the best of both worlds. We feel that from an investment management standpoint, the skills, the expertise, the backgrounds of our team rival that of any Wall Street firm. But you couple that with a heart for mission and ministry and sort of the best parts of the nonprofit and the church world. We feel that no other organization brings together both elements of that together in one place. You know, the vast majority of the work that we do is in serving the local Presbyterian church congregation, middle governing bodies like presbyteries and synods, as well as individuals who are connected to those local churches. We know and understand how the church works. We take that work very seriously. We're certainly willing to take as much time as we need to develop thoughtful and careful sort of recommendations that are there to support your long-term mission and ministry plans. And we think that makes us very unique. Should you engage, I think, with the New Covenant Trust Company, we will first seek to just engage in a very thorough, thoughtful, collaborative process. We certainly then need to have a clear understanding of your present circumstances and perhaps more importantly, talk about where you want to go from here. Understanding your future plans for your resources is a really key element of our conversations. It's pretty typical, I think, within our work to have a conversation around short-term needs, mid-term needs, long-term needs. We want to understand things like the collective risk tolerance, right, of your organization, which can be a fairly complicated process at times. We're going to talk about appropriate spending strategies, things like investment policy, governing documents. There's a lot of different aspects that go into the appropriate oversight of institutional church-type money. And last but certainly not least, we want to better understand any specific values that you have, that you would like to see incorporated into and expressed through your investment portfolio. There's just a wide range of the ways that individuals and churches can define their values, and we're going to work with you to understand what those are and then make appropriate recommendations to allow you to have those values expressed. The clients of New Covenant Trust Company can expect to get to know and to work with many individuals from our team. We want you to know that we're not going to send you off to some 1-800 number, a large telephone bank somewhere. The services that we provide are delivered by our team of experienced and credentialed professionals that have been serving the church for a long, long time.
As mentioned, the foundation is our parent organization. We are very intentional in our relationship with the foundation. Part of our mission is to support the foundation, and we serve at its pleasure. The foundation is the shareholder with voting rights, so it has ultimate control over how NCTC operates. We are extremely grateful for the foundation's ministry relations officers who frequently provide us with referrals based on their work in the church. We benefit from being able to work with the foundation staff on functions such as our accounting, operations, and IT departments. At times, we even share a director or two, as is currently the case. And many of our directors have previously served on the foundation's board. Our office is located inside the foundation's building in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Tom mentioned it earlier. Rob Four became a foundation employee late last year. A significant part of his work is to ensure that the foundation and NCTC are in strategic alignment with each other. One question that frequently comes up for NCTC is, where do our profits go? There are no secular shareholders benefiting from NCTC's work. Annually, the NCTC board considers a dividend to the foundation. Since 2014, we have provided dividends of roughly $2.5 million to the foundation to help fund its mission and ministry. So in other words, our revenue streams go back to the foundation to help it provide services to donors and beneficiaries across the globe. Next slide, please. In 2010, as part of our relationship with the foundation, under Tom Taylor's then new leadership, we went through a strategic planning process to really analyze our call and how we can best serve. New hires were made in an effort to really grow NCTC's work within the PCUSA. You can see the results from this chart. We don't pat ourselves on the back for this growth. This growth reflected is not about NCTC's growth. It's about the growth of our partners and clients in the PCUSA. It's about the growth in those who want to invest in accordance with their values and with MRTI. In recent years, roughly 30% of our growth of new assets under management have been with existing clients. Other pieces of growth reflect referrals that our clients have made to others. Next slide, please. So we frequently and recently discussed as our staff, what is our why? Why do we exist as an organization? As I mentioned, we're not seeking to grow in order to pacify secular shareholders. I don't think we've ever uttered the phrase that we need to work on maximizing shareholder value. We're here to serve, and we're here to serve you, to help congregations and institutions of the PCUSA. But we also know that congregations aren't investing simply for the sake of having a larger portfolio. We know that it is to support the good work that they do. One of our favorite things is to sit with our clients and talk about what mission and ministry are they passionate about supporting. How might our work help with that? This picture represents one example. Brad Masters and his team were preparing to visit with a client. They learned that the church was helping a refugee family with housing. One of the ways that church members and the family were connecting was through a mutual love of soccer. As one of our members of our team learned that there was no soccer goal at the church. So immediately staff members were discussing how could they pool their funds to help purchase a goal for the church. The picture you see is a result of those discussions. Being able to help churches fund the ways that they will support their communities is a calling for which NCTC is proud to play really a very small role in that work. The PCUSA congregation that my family and I had attended for a long time dissolved a couple of years ago. So for me, the work of building sustainable, strong churches is incredibly personal. It is an honor to be able to participate in NCTC's work to help with financial sustainability. We have lots of conversations with churches that may never be a client, and we love that work too. So please know if we are here, and if we can ever be of service to you individually or to your congregation, presbytery, or synod, whether or not you intend to become a client, we would love to have that conversation, and don't hesitate to ever reach out. Next slide, please. Our directors, this is in the info section on PC Biz. You can see our present directors who have already been, many of these have already been confirmed by you, and you can find biographical information on these individuals in that report on PC Biz. Next slide, please. We do have an item of business for you, and this is found in FIN-06, I believe, and this is NCTC's request for confirmation of our directors who have been elected since between the last assembly and the deadline for the report submission to this assembly. We greatly appreciate your support of NCTC's work through these directors. Next slide, please. Moderator, vice moderator, commissioner, and friends, thank you for your time today. Obviously, you have a very packed agenda, so we don't want to take up much more of your time. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and really greatly appreciate the time that you've given us today. Please feel free to reach out if we can be of any service. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela. We will have before us FIN-06 relative to confirming NCTC directors. But before a formal motion is made, are there questions to Angela relative to the presentation you just heard? Again, through your little toolbox. We see no questions of Angela, which would suggest that your presentation was perfect in every way. That being so, let's turn to FIN-06 relative to confirming NCTC directors. Is there a motion relative to that confirmation following the process that Joanna shared with us at the beginning of our session this afternoon? And remember to go to the Submit Motion tab, and there enter your motion. We do have a motion made by William Henderson. I'm sorry. What is it? What is it? Yeah. There's a, excuse me, and there is a second to that motion. Would the maker of the motion like to speak to it? William Henderson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, it's the members that were nominated appear to be to meet the criteria that we're looking for.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Is
sir.
there further discussion? Hearing one, we will proceed to the vote. Turning now to your colorful toolbox, please vote with respect to FIN 06, a positive vote will be to confirm the directors as presented a bit ago. You may vote now. There's a voting box beneath the colorful box. So vote now, please. We will give you a minute or so to vote. Oh, you're talking about the timer. Your time has expired. We will now wait for Anna Marie to post the voting results, which are already there. And the vote is 44 in favor of confirming the NCTC directors, 0 against. The motion is carried. Thank you again, Angela. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Our next item is from the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Corporation, commonly known as PILP. Claire Lewis will be with us to offer a brief introduction. And when Claire and her colleagues are done, I'll ask them to stay while we present the second item of business, which comes from PILP, which does require a vote, that being the confirmation of election of President and Chief Executive Officer of PILP. We will begin, however, with the FIN 03 PILP report to the 226th General Assembly, which is marked for information only and does not require a vote. Claire, would you care to speak?
Thank you. Moderators, commissioners, observers, thank you. My name is Claire Lewis, and I served as the president-elect for the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Program. Jason Peterson, our Chief Operating Officer, and Laura Oligas, our Chief Financial Officer, will join me for the presentation today. Nathan Anderson, our Chair of the Board, is also here to speak to item FIN 05. And we certainly want to thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit about our program. PILP, as we are commonly known, mission is to provide low-cost loans to churches, mid-councils, and other organizations within the PCUSA. And we fund those loans through 2 sources, endowment funds and investor funds. And if we could have the next slide, please. So endowment funds are the result of donations of Presbyterians over many years, dating back to 1843, donations that were specifically given to support the growth and development of the Presbyterian Church through capital projects. While these funds are still available to us today to lend out to churches, because of restrictions placed on those funds, such as the size of the program, the size of the project, the type of project, and that the funds must be provided to a church, many times we must instead use our investor funds to satisfy the borrowing requirements for those larger projects, if we want to refinance existing debt, or if the borrower is a PCUSA entity other than a church, so a camp and conference or even a mid-council. Next slide, please. So these investor funds are raised through the sale of investments called term notes. Term notes are investments that provide investors with competitive financial return similar to a comparable market instrument like a certificate of deposit that you might get at your local bank. Next slide, please. So very simply, individuals, churches, mid-councils, and other entities invest in PILP We, in turn, use those dollars to fund loans, and the interest paid by our borrower is then used to pay the interest earned to our investors that fund our program. So it's a very circular business model. In fact, Presbyterians are really the ones that are funding these mission and ministry projects through our borrowing through the capital projects. So PILP receives no funding from the denomination and relies solely on the interest earned through lending and the income from corporate investments to fund our mission. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Clarence.
Sorry, if we could just go back one slide, sorry. I had a little bit more to say. Since we are a nonprofit entity of the church, our term notes cannot be FDIC insured, but the notes and the program are regulated by the Uniform Securities Act, administered by the North American State Securities Administration. These guidelines require that the program maintain specific financial guidelines to ensure the health of our program for our investors. PILP has exceeded all these guidelines, one of which is to generate a surplus 3 out of every 5 years. And in 2023, PILP achieved its 23rd consecutive year with a surplus, which isn't bad considering we're only turning 25 next year. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. Jason, I think you're up now. Sorry about that.
No worries. So the types of loans, we provide loans for most types of capital projects for churches, mid-councils, and other PCUSA entities like camp and conference centers. Projects can range from adding a new roof to building a new worship center. We also lend for new site developments or building purchases, as well as refinancing prior capital project debt. Next slide, please. Over the past few years, we've also introduced some special purpose loans, responding to the 220th General Assembly's affirmations to reduce fossil fuel concerns. In 2015, we introduced the Restoring Creation Loan for energy efficiency. We offer lower interest rates and equity requirements. As of year-end 2023, we had issued $26 million in energy efficiency loans to 147 churches for projects like installing energy efficiency lighting systems, solar panel additions, high efficiency heating and cooling systems, geothermal systems, and many others. Towards the end of 2016, we introduced the accessibility loans to help churches make their campuses more accessible. So many of our churches, buildings have limited access for those who are physically challenged. This loan provides discounted interest rates for projects ranging from installing elevators and lifts, ramps, and ADA compliant bathrooms. The disaster relief loan provides much needed support to churches affected by a federally or state declared disaster. Loan rates are significantly reduced. The loan can also be used as a bridge while a church waits for insurance funds to be awarded. Next slide, please. We have offered a revolving capital line of credit for several years now, helping churches with short-term projects such as deferred maintenance that may be done over time and not as on just doing large projects. So during the pandemic, we introduced 2 new loan products, the Safety and Technology Loan, and as the name suggests, it assists churches in installing or improving existing technology to begin or enhance virtual or hybrid worship. The second was to expand our capital line of credit to include an operating line of credit, and its primary use is to help with short-term cash flow needs, particularly for presbyteries that may have expenses related to churches in transition. With all these loan products, our mission remains to provide low-cost loans to our borrowers. And we offer low interest rates, no origination fees, no points, no prepayment fees, and for most loans, no appraisal fees. Next slide. As it relates to our lending functions and the diversity of our portfolio, we are committed to providing our loan services in an equitable manner. And at the end of 2023, we had 26% of our outstanding loan portfolio to racial ethnic congregations. And this represents twice the percentage of racial ethnic congregation in our denomination. Next slide, please. So the benefits of consultation. We offer consultation services to assist in the financial planning associated with building a project. Our free consultation service is called a preliminary look, and it enables churches to discover early on what is a good size project for the congregation. During this consultation phase, we focus in on 3 core ratios, which helps determine the right size project of the loan. One is debt per giving unit, the cash flow coverage, and the percentage of revenue that a church has that's used to cover the debt. And through graphical charts, the church sees visually how their loan compares to other lending norms for churches. And we take it a step further and provide detailed cash flows analysis for the church, not only for the first couple of years of the loan, but in most cases, we really try to anticipate the cash flow over the life of the loan. And this enables a church to determine how many capital campaigns the congregation may have to commit to, and how long it will take them to pay off the loan, and determine if they can really handle the payment. This consulting work not only benefits our borrowers, but it also benefits the program's work. Because of the consultation work on the front end, we often receive an application that has the appropriate loan size with a very clear and acceptable repayment plan. And that transitions to we see that through our past dues. And we currently have 0 loans that are 30 days or more past due, which is really an outstanding number. The consultation work also benefits our investor. The program has never had to foreclose on a property. Instead of using our assets to cover bad loans or losses, assets are used to improve our financial positioning and strength. Next slide. Laura, I believe you're up.
Yes, thank you. In taking a closer look at this loan portfolio that Jason has been describing, this graph will show the progress of both the investor-funded loan portfolio and the endowment-funded loan portfolio over the last 8 years in dollar values. We've seen a 40% increase in the investor-funded loan portfolio, represented by the orange bars. During the most recent 2 years, the balance reached an all-time high of almost $115 million, and then began to see a slight decline due to higher than normal principal paydowns during 2023. We encourage borrowers to manage their balance sheets wisely and pay down their debt as soon as possible. And due to rising interest rates of the last year, several churches have chose to use reserves to pay down or pay off their loans. The endowment-funded loan portfolio, which is not actually represented on our balance sheet or our financial statements, is depicted by the light green bars on this graph. And this balance has been steadily increasing in recent years due to changes in policy that enable more of these funds to be utilized per loan. Next slide, please. This graph represents the total dollar value of the investments on deposit, the term notes that Claire was talking about with the program over the past 8 years. This portfolio also reached a record high in early 2022 of over $109 million, but since has seen a slow yet somewhat anticipated decline. With the competitive interest rate environment, some of our investors redeemed their funds to either manage budgetary concerns or take advantage of unusually high treasury rates. But we have been able to mitigate this decline substantially by offering special promotional rates over the last 18 months. Next slide, please. When you take this bar graph of the investments on deposit and then lay over it the investor-funded loan portfolio represented by the orange line, you can see the way the 2 portfolios mirror each other in the recent declines. The prevalent interest rate environment has certainly had an impact on the program, but careful and vigilant work with setting interest rates for our products has enabled us to weather the circumstances and continue with our mission. The next graph will show a visual of these two interest rates. Next graph, please. So this graph illustrates our average loan rate, which is represented by the top green line, which represents the average of current interest rates across all the loans in our investor-funded loan portfolio. It contrasts with our cost of funds, which is the lower blue line, which is the average interest rate paid to our investors. The margin, represented by the orange bars, between these two rates is what provides the necessary dollars to fund our operations. With a significant growth in our loan portfolio in recent years, we have positioned ourselves to operate effectively with a narrower margin, as indicated by the shrinking gap between the average loan rate and the cost of funds lines on this graph. Despite the Federal Reserve's 11 interest rate hikes during 2022 to 2023, we raised our loan rate only 6 times, aligning with our commitment to offering affordable loans. As of year-end 2023, our program's loan rate stood at 6.9% compared to the prime rate of 8.5%. Next slide, please. Thank you, Laura. So as Laura had mentioned, some of the key challenges to the program over the last 2 years has been that high interest rate environment in which we find ourselves. Balancing our mission to provide low-cost loans with the need to extend higher interest rates on our offered investments while maintaining a healthy margin required by the securities administrators has been pivotal. The growth of the loan program, again, and the portfolio that Laura showed in her slides, spreads our costs over a larger base, enabling us to operate on a lower margin and maintain that lower interest rate to our borrowers. That strategic management of our margin has set us to achieve a soft landing as we continue into this interest rate environment well into 2024. But continued growth of the loan and the offered investment portfolio is a key goal for our team and crucial to our ongoing success. Inflation affects our daily lives, and churches undertaking planned capital projects are similarly feeling the strain of rising costs. Many find themselves needing to borrow additional funds to cover these increases, while others must reconsider redesigning or going back to the drawing board or doing a project in phases to reduce the expenses, or they're tapping into their reserves to meet the financial demands. But our relationship managers have been working with these churches to create the best possible financial plan so that these capital projects are still possible during these economic times without jeopardizing their ability to carry out their mission and ministry. We're also witnessing some churches and mid-councils facing some strained budget. And this strain, in turn, affects our investment portfolio as congregations and presbyteries have sometimes had to redeem some of their investments they have on deposit with us in order to subsidize their cash flow or support some of their churches in their area, or in some cases, optimize investment return elsewhere, perhaps in treasuries or a different instrument that provides a higher yield. But if we can go to the next slide, please. On the flip side to all that, we can continue to see much innovation in the use of church campuses as congregations look to use their property for low-income housing projects or other social ministry services. PILP over the past few years has expanded our lending to non-church PCUSA related entities. You see pictured here, we've refinanced a PCUSA student housing complex at the University of Wisconsin. We funded a mission expansion of community support and border ministry in El Paso, Texas. And we've refinanced a community development project in Kansas City, Missouri. These are just a few examples of some of the projects and innovations that are going on, not just in our churches, but in our related entities beyond our church walls. So next slide, please. We also continue to expand our partnerships with other PCUSA agencies and ecumenical partnerships within denominations where we're in covenant relationship. For larger projects, that would place too high of a concentration of dollars on one loan on our balance sheet. We often invite other denominational lenders to participate or take a portion of that loan. The Synod of the Pacific and the Alaska Northwest, who have their own regional lending programs, also invite us to participate in loans within their geographic area where they may be in a similar situation of having a large loan that they don't want that concentration on their balance sheet. In all of these instances, though, PILP remains the lead lender. We're also thankful for our ongoing partnership with the Presbyterian Mission Agency and the Presbyterian Foundation and their commitment to invest some of their dollars in our program, which again is providing dollars that we in turn are lending out to our churches. You just heard from the New Covenant Trust Company. We value a relationship we have with them, which through a mutually beneficial arrangement, their investors benefit from a fixed income instrument by investing in our term notes. So their portion of their investors' portfolio is in a collective fixed income mission market on our balance sheet. So next slide, thank you. In summary, PILP continues to be in solid financial shape. Looking forward, our hope is that we continue to serve the denomination through lending. Under the leadership of our board chair, Nathan Anderson, the staff and board will spend some time next month engaging in a strategic planning process to ensure that we continue to meet and exceed the needs of the ever-changing church landscape. So we thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about our program with you today. We're certainly happy to answer any questions. And we do have the 2 items of business before you today with our election of our directors and FIN 05. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. We will ask for you and your colleagues to stay with us virtually while I present the second item of business coming from PILP, which does require a vote, as you noted, that being FIN 05, confirmation of election of president and chief executive officer of PILP. Let me, in that regard, welcome and recognize Nathan Anderson, the board chair from the PILP, to speak to this item. Nathan?
Thank you. Brothers and sisters in Christ, good afternoon. I bring you greetings on behalf of the board of directors of the Investment and Loan Program. I hail from Greensboro, North Carolina, and the Presbytery of Salem. I've been on the board since 2018 and chair since last March. I am excited to share information with you as you prepare to vote on this particular item about the election of our president and chief executive officer, Claire Lewis. Before I speak specifically about Claire, I'd like to briefly share about the selection process and timeline that we went through during the process. Longtime president and CEO Jim Rissler announced his retirement in March of 23. Soon after, the board of directors formed a presidential search committee. In partnership with ASG's human resources team, we executed an RFP for an executive search firm. Boardwalk Consulting was chosen to facilitate the search for us. They had previously led the CEO for the program on 2 different occasions, as well as other recent leadership roles within the PCUSA. They are a talented firm that displayed a deep understanding of the denomination. Boardwalk was engaged during the summer of 23, and our first key effort was crafting a leadership profile that spoke to what PILP is, the opportunities in front of us, and the key characteristics that our new leader should have. That document was released in mid-September, and the Boardwalk team immediately began reaching out to prospective candidates. In total, they had contact with 239 potential candidates. This showed both a strong interest in not only the position, but the program as well. The search committee spent several weeks interviewing many resumes and profiles, and then had 6 Zoom interviews with the most outstanding candidates. Out of those 6, we held in-person half-day interviews with the 2 finalists in Atlanta. Out of the process, Claire Lewis, who was a ruling elder at Bardstown Road Presbyterian Church in Louisville, Kentucky, became the unanimous selection of the committee. She has been with the program since 2015 in a leadership position overseeing sales and marketing. Previously, she held a leadership role with PMA's Congregational Ministries Publishing Division. Claire's experience has given her a deep understanding of intricacies of the program's operations and regulatory environment and the connectional nature of the church that the committee believed would equip her to continue the growth of the program for years to come. She's only been in the position for 6 months, but I can speak for the full board when I state that she is off to a fantastic start and her vision and skills will be transformational to the program and its mission to support congregations and mid-councils throughout the denomination. Thank you.
Let me unmute myself. Are there any questions at this point? If so, indicate by lighting up your question box. Hearing no questions, I will now ask for a motion following the procedure we have outlined. This is as to FIN 05 relative to the election of the president and CEO of PILP.
Just a minute. Not correct. It's not correct.
Not seen that.
Not there yet.
Okay.
It's not there yet.
Oops, actually, no. Bear with us for just a minute, please.
Motion.
Apparently, we have yet to see a motion. If somebody could make a motion, maybe you even want to move to confirm the election, but that's your decision. In any event, make a motion, please.
Mr.
I made a
Moderator,
motion to confirm online.
I did as well.
All right, I think we hear a motion, which is, all right.
Will you mute yourself? Mute yourself. So we don't have the motion. We know that one was made a little bit ago into the pre-motion mode. So Kevin, I think there is one more step. You have to go back into that motion mode and send it because everybody else has given a move. So everybody else has done a seek recognition, but we have to have that motion. We know that it's there. We've done this once before, folks. We know it works. We just have to be patient with technology. So Kevin, can you open your screen? Let me clear this out. Give me 1 second. Okay, Kevin, can you see if your motion shows up in your Make Motion tab?
I see it there, yes.
Okay.
It says your submitted motions, right?
Yes.
I see
Did
it there.
you? Yeah, and you submitted it.
Yeah.
So then go to your session sync, I believe, and seek recognition and put that motion out there.
I don't see that option.
Kevin, it is at the top of the toolbox on the left, little green box.
I see seek recognition, but I don't have an option to.
Okay, so I have. Now what we're showing is hold on, we have two windows that we have to flip flop back and forth to. So I'm not sure what happened, but we have a motion coming from Ella that just disappeared.
And I've gone through that process now 3 times. Seeking
Okay, so Ella,
recognition, put in process, motion to move, and it's still not. I can see all of them on my screen.
okay, so it just popped up on our screen. So it takes a little bit from the little window that we all see on my GA to this big giant screen that we have here that has 6 windows we have to watch for. So Kevin, I'm not sure what happened to yours because we recognize it came through. But right now, Ella, would you like to speak to the motion? Do we have a second to the motion that is currently, you can see it on your MyGA parliamentary toolbox. It says motion on the floor underneath all those colorful boxes. It says I move to elect blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Ella has made this motion. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay. That's all right. You don't have to. Mr. Moderator, you want to take back?
That was eloquent, Ella. Thank you very much. Did we find ourselves a second? I believe Elizabeth, I can't read it, Hilkenbrauer has seconded the motion. So it is before the body. Is there discussion or debate relative to the motion? We okay, it appears that Harold Bennett wishes to speak in agreement with the motion. Harold, you're recognized.
Yes. I belong to a church in Western North Carolina where we supported another church through the PILF. They do excellent work. Firsthand knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It would be appropriate to hear anyone in opposition to the motion. We have received no further comments. That being so, it appears that we're ready to move to the vote. Please turn to your colorful toolbox screen and vote appropriately for confirmation using yes or no as it appears on your screen. You will have 46 seconds to do so. Oh, is that? We'll do that next. Let's finish the vote. All righty. The vote is in, 42 in favor and 0 opposed. The confirmation is approved. Well done. I believe we have at this stage a question that has been raised by Cynthia Mood relative to the making of a motion. Cynthia, we recognize you for your question.
Oh, I don't. I don't think I did.
There we go. You know what? That's Cynthia. That is a breath of fresh air.
I put a thing in process, but no.
I'm going to say as a point of personal privilege, there are 12 computer monitors in this room. And I can't even handle the one. So anybody that wants to make a mistake at any point in the proceeding is more than welcome to do so. That having been said, the next item is FIN 4, that being the election or the approval of the Board of Directors at PILT. Claire, assuming that you're still conscious, would you care to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you. The slate before you includes new board members that our board is comprised of board members that we do get who serve on other committees. We have 2 from the Mission Agency, 2 from the Presbyterian Foundation, 1 from the At-Large Synod, At-Large Presbytery. Some typically come from the General Assembly Nominating Committee, and then there's a few that PILT Board of Directors can choose themselves. This slate before you, we have nominees coming from the Presbyterian Mission Agency, from the General Assembly Nominating Committee, and from the Synod. I'm happy to answer any questions about the makeup.
Do we have a list on the screen of the nominees by any chance?
I do not have that information, Mr. Moderator.
I'm not going to read them.
Hmm?
Read them.
I
believe it's part of the motion.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I believe it's part of the motion.
Our able co-moderator will read the names.
Moderator Catsby, you asked for the names of those people being nominated. So I will read them. It looks like what I see from PC Biz listed under FIN 04. For those of you who want to follow along, you can. The following named individuals to the Board of Directors, class of 26. Felicia Hardy from New Hope Presbytery, Kathy Reeves from Denver Presbytery, class of 28. Ann Apple from Florida Presbytery, Jesse Height from Charlotte Presbytery, Olivia Hudson Smith from Denver Presbytery, Thomas Fleming from Pacific Presbytery, nominated by LIP Personnel Nominating Committee is Cynthia Hernandez Diaz, and nominated by the PUSA Foundation Board says pending. That's what we have listed in that item of business FIN 04.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
And I'm sorry, I froze there for a minute. I am in the office. I'm not sure what's wrong with our internet here today, so sorry about that.
Well, I think the internet hates us. That's the answer. Is there a motion to confirm the election of these named individuals to the PILT Board of Directors? Please, somebody make a motion one way or the other.
I did that.
Was that Cindy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before you read them, I submitted it and I put it in process.
Okay, so let's give us a second. It's not showing up on our end.
It's showing up right.
It's not.
Right there is where she's got.
That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, that's the
Okay,
question. You're right.
Adam Marie, do you have it? It's from Cindy Mood. She said she sent it already as a submit. Okay. Okay, can you recognize Cindy Mood?
I'll be happy to. Cindy, we recognize you for the motion. You wish to speak to it? There's no second
No.
yet.
Just moving to approve.
Thank you, ma'am. Brilliantly. Is there a second? Mark? Maybe that's what may says so right here. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there discussion relative to this item of business?
I have a question. I did put it through the system. I'm not sure if you all see it.
Is this Fanta?
Yes,
We recognize you, Fanta. We see you too.
thank you. My question is around the pending person that is listed there. How do we vote with a pending member, or what is the process of, does it come back to us later on after you, like during GA? I mean, so that's my question. I'm concerned about the pending person.
Moderator, can I speak to that?
Yes.
Sure thing.
Sure, thank you. So the pending board member that we have is a board member that will be designated from the Presbyterian Foundation. They have not found anyone that is able to serve on our board at this time. So it will stay most likely pending for the foreseeable future. If there is a nominee from that board that comes forward, it will go through PMA. So they will be able to serve on our board because of our bylaws enable the Presbyterian Mission Agency to approve our bylaws that will be then ratified at the next GA.
Does that adequately answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very well.
Just a reminder for folks, please remember it is a delay for it to show up from the time that you put a request in till we get it on our screen. We need to remind you to not speak until you are recognized by either Catesby or myself.
It's not that we don't like you, it's just that it takes a while for this stuff to show up. It appears that we're ready to vote. As a reminder, we are voting, I've forgotten already, for the PILT Board of Directors. Please vote now using your toolbox. You will have whatever, 60 seconds and counting. Voting is completed. And the results are in. 42 in favor of approving the PILT Board of Directors, 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much, PILT people, for being with us today. We appreciate you taking the time. Do you want to go right on or take a break? We're charging right ahead. At the same time, let's all take a couple of minutes to stretch and take our afternoon Tylenol and get a drink of water or do whatever we need to do. See you in a couple of minutes.
At the same time, Viet, can you let in all of the folks for FIN 12? We're trying to do 2 things at one time. So we're really going to start back here in like 5 minutes, folks. Two. Catesby corrected me, 2 minutes.
On it.
Joanna or Catesby, could I say something real quick or not yet?
Sandy, do you have a question about the meeting?
Yeah, I just wanted to state something. Earlier when somebody had asked about the names for something, I don't know what you all see or not, so I'm sorry if I spoke at the wrong moment. On our end, when we vote, we can see the motion like right underneath the voting. And so I didn't know if everyone had access to see that or had questions. So I was just trying to clarify, and then I didn't know if it was at the right time. So I apologize if it wasn't.
No worries. I will make sure that everybody knows that when we come back. So
Thank you
take
so
that
much.
stretch.
Thank you.
That motion platform is very well.
Welcome back, my friends. I noticed that not everybody is quite back yet. So I will wait till I see some more beautiful faces online. Oh, look, all the beautiful people.
Oh, that's good.
All righty, I have to change my view because I can only see 3 of you. Do you have everybody on? Okay, that's okay.
Screen's covered up.
Because we're screen sharing, do we have everybody, do we have a majority? I can't quite get my view changer to change views.
I'm
Yes.
stuck.
Thank you.
Everyone has been admitted, Madam and Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Welcome to those of you who are joining us for FIN 12 Special Offerings Task Force report, to all of those things that are coming together with that particular item of business. We welcome and recognize Vince Patton and Jonathan Renink from the Special Offering Task Force, who are coordinating the presentation by the task force members and support staff. They have about 30 minutes to present to us. The floor is yours, Vince.
I'll actually start off for us. Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's all good. No problem at all. Madam Moderator, Mr. Co-Moderator, committee members and colleagues in ministry, my name is John Reining, and I am a teaching elder from Whitewater Valley Presbytery, and I have the privilege of co-moderating this task force with Vince Patton. And we are here to present the findings, the things that we've learned, and the recommendations that we bring on behalf of the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board. Next slide, please. It is, and it's a joy to be able to share this with you. The special offerings are one of the largest ways that Presbyterians come together to do the work of the church. And so it's important that we study this and review this and their impact. I'll pass it off to Vince, or sorry, to Bong, one of my other colleagues from this committee. And I don't hear Bong bring us.
I am here. Thank
there you are.
Thank you, John. Bong brings here greetings from San Gabriel Presbytery here in Southern California. Two verses from Scripture have been very meaningful and inspirational for us as we were tasked regarding special offerings, the work on special offerings. And it's from the 9th chapter of the 2nd letter of Paul to the Corinthian church. And it reads, "You will be enriched in every way for your great generosity, which will produce thanksgiving to God through us. For the rendering of this ministry not only supplies the needs of the saints, but also overflows with many thanksgivings to God." And I would like to say amen to that. Vince?
Thanks, Bong. I'm Vince Patton. I'm ruling elder from Mid-Kentucky Presbytery and co-moderator of the task force. Greetings, moderators and commissioners. The General Assembly's Organization for Mission requires the Presbyterian Mission Agency to provide a task force to review and evaluate the church-wide special offerings and their recipient ministries every 4 years. Next slide, please. And this work calls for the task force to consider new special offerings purposes and to bring a recommendation to the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board for the pattern and distribution of special offerings for the next 4-year cycle. The Presbyterian Mission Agency Board then takes the approved recommendation to the General Assembly for its approval. Next slide, please. In February 2022, the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board voted to refer an additional item to the Special Offerings Task Force, that the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board consider a comprehensive reshaping of the Pentecost offering, the Peace and Global Witness offering, and the Christmas Joy offering in order to develop a unified vision within each offering that more closely aligns with the Matthew 25 call to action. Next slide, please. You've already heard from John and Bong and me. Now it's my privilege to name the other members of our task force. They include the Reverend Ann Apple, the Reverend John Reinick, a co-moderator of the task force, whom you've heard from, Elder Bong Bingus, Elder and Dr. Felicia Ward Hardy, and Elder Joanne Sharp, and Elder Ramona Williams, most of whom you will hear from this afternoon. The following individuals from the national staff provided outstanding support for the work of our task force. They include Margaret Hall Boone, Reverend Wilson Kennedy, Elder Sarah Leisherness, Elder Kathy Lukert, and the Reverend John Wilkinson. And John will now say a little bit more about our recommendations.
Next slide, please. Just as context to what you're about to hear, this recommendation was presented at the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board in February, and it was received and unanimously approved. It has also been endorsed by the ACORP Board, by the Unification Commission, and by the Board of Pensions. I will pass it back to Vince, I believe.
Thanks, John. As the task force, next slide, please. Thanks, John. As the task force developed its recommendations, we kept these principles in mind. Faithful stewardship and the proper use of the gifts of God's creation. A focus on specific causes rather than specific program offices, providing greater latitude and flexibility to address emerging needs of the church and the world. Transformation of the Pentecost offering and how causes supported by that offering might be supported. Maintaining and recalibrating the other 3 church-wide special offerings to increase gifts to those offerings. And now Dr. Felicia Hardy will present the task force's first recommendation.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Our first recommendation is as follows: that the new governance of the new agency shall, on a 6-year cycle, provide a task force for the review and evaluation of the church-wide special offerings and its primary promotional tools, the Presbyterian Giving Catalog, including their role as tools of engagement with lower councils of the church, the recipient programs and ministries, and the consideration of new or different special offerings, purposes, and structures in light of established criteria for recommendation by the new governance to the General Assembly. Ramona will now read recommendation number 2.
Hello, all. Recommendation 2, that a new cycle of church-wide special offerings be launched beginning in 2026 that includes the following 3 church-wide special offerings: the Christmas Joy offering, 1 Great Hour of Sharing, and forming the new World Communion offering. Now we'll go into details. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Ramona. Ann Apple, I'm a teaching elder in the Presbytery of Florida. Greeting moderators and commissioners. So before you is recommendation 2A, which this is our official recommendation. If you see, we're asking that the current Christmas Joy offering, which is interpreted and received during the Advent season in gratitude for God's gift of Jesus Christ to benefit the PCUSA causes and ministry that serve God's children and leaders, past, present, and future. And those are children at risk, youth and young adults, leadership development for people of color, Presbyterian-related schools and colleges equipping communities of color, SCECC, at 35%, and servants of the church in need through the assistance program of the Board of Pensions, also at 35%. Next slide, please. So this is the current Pentecost offering, whose causes will be enfolded into the Christmas Joy offering. So currently, 50% supports the assistance program of the Board of Pensions to provide critical financial support to current and retired church workers and their families. 50% also supports education and leadership development at Presbyterian-related schools and colleges equipping communities of color. And the current institutions being supported are the Menal School in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Presbyterian Pan-American School in Kingsville, Texas, and Stillman College in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Next slide, please. This is the Pentecost offering as it currently stands. So currently the Pentecost offering, 40% remains with your congregation to support ministries with children and youth in your community. 25% supports young adult volunteers, YAVs as we might know them, serving in communities around the world and growing as leaders through transformative Christian service. 25% assist ministries with youth ages 12 to 18, including those who are called to accompany them through platforms like the Presbyterian Youth Triennium. And then 10% upholds ministries with children at risk through the Educate a Child and Transform the World National Initiative, a goal dedicated to motivating and inspiring Presbyterians to better the lives of children created in the image of God so that they might live into the fullness of life. Next slide, please. So what's new with the Christmas Joy offering? You might note that we've kind of laid out kind of where we are with these offerings, and starting where we are, this is what we're proposing is new with the Christmas Joy offering. We are moving to a cause-based rather than a program-based offering. We are adding ministries with youth and young adults and children at risk supported by the current Pentecost offering. And we are recalibrating percentages that are allocated to the assistance program of the Board of Pensions and to the Presbyterian-related schools and colleges equipping communities of color. Thank you. Joanne, next slide.
I am Joanne Sharp, ruling elder, St. Augustine Presbytery. Thank you, Anne, and thank you, moderators, for this time. Recommendation 2B concerns the 1 great hour of sharing. The 1 great hour of sharing is interpreted during Lent and received on Palm Sunday and or Easter Sunday in response to Christ's call to ministries of compassion for the most vulnerable around the world. Causes supported by this offering are disaster, hunger, poverty, climate change, immigration, migration, and refugees. Next slide, please. Currently, the 1 great hour of sharing is divided between Presbyterian Disaster Assistance, Presbyterian Hunger Program, self-development of people by percentages. Next slide, please. What's new with 1 great hour of sharing? Moving to cause-based support from percentage and program designation, much like what you heard with the Christmas Joy offering. And I will now turn it back over to Vince, please. Next slide.
Thanks, Joanne. Another recommendation from the task force is a World Communion Sunday offering, which would begin to be interpreted on Labor Day and be received on World Communion Sunday with a season of preparation, which seeks to cultivate forms of reconciliation encountered when Christ calls and gathers all of God's people to the table of grace around the world. Gifts to this offering would be used for grants to councils of the church, for ministries reflecting the values of the World Communion offering. This is a way the church can be in deeper collaboration with congregations and mid-councils, as well as for staff who promote the offering to have even greater access to stories of how the funds that are being granted are actually being used. And gifts for the World Communion offering will be used for ministries that may be described as reconciliatory, including racial justice, gender justice, peacemaking, global witness, and ecumenical and interfaith relations. General Assembly actions continue to reflect just how important these causes are to Presbyterians. Next slide. Currently, the Peace and Global Witness offering is interpreted in early September and received on the first Sunday in October. Currently, 25% of the offering is retained by congregations for peacemaking efforts that align with their ministry. 25% is retained by mid-councils for peace and global witness efforts, and 50% is retained and remained with the Presbyterian Mission Agency to advocate for peace and justice in cultures of violence, including our own, through projects of education and Christian witness. Next slide, please. So what's new about the World Communion offering? A grant program will be administered by the Unified Agency, which will create more equitable access for all councils of the church by removal of the retained portions of the offering to congregations and mid-councils. This will allow for greater collaboration between congregations and mid-councils. This will also provide greater access to stories of impact that can be shared with the wider church. There's also a wider selection of causes to reflect commitments by councils and congregations. Next slide, please. So how did the task force reach this proposal? Again, we were guided by our mandate by the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board. We began our work with the consultations with program staff of the recipient ministries. We reviewed and really followed the data from the research survey conducted by Research Services. We used our own experiences in our congregations, what we heard from staff, what was revealed in the survey, and listened for what God, through the Holy Spirit, might be calling us to do at this point in time. And now John will share a little bit more about our meetings and consultations.
Thanks, Vince. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is, it's teeny, well, you may not be able to see, it's teeny tiny, but it's a brief summary of some of the people who this committee met with. We met, I believe it was 16 times with people that were representing programs or program areas, ministries that received from the offerings. Everyone from all of the offerings, we touched base with as many people as we could, trying to get experience and their experiences with the offerings, the impacts of the offerings, and also how the actual vehicle of the offerings worked, and if it was beneficial for them and how it was beneficial and what could be improved. That's just the program side of things, however. We also went and talked to the people. I will pass this off to Felicia.
Thank you, John. Along with many meetings and consultations, we commissioned our own research services to conduct a substantive, significant survey of our constituents to gauge their responses. You can find that survey located on PCBiz. Ramona?
The survey findings were, the survey was sent to 6,383 congregants. 1,118 were received and 719 were complete responses. The 4 current special offerings were known by the respondents. There was agreement that the offerings generally align with the liturgical season in which is typically received. The bulletin inserts and offering envelopes are the two primary materials used to promote the offerings by congregations. The children's coin box, as we know as Gracie, the fish boxes, are congregational favorites. Respondents want more videos of the 2 minutes or less to support the offerings. Those were the findings. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you.
Actually, could we back up one slide, please?
Joanne, would you like to take this slide?
Thank you, John. Some other survey findings were very few respondents follow special offerings on any of the social media platforms. Opting out, not every congregation receives the promotional materials let me try that again. Not every congregation that receives the promotional material presents the offerings to the congregations. Some prefer to focus on local needs and missions. Others feel that there are too many asks from the national offices and there's a sense of offering fatigue. Another reason, incomes are limited, therefore the number of offerings is limited. And finally, disagreement with decision made by the national leadership or the General Assembly affects the findings. Next slide, please. And Vince, I'll pass it back to you.
I'm a funny looking Vince, but oops.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Ann.
Ann.
Go ahead, Ann.
Is that okay?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
y'all, I'm in the midst of a transition, so I don't know if you hear a taping of boxes behind me. So forgive me if that's what you hear. But I'm also in the midst of opening some boxes, and I happened to find this book, and I had packed a box, and it said "Start where you are." So I'm going to start where we are, but really by pointing back to where we began with you. We started in Scripture thinking about generosity and how these special offerings really allow us to do the work of Christ and Christ's mission really in the world as the Presbyterian Church. And what we found as we did this work together with these consultations and meetings, many Zoom meetings, I would tell you, but also plus the survey that we did that Ramona and Joanne told you a little bit about those results. But plus we have this gift of being the connectional church and of being able to discern, how do these special offerings really work? I've served several churches, and it's interesting to see how different churches approach these offerings. But we together had the privilege of discerning what might be best to recommend about how these offerings are used and done. And so what we found kind of at the end of our time together of this period of discernment was a particular set of values, and those values are before you. They really allowed us to think about, we started with kind of the foundations of Presbyterian polity about the stewardship of God's gifts, but we found some other things that we'd like to share with you just to kind of put before you as we think about the generosity of Presbyterians through the generations, for those who have been, for those of us who are now, and for those who will come when we are gone. So here are some of those values. One of the things we learned is that people are looking for fewer offerings with clearer themes to simplify and to clarify the donor experience. Then looking for increased flexibility to make ministries more adaptable by removing allocation percentages. So in some of those, the offerings that are as they currently exist, you saw that there were percentages attached to them. So we had to spend some time there thinking about What does it look like to be adaptive as we think about generosity for the future? Then we're in the midst of change, as every day gives us change. And so how do we empower the unified structure with the new ag staff leaders and the new governance board to fulfill the mission objectives of the church, really wanting to support the work of the whole church together? Then how do we lay this out in a way that creates a culture of intersectional access to funds by eliminating retained portions, and enhancing collaborative possibilities? And then one of the treasures that I have from serving with this group of people was to be able to hear the stories of how these offerings support people. And so how do we reinforce those stories of impact, of how these special offerings really impact God's people through an equitable granting process? And then lastly, how we foster collaborative opportunities for ministries currently that are housed with OGA and PMA. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Ann. So this slide actually shows the total gifts to the 4 church-wide special offerings in 2023. And you can see there's one great hour sharing, which has 6.5 million, Pentecost offering, which is 786,000, roughly 818,000 for the Peace and Global Witness, and then close to 2.5 million for the Christmas Joy offering. Next slide, please. This slide actually shows the promotion costs for each of the church-wide special offerings over the past 4 years. With 1 or 2 exceptions, the promotion costs for the church-wide offerings have remained relatively steady. And now John will review the financial projections for the church-wide special offerings.
Next slide. Thank you, Vince. And here you'll see the projected incomes for what we project. This is, of course, we are projecting. So we are predicting the future in a world that is unpredictable, but we attempt anyway. What I find to be actually more helpful is if we go to the next slide. I have a degree in math, and yet I still find this to be more helpful. So you'll see here that if we stick with the projected, we do not change anything. If we do not accept any of the recommendations of this report, that first chart will be the projected income from the 4 special offerings and the Presbyterian Giving Catalog. In 2025, it'll be $11.4 million, and in 2026, it'll be $11.2 million. If we do change the way that we receive these offerings, if we accept all of the recommendations presented before you, the projections are that there will be actually a modest increase in the income from the offerings. You'll see that Christmas Joy seems to do a big jump, and this reflects the causes that are then the new transformed offerings as they have broadened causes that are encompassed in them. So that's what we've been given as projections, which is interesting and exciting to see nonetheless. And that would be an increase. 2025 would be as projected because the change would not be implemented until 2026, so it'd still be $11.4 million. And in 2026, it'd be a $12.5 million income for the year. Next slide. That's a brief summary of what we've been doing on behalf of the offerings and programs represented by those offerings. We will now accept questions if there are any, and we'll do our best to answer them or pass them off to people who can.
Thank you to the folks from the Special Offering Task Force. Yes, please do indeed stay right here. We are going to spend a little bit of time. Commissioners, please remember, if you have a question, go to your parliamentary toolbox, put the question in. Remember, it does take time, even though the internet we assume is instantaneous. It is not. We will go take questions as much as we can, as quickly as we can as well, so that the task force folks can ask them. So please make sure your question is pertinent to the presentation that we have just seen. And I am understanding there are at least 3 questions. Oh, there's now 4 or 5. So the moderator recognizes Cynthia Mood.
Yes.
Please remember to introduce yourself, who you are, and where you're from.
Cynthia Mood, teaching elder commissioner from New Covenant Presbytery. My question is whether there has been consideration to whether people will give the same amount in one Sunday as they previously did over the course of 2 different Sundays.
That is something that I would have to ask the people that did the projections. Well, would John or Wilson have extra info on that? I'm looking for faces. I'm going to say that it's probably beyond my answer. I'm not going to be able to answer that, but we can look for an answer and get back to you.
Okay. Cynthia, that's what we have with that one. It looks like we have a question from Sandy Santana.
Yes, thank you. Sandy Santana, ruling elder commissioner from the Presbytery of Long Island. I'm just wondering, with respect to the World Communion Day offering and the grant process, what was the thinking and analysis with respect to smaller churches who might not have the bandwidth, the staff, to apply for grants generally, and whether you consider whether this would be much more amenable for bigger churches than smaller churches, and how you thought about that?
So I could take a stab at that if you're okay with that, Vince. The thinking was that this would be an opportunity for us to allow smaller congregations, smaller ministries to apply for the opportunity to have a larger impact and larger access, and that's where the equity would come in. The application process is, as I understand it, wouldn't be incredibly labor intensive. This is we're not applying for Lilly endowment grants or anything like that. Thankfully, this is much simpler than most processes would be. At least that's the expectation. Again, we're predicting, and these are our recommendations, but that's our hope.
Okay. Thank you for that response. I have a hand up from.
One thing I would add is that with the granting program, such as the one we're proposing, there's the likelihood that congregations would have access to even a greater amount of funds, and they would be able to accomplish more in their ministries than they would ordinarily if it was just a sole congregation.
Okay. Sandy, hopefully that answers at least some of your question. Awesome. Looks like we have a question from Fanta Lansden.
Yes, thank you. Fanta Lansden, teaching elder commissioner from Salem Presbytery. My question is around the metrics of the differences projected for next year, or the changes when they're implemented. How are those metrics determined in regards to the increase in funds that we will receive due to the changes that are made?
There's someone from the task force.
From what I gather, if you look at the actual chart, and I would have to pull it up again, but if you add in the Pentecost offering to the Christmas Joy offering, that together would then create the 2026 number for the Christmas Joy offering. Does that make sense? Because we're transforming and embracing the Pentecost offering into the Christmas Joy offering and creating something new. And so that's where those numbers come from primarily. So it's unifying those numbers as we unify those offerings from one year into the next. There is also space created to say, with new offerings and with new broadened perspective, broadened programming and support that is given, different causes, more causes that are supported by the offerings, that there will be more energy behind it, and hopefully we expect more giving toward it as well.
Thank you.
The moderator recognizes Elizabeth Diddy, who has a question.
Yes, thank you. I'm Elizabeth Ann Diddy, and I'm a ruling elder commissioner from Heartland, which is in Kansas City, Missouri area. The question that I wanted to see if there was some response to is we did hear some comments earlier today from congregations that were concerned that once the percentages were changed, that they currently had funded programs, that it really concerned them for this type of a change, where instead of having local control over that, they would have to turn around and apply for grants in regard to obtain those funds, that they're used to just keeping the percentage and having them available. And I know from my personal experience that I also consider that in regard to my own contributions for the Pentecost offering that is kept here locally to support a youth at risk program. I just wondered, how are they planning? Did they inquire if that's going to impact the giving, and how would we educate in a way to accommodate this relatively big change to some congregations that might have resistance to having to go through the national office to obtain grants, which can seem intimidating?
I think our folks in the mission engagement and support area are equipped to answer that, and if it's okay with the moderator, perhaps they could respond.
That would be okay if we have. Do we have somebody available?
That's either John Wilkinson or Wilson Kennedy.
Madam Moderator, John Wilkinson. Maybe we can start with Wilson and go from there, if that's okay with you all.
That's okay. I just don't see everybody's on my screen. So if Wilson is here, that would be great.
Thanks, moderator. I'm Wilson Kennedy. I serve as the Associate Director for Special Offerings and Appeals in the Administrative Services Group, and have the pleasure of leading and directing the work of special offerings for the denomination. I'm also a minister member of Cherokee Presbytery. It's an honor to be here today and to share with you the work that this task force has done. The ruling elder commissioner brings up a really pivotal question that is going to be the guiding question for the work of special offerings until January and through January 1st, 2026, when these recommendations, if adopted and approved by you all in the assembly, would come into effect. And that is essentially, how do we talk about the change? How do we talk about all the proposed changes, both financially, in terms of how we might interpret the work of special offerings, but then also teach our congregations and the councils how that might happen. So to simply put, we are already at work, pending action of the General Assembly to begin reformatting the special offerings. We know that in a post-COVID world that our churches are changing drastically all around us. And so it is imperative for us to do that work, regardless of the discernment that you all undertake today and the work at the assembly coming up in a few days' time. So that's an important consideration that we're already undertaking. In regards to essentially moving 4 offerings to 3, it's important. A few minutes ago, someone spoke to the question of how do you essentially ask for money twice and then stuff all those same things and ask money once. We believe that and the projections bear out that by grouping these cause areas together, particularly related to Christmas Joy offering, to take that as an example, to group these cause areas together from our youngest folks all the way to our oldest folks through the lens of leadership development is a compelling and a really strong way to interpret the work of the offerings. So that was some of the wisdom of that the committee or the task force undertook when they were looking at how we might move from 4 to 3 in that sense, while not losing any funding cause areas. That's an important piece of this. No current ministry, no current cause area would lose support in the if the recommendations were adopted. So that, in a broad stroke, is how we're kind of approaching this from a work perspective. And then also, we'll be looking to the church for guidance and leadership and how what works for the church. As a pastor and as a former mid-council leader, it's an honor to be able to help the church move into this new relationship with the offerings while strengthening the new thing that's happening in our midst as a denomination. So I'd like to invite my colleague, moderator John Wilkinson, if it is okay with you, to follow up.
If he can briefly, that would be great.
I will be as brief as possible, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And before anything else, I just want to say thanks to this extraordinary task force for their faithful work. And if we don't do anything else today but thank them, I think that's worth doing. I think we take very seriously some of the concerns raised in the hearings this morning, and I believe all those concerns are responded to well in the rationale and the report itself. We being the task force did what the PMAB asked it to do, a kind of comprehensive reshaping that's holistic, that's anticipatory, that is both data informed and discerned. And as my colleague and friend Wilson said, we're not eliminating anything, but we're kind of trying to take fresh looks at things so that this church that is so generous with its support will continue to support the things that they care about. I would just I hope the committee, as I know they have, read the rationale and the proposal fully. I think it addresses many of the concerns that have been raised. I think that hopefully that answers the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The moderator recognizes Ella Chesney.
Hi, Ella Chesney. I'm a YAD from the Cherokee Presbytery. So I have read the rationales, and this question is going to sound a little hostile, and I don't mean it in that way at all. But so the peace and global witness will be absorbed into that World Communion offering, correct? And I believe that makes sense. But it's my understanding that that takes away the percentage that churches get for their own local missions and things. And what makes you believe that you will increase overall donations to the church when you're taking away the ability for churches to use that money locally? Because that seems to go against our entire governance system. Again, not hostile. I just couldn't think of a delicate way to word that.
It's not received as hostility, if that's any. Thank you for your question. It's a good one. The numbers that you'll see on the projections, if you think about it, the PMA, the national office has received 50% of the offering, and now we would be receiving 100% of the offering. That's where a large amount of that increase is coming from in the projections. The idea behind this is sitting on that value of simplifying everything. There has been and is confusion even amongst staff that receive from the Pentecost and Peace and Global Witness offerings. And I used to work at special offerings several years ago, and I would get it mixed up. What percentage goes where, who's receiving what, and simplifying this was a huge part of that process. Is that causing churches to not receive from those offerings? Not necessarily. The opportunity for grant applications is there. We have recommended in the rationale that this be a simple application process. There are grant making processes in place already in the PMA. However, that whole system is up for change in the next few years as we go through a unification process. But that's beyond us. But that is our recommendation. Does that answer your question mostly?
Mostly.
Yeah. Thank you for that candid response.
Just one, if I could, I just want to add one piece. I think John's answer was great. I just have one piece. It's in this World Communion offering, there are a broader set of causes that are being supported, and so perhaps there are other congregations that may not be currently participating in the current Peace and Global Witness offering that may give to other things such as gender justice, racial justice, global witness, and ecumenical and interfaith relations. So again, we've given, and peacemaking is there, and so congregations who gave to the Peace and Global Witness offering could certainly continue to give to the Peace, to the World Communion Sunday offering, as it will still be supported. So there's a greater number of specific causes that we're proposing be supported with the World Communion Sunday offering.
Thank you for that. The moderator recognizes Mark, and I'm going to butcher your last name. Blake. Thank you.
As bad as it looks. I've heard some great concern about, especially from PDA, Presbyterian Disaster Assistance, and others, that, you know, with the percentage going away, we're moving toward cause rather than program. What might happen to those programs? And I know that, you know, disaster relief, for example, I'm using that as an example, is a big draw in these offerings. I mean, how can these programs continue doing what they're doing and doing so well, and yet waiting for grants to go through? It's been my experience that even though grants start out simple, they don't end up simple.
No.
I hope that's the case. It stays simple, but that's not my experience in life.
Madam Moderator,
Yes, sir.
Could Sarah Leisherness speak to that?
If she can be brief, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
question is about distribution.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and greetings, members of the committee. I'm Sarah Leisherness. I am a ruling elder. I am the Deputy Executive Director for Mission Programs for the Presbyterian Mission Agency, and have served this church for 32 years. And I started as an associate in the peacemaking program. So these offerings all of them are near and dear to my heart. With respect, and maybe it wasn't clear, what I heard the commissioner asking or thinking is that PDA would now have to apply for grants for these resources. That is not the case. PDA is one of our stellar programs, along with our other programs, Self-Development of People, the Hunger Program, the Peacemaking Program. And those programs will still be funded and supported through the mission budget. Only a portion of all of the amazing work that PDA does is supported by this special offering. What this will do is it will provide greater flexibility for, there might be times when the leaders of those programs will say, we need more resources in this spot or more resources in that spot. This change allows for that kind of flexibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. The moderator recognizes Deborah Mitchell.
Hi, my initial question was answered about a working definition for cause-based support. I understand that special offerings, per your recommendation, are going from 4 to 3. And I also looked at, I used to be a marketing person, and I looked at the promotional costs, and they, who do we talk to about that? Because I think that means that a quarter of the promotional costs should go out of this as well. So there's my question. It's revised from what you saw before, but the other question was answered.
Thank you, Deborah. Good to see you. Whitewater Valley Presbytery friend. I'll pass this off to John Wilkinson, if that's okay, Madam Moderator.
It is.
In terms of the promotional costs, I think the commissioner asked a good question. We have a formula that has been worked out over many years that has been kind of approved by boards. And we work, I can say, very hard to keep those costs as low as possible. We love commissioner input after today about how we continue to do that. But I think, Madam Moderator, if I ask my colleague Wilson, who deals a little more directly with the promotional cost piece of this, if he can give what I would hope would be a brief answer to that.
That would be great.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, moderator. The production costs are a big portion of our day-to-day work. And we strive every day to be conservative in our work and to provide effective resource and promotion for the over 7,000 congregations that receive at least one of the special offerings. I have the pleasure of leading a team of wonderful fundraising and marketing professionals who are always looking to be conservative in our approach, who are always looking to be creative in the ways that we respond to the tasks that are handed us by the General Assembly. And we are always in every season of church life. I know you all will be looking at the unified budget tomorrow. You will see that we are projecting a significant savings in the budget in the next unified budget cycle to ensure that we can both move this work forward, but also be responsive to the financial realities of where the church is and where the church is headed into the future.
Thank you for that answer. My notes over here say I have at least one other person. So the moderator recognizes, where did the name go? Nope. Because I think I had Sandy. Did your question get answered already?
Yes.
I failed to move you to the already spoken column of the computer world. And then there's one more, Dana. Did your question get answered? Because I thought I heard an answer related to it, but I might be wrong.
But like the other one, nice woman, I shifted a little bit. I
Okay,
have
go for
two
it.
questions. As far as PDA is concerned, who's going to decide how much money they can get for their budget if it's not a set amount every year? That's the first question. The second question is, my church, Dana Monk, ruling elder from Santa Barbara.
Thank you.
I forgot that part. My other question is, we take great pride in that 25% to send to local missions. We choose something and we hand it over. But does that mean every year we're going to have to apply for grants? It just seems like it adds red tape into everything to have to apply for grants and set it up, which is more work for someone in the congregation. So those are my two things.
Do we have an answer? Or an attempt?
Madam Moderator, we think that maybe Sarah Leisherdis might be the best place to start, if that's okay to ask her to respond.
It is.
Madam Moderator and members of the committee, Sarah Leisherness, Deputy Executive Director, Mission, the Presbyterian Mission Agency. With the first piece with Presbyterian Disaster Assistance, as with all of our programs across the Mission Agency, what is currently known as the Mission Agency, there are everybody has core budgets that provides for staffing and travel and offices. So those core budgets come, and then, for instance, all of the programs who also distribute grants, as PDA does so generously, that's the part of their budget that is flexible depending on the nature of disasters such as the Ukraine or Palestine, Israel. I do also want to note that in terms of the concerns about the red tape and grant programs, we have a new staff person who is helping us to streamline and coordinate grants across the mission agency, or what is now known as the mission agency, that will still be present and working when we move into the new agency. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, if I might add to that, the grant process also is intended to permit equity within the church, allowing for congregations like yours that have the opportunity to give to certain programs. It gives you that opportunity. It does require, or it would require, recommend a grant application, but then it would also allow other congregations, smaller ones, congregations that don't have the resources to have those opportunities. It would give them the chance to do so. It also would reinforce our reporting process and reporting structure, because you give to those programs, but we don't know that otherwise. Sorry, I keep saying you. I'm looking at Dana, ruling elder, a monk. So, it does permit that reporting process. And one other fact, if I might add, Madam Moderator, just so that we all know the scale of this, roughly, I believe it was exactly in 2022, 21% of congregations received the Peace and Global Witness offering, and 20 received the Pentecost offering, just to kind of give scale.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that information. It looks like we have a question from Jane Shoski. Maybe not. Jane, if you have a question, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. My question is for.
Who are you and where are you from?
My name is Jane Shockey.
Uh-huh.
SC, hockey like the sport. I am a teaching elder commissioner from the Upper Ohio Valley Presbytery, which is in the Ohio River Valley between Ohio and West Virginia, mostly.
Thank you so much.
And my question is for those that have expressed their the joy and pride they have in the local missions that they have been able to support through their percentage portions.
So is it a question directly to the presenters? If not, I'm going to ask you to hold that question.
It is, I guess, if I'm trying to see the downside of the grant process, how that would detract from those local things, because can't churches just give any amount to local things that they want?
So Jane, I'm going to call that as a question that gets put on debate when there's an actual motion on our floor. So if you'll hold that question, I'm going to leave you in the queue.
Okay.
And so that will stay there. Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure we can ask them to answer that question. Are there any other questions that can be asked of those folks who have come to us from the task force for special offerings? Seeing no other questions that will come that will go to the task force folks who have presented today, I want to say thank you to all of you who have been present with us, who have shared your presentation and your work with us, and that commitment to the life of this church in so many ways. We will do our deliberating after you all depart from us. But thank you indeed for being here and spending time with this committee.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can't hear you, Joanna.
That's because I'm not talking. I'm trying to make sure with my parliamentarian what is the process piece.
Yeah, the conversation after the motion. You want it on?
Okay. I know there is a question that has come up in the leadership team about if there will be more questions to go to those who presented to us today. So I want to ask one more time, do any of you have questions specifically about the presentation information that has been shared to us today? I am checking the queue. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm muted. Thank you. Everybody here in the room can hear me. So I don't see any more questions that have come up that are directly to the presenters. I know that we have the ability to connect with them if they are available in our conversation or debate about a motion that may or may not come from this body at this time. So we're going to invite them to leave us so that we can do the work of this committee to move forward. Hold on. Where did my mouse go? Every time somebody touches my stuff. No, it's because I have three monitors trying to manage. Is there a commissioner who has a question that needs to be asked of the presenters today? You have to seek recognition and pose the question in the parliamentary toolbox. We are not watching Zoom for hands. I apologize to our guests of the committee. We are definitely, there are no questions that we are seeing coming through the parliamentary toolbox. And so we are going to, again, invite our presenters to excuse themselves. I know that some of them have already left. Can't tell. I believe they are. They are all out. Okay. So my friends, take a deep breath. Breathe in the midst of the Holy Spirit. Take a pause. to let all that go and to fill ourselves again. For us to move forward at this juncture, is there somebody who would like to make a motion in about FIN 12, the Special Offering Review Task Force? Remember, they are recommending some actions to the General Assembly, and it is our responsibility to sort of vet it for lack of better description, and for us to debate or do whatever we need to do to allow the spirit to move, to give everybody space to process in a way that is who they are. So recognizing some of us are instantaneous and some of us need to take a breath and try again and think about some things and consider a different pace. Okay. So knowing all of that, take a deep breath. If you so choose, there is not a motion on the floor yet for us, so there is nothing for us to discuss yet until there is a motion on the floor. Remember, go to your parliamentary box in your MyGA, go to submit a motion. Remember, it takes time to fly through the air to get to us.
Madam
I tried to
Moderator,
motion about 10 minutes. Sorry. I tried to submit a motion about 10 minutes ago and I guess it didn't go through. But when I go to my submitted motions, it does come up. So I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Who is speaking? Because it doesn't pop up on my screen.
So sorry. Lizzie Healy and the Yad from Shenandoah Presbytery.
Okay, so Liz, I think I see a motion that is just hitting us, but I don't see the motion, and our recorder has yet to tell me she has received that motion. For Elizabeth Healy. She's checking, so it may be sitting there. Because the actual whatever motion you put in doesn't show up on my screen, it only shows up on her screen. Okay, so conferring with the parliamentarian and the recorder, we know that, Liz, there is something in our queue, but it looks like it is an amendment to a motion when we don't have a motion. So we have to have an emotion to amend to begin with.
Joanna, this is Kevin Smith, ruling elder, Commissioner Detroit. I made
Kevin,
a motion.
You're supposed to use the queue thing, right?
It's not working though.
It's okay, go for it. It's not working at all.
I can't use it if it's not working. I put a motion and it's not showing up in your end. And it was about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me check that. So we have a tech queue and we will have that addressed later on tonight, my friends. I apologize. I know this is tedious and grueling for all of us here, as well as for all of you online. There is indeed, the recorder did receive a motion from Kevin Smith. Kevin, would you like to speak to that motion, even though we don't have a second yet, because nobody can see what that motion is? Actually, it is just showing up now on your MyGA, and it says a motion to approve the recommendation of the Special Offering Task Force. Is there a second to that motion? It looks like we have a second to that motion. Now, my friends, we do already know that we have somebody who has an amendment. Yes, Mr. Parliamentarian, is that what you're nodding at me?
Kevin, ask if Kevin wants to speak.
Thank you. He's correcting me because I asked Kevin to speak and then I just mowed him over. So Kevin and I know each other from past lives. So Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm making the motion as part of our process. I'm not.
Who are you and where are you from?
Sorry. It's been a long day. Kevin Smith. I'm a ruling elder commissioner from the Presbytery of Detroit. I don't want to speak for the motion at this point. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, and if someone makes the motion, just let them in, and that's fine. Just let the process happen.
Okay, so
I don't even see the motion itself. Oh.
it's coming. Okay, so our screens, my friends, we're having to use one version of the screen because the version we're supposed to be using is not populating with all of your things. And so give us a minute. We are making it happen as best that we can. So we have several folks. We're going to begin to speak to this motion. So let me do just a process piece for Elizabeth, who has, we know, something in the queue. So Elizabeth, please make sure you put yourself in that queue. Thank you. The moderator recognizes Justin Burgess, who will be speaking against.
You can call me Dave Burgess, which is fine, but Justin's my first name. The cruel joke that my parents played on me 50 years ago. Dave Burgess, teaching elder commissioner, Giddings Lovejoy. I'm speaking against, but I can be swayed. I'm reminded of the old saying from Tip O'Neill that all politics is local. And this is my concern as part of a church that supports all 4 denominational offerings and is intentional about that. And in some ways, I did not feel like I got a satisfactory answer to this. There's the expectation that folks will just continue to give at the current level, or there might be an increase because of a few other things. While important, as we kind of mesh these things together, we really have no idea what percentage of people give, because I know that 20%, whatever the local thing that's going to go is going to go there. Of course, they could give to, for our money goes to Presbyterian Children's Homes and Services with at-risk youth because they're there and we're involved with them. My concern is that without the local giving carrot, we might lose the whole cake or lose a large portion of that. So that is my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dave. We have to call you Justin because that's what your registration official name is. No, just kidding. That's what comes up on my screen.
Gave a preferred name. I filled it out.
It doesn't give us that on our other computer.
Of all the issues today, that's poco. No big deal.
Yeah.
Call me Justin. Call me Al.
The moderator recognizes Harold Bennett speaking for the motion.
Harold Bennett, teaching elder
Baltimore Presbyterian. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. This task force has come together. The people on the task force are people that have done their due diligence. We cannot answer every question. What is the if question? What if this, that, and other? I'm afraid that if we vote this down as no, it will destroy all the good work that this task force has done in light of the fact that the unification is coming and it has to be reckoned with before we get to unification.
Thank you. Moderator recognizes Ella Chesney speaking against.
Hi, Ella Chesney, yeah, Cherokee Presbytery. And I don't think we're ready as a group to approve the recommendations. I think we all have a few more questions and a little more discussion is needed.
Okay. This is the time and the place for sure for some conversation. Is there anyone else who wants to speak for? Right now, I only see folks who want to speak against. Oh, there is somebody that just popped up. Moderator recognizes Jane Shockey, because she said like hockey.
Yes, I understand that there is.
Can you remind us who you are?
Yes,
This is
I'm
good
sorry.
practice for the whole plenary thing.
Of course. My name is Jane Shockey. I am a teaching elder commissioner for the Upper Ohio Valley Presbytery. And my question is, I understand that there is a possible giving fatigue that is trying to be lessened by the task force's recommendation. I guess what I see as logical is that if somebody wants to give to their local, they have every ability to do that. I don't see how that will, if somebody does see, I would love to hear their side. I don't see how that will detract from the support of the special offerings at the national level. Maybe somebody could enlighten me to how that would affect, because if you're getting at a local level and you're taking up an offering and you don't have to turn in a certain percent to the higher councils, you get to keep it. I just don't understand why it going through the process of the higher councils has any advantages. I mean, I'm saying, I think the way the task force has put it allows for both. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm not sure any of us really have an answer to that. I'm not sure the task force had an answer. I think they tried to answer all the things we could ask them. Mm-hmm. That's not one that we heard from them. Okay, so keep that in mind, folks. We have a couple of process questions, or processes. They're not really questions. One is coming from Sandra Acero. When it comes time to vote, how do we consider dividing the question into two recommendations? It is my understanding that there's many things that can happen. One option would be to vote this motion down. There is a possibility of substitute motions where you can divide it out. There's amending motions, which I believe are a little bit, which I think fall into that, separating them into two. There are all of us looking now at our cheat sheet procedures motion things to go from there. Because I don't know about you, but not all of my session meetings have motions that get amended or split or whatever. That's the easiest way for me to explain that. So there's lots of options. We could vote this down completely. We can start over. We can amend. It just depends what this body would like to do. And also it sort of depends on what pops up on the queue on my end. There also can be a motion to divide, which is in my head somewhat of an amendment. Okay. Sandy, does that answer your question?
Mostly, yes. So if it were something where we wanted to consider that, would I then or somebody then make a motion to divide the question and then we would address it as that motion for the dividing, or would you recommend that it proceeds as a substitute or an amendment? Like, what's the best way to bring that to the floor for consideration, I guess would be my question.
I am going to consult the parliamentarian because I am not one.
Thank you.
Or ask the parliamentarian to speak to it.
Okay, so looking at your lovely orange card, under the incidental motions, divide the question is appropriate at this point. It needs a second. It's not debatable. And though it is amendable. And I think the motion to divide, though, you would need to say, how do you want to divide it? Is that to divide it into the proposal A and a proposal B or some other way? And so that would need to be part of the motion. And then it'd be a majority vote to decide whether we divide or not. If we divide, then we would deal with each one of the divisions individually. If we don't, we decide not to divide it, then we continue on. If that is one makes that motion.
Does that answer the question a little bit more clearly? It's we also have one more process question that we're going to field, and it is from Janet Brown Taylor, asking if there's a possibility, if it's legitimate, to make a motion to set this aside and consider it later on in our agenda, to table it until the end of the week, or so people have some time to think about it. That is also an option for folks, is to table it until later on in our week, knowing our week is like tomorrow and Thursday. Okay.
You good? You were asking.
No, that would came out. That, yes, is that correct? Am I correct?
Okay. Yes. So again, looking at the orange card, a motion could be made to postpone to definite time. We cannot postpone it indefinitely. So I think if there was a motion to postpone it, we would need to say when we want to take it back up. So postpone it till tomorrow morning, or some particular point in our adopted agenda, but it needs to be to a definite time because we do have to deal with it. And once again, that one is it's an order. It's requires a second. It is debatable and amendable and all those good things. Majority vote. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have multiple processes on our floor or out in the open so that everybody is sort of on the same page in that regard. And look up, and now I have a wholly populated 8 of you ready to speak, as well as 2 that have motions on the floor. Let's see, where am I? Are we ready to make motion? We currently have a motion on the floor. I'm gonna see if there are a couple of folks who still want to speak for and against. What was the last one? We had somebody who spoke.
She was scored.
4. So Milo, you have the floor. You have asked to speak against the current motion.
Alrighty. My main thoughts on this are the fact that I don't know about y'all, but for me, money is a very limited thing. So I'm a lot less likely to end up, like, I have to be very careful about how I prioritize my giving. And so if we're removing the local aspect of these offerings, that is going to impact my decision and would probably impact a lot of other people's decision to give. Because I can't give the same amount to one offering that I would give to 2 offerings each, because I just don't have the money for that. And especially in smaller churches, a lot of people don't have the money for that. That's all I really have to say to that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. The moderator recognizes Deanie Strength.
Thank you, moderator. Deanie Strength, teaching elder commissioner from Savannah Presbytery. I wrote the note that as this was introduced, that it was the PMA that voted on a quote comprehensive reshaping of the offerings, and that helped me understand that they were calling for this, and I just felt like they are interested in making sure the funds are coming their way. And with the research that they have done, I am feeling trusting of the efforts that they made, the thoroughness and the desire to increase the coffers through these offerings. And based on the fact that they were the ones that ordered this comprehensive reshaping, it seemed like that was something that was on the table needing to be done anyway. So I'm in favor of supporting the group that has put in this time. Thank you.
The moderator recognizes Tom Lamb speaking against.
Thank you, moderator. Tom Lamb from Teaching Elder Commissioner from Grace Presbytery. I'm just sort of suspicious in nature. There was a lot of information that wasn't given to us, like what percentage of each of these offerings goes for administrative expense. The second is, it seems like this funnels the entire revenue stream to either the Presbyterian Mission Agency or the Office of the GA or the Unified Office, whatever it becomes. And to take away the local entity has been a huge impetus for people in my church to give. And it's almost always an extra giving for something we already support that we allow another layer of giving to. So for those reasons, I am hesitant and would vote against the motion.
Moderator recognizes, I'm going to take 2 more. So the moderator recognizes Fanta Landon, who is speaking in support.
Fanta Lanston, Teaching Elder Commissioner, Salem Presbytery. I posted speaking in support, but I'm really like teeter-tottering. I didn't know which one to speak for. The first section, I definitely agree with. The second section is where I'm torn, because on one hand, I see the gift of supporting the causes, but on the other hand, I see that submitting a grant application could cause concern for smaller churches, or really any church that doesn't know how to navigate a grant application, and they may not even submit for it, knowing that it's a grant. So I'm on the side of making an amendment for the second section, which I did put in the queue. I'm not sure if that came up, but if we could amend some way in securing the local churches or the smaller churches that are doing this work. I just don't think that we should take the funds away from them. And I would say, one thing I noted is if we do pass it, if there could be a liaison that works directly with them, helping to cut through some of the red tape with that. I don't know. I just feel like there should be greater access specifically to help the churches continue doing the work that they're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I on my computer yet, Fanta, I don't see a motion or an amendment, so hold that thought. Hold that thought for just, I'm getting a cue from our parliamentarian and our recorder, so give me a moment. Alrighty. I said we were going to have 2 more speakers, and so I want to honor that. So the moderator recognizes Samuel Decter,
That's
who
me,
is speaking again.
Sam Decter, Ruling Elder Commissioner from Northwest Coast Presbytery. My concern, I think, is a little more pragmatic. They had some estimates prepared for income flow into the 3 offerings after the 4 that we have today. And my opinion is that the guy in the pew is going to say, in this time of high inflation and increasing costs, I can save 1/3 of my donation money by only having 3 offerings instead of 4. And I think that their income projection may be very false. And it's a guess. I've done a lot of surveys myself over the years, strategic planning and such within the church. And it's very difficult to judge what the income is going to be. And I think they glossed over the potential of losing perhaps 25%. Thank you.
Duly noted. My understanding from our resource coordinator is we have 2 folks who may be able to address some of our concerns that we are speaking about at this moment. Is that what I'm hearing from you, sir?
Just as good. Wilson Kennedy.
So I think it would help us to move forward to hear a response to which question mark? The cost. Okay. Okay. So I understand that he may be able to address the administrative cost question that came up. And so with just that, I think it's helpful for us to have that information. So I'm going to ask our Zoom manager to let him back in and see if he can answer at least that question.
Admitting Wilson Kennedy.
And admitting Wilson, correct? Yes.
That's correct. Wilson Kennedy is in the Zoom room.
Mr. Kennedy, this is Vice Co-Moderator Joanna Judon. I understand you are here, although you are not in my window of vision at the moment.
Moderator,
there has been a question about administrative costs. Can you speak to that to this body?
Sure. So I was following along on the live stream.
Vice Co-Moderator Joanna
I'm hearing, hold on one
I
second.
understand you are here, although you are not.
I needed to mute the live stream. My apologies. I am happy to speak to the administrative cost question. So the financial projections that were presented in the task force's report and recommendations were prepared by the Finance and Accounting Office that is housed within the Administrative Services Group. Simply, the projections are to what my colleague John Reinick said a few minutes ago. They are that a projection. We don't know exactly. We can't anticipate exactly how the proposed reformatting from 4 to 3 offerings will affect the revenue, that the income that is received through the churchwide special offerings. And so that was our colleagues' attempt, our good attempt, our faithful attempt to try to see what would it look like if this happened, if we moved from 4 to 3, realizing that some people would inevitably not give, some people would inevitably give more, and some people would stay pretty close to exactly the same. So that when we were looking at projections, that was kind of our metric. What do we think? What could be? Regarding the administrative cost question, like I said a few minutes ago, we really do try our hardest to keep our costs as low as possible. It is, like I said, we have over 7,000 congregations that participate in at least one of the churchwide special offerings, and we have a mandate as part of the General Assembly, previous General Assembly's work, to make our resources accessible to all Presbyterians, to have them translated into from English into Spanish and into Korean, and to ensure that our resources are accessible to as many Presbyterians as we can possibly muster. And that is an expensive undertaking, but it is also a worthwhile undertaking that undergirds our values that hold us together as Presbyterians, and part of the work that we think is essential in order to produce a set of offerings and resources that are going to be helpful for congregations and mid-councils as they interpret and receive them throughout the year. So, we are always willing and able and are always constantly assessing how we might provide for the offerings in the way that churches and mid-councils expect, but also being sensitive to the changing financial realities that not only are existent within our organization, within PCUSA Corporation, but also existing within churches and mid-councils as well. I'm happy to answer any follow-ups, but I hope that answers the commissioner's question and helps you in your discernment.
Thank you so much for that, Wilson. I know you are sort of hanging out in the wings in our waiting room. I've also, so I want to say definitely thank you for being here and being able to answer some of those questions for us. On that note, I have had a couple of folks message us here and the leadership team that we need to have a break because we have been at this since our lunch break. So on that note, we are going to recess for 10 minutes, which means we're starting at 4:03. Okay. Please remember to turn off your video and your mic. Alrighty, friends. I hope everybody had a little bit of a stretch break to allow the blood to flow and for you to do whatever you needed to do in that 10-minute window. Because we all know that we love sitting on Zoom. We've learned that how to do that. You all at least get to do that from the comfy of your homes. It has been suggested to us, and so I'm gonna that we invite a couple of the folks from our presenters and others back into this meeting. Listening to some of our conversations, there is a sense that they may have answers to some of our questions, and I mean some, S-O-M-E. And so I'm going to invite them to come back. They have been watching us online because we are streamed already. If it feels like a more than just an answer to a question, then we will say thank you. Okay, and we'll move forward from there. But I've heard many questions about plans. I've heard questions about the finance piece. I've heard questions about they're in the waiting room.
That's right.
They are currently in the waiting room. Okay, so they're in the waiting room. So if there are questions that we really do have that we think they can answer, we will have them come back from the waiting room to answer those specific questions. So saying that, I do notice on our queue that we have at least one question that says it is coming from Elizabeth, who goes by Ann, I believe. Is the percentage and how offices would handle part of the motion as it as only in rationale? So that's not really a question they can answer, because that would be a question I think that we have to answer. I think how I read that question. Okay. Unless I hear from any of you that you don't want to have them speak to questions, then we will keep going, because there are still several people who have been in the queue for a while that wanted to speak for and against. So we're going to go ahead and have those folks speak. And then I do recognize we have 3 people who have put motions in the queue. Now, I have also been told by our recorder that none of them is formatted correctly. Oh, she's correcting me now. One of them, she has taken the time to reformat. Know that all of those that are already, all the other ones that are in the queue have not been formatted correctly. And there is a very specific format that has to come. And so we want to make sure of that. So know that if you are looking at that screen, please go there, look at yours, unless you already submitted. I'm not sure you can see it again, but read through how those formatting issues need to happen. Remembering we have lots of options. Deal with this motion as it is, vote it up, vote it down, amend this motion, have a substitute motion, a recommendation or postpone it for till tomorrow. All of those, tomorrow or the next day, all of those are options to us. Okay. We also sense that there is that question that seems to be surrounding much of our conversation has been about the impact on local congregations. So I am going to take the liberty of asking one of those folks, if not two folks, to address that specific question to us as a body. Okay. So let me get the name of whoever that is from a question about the impact on local congregations. He thought he had somebody for cost if we had more questions about actual costs. They're watching the live stream, so. Okay. So if I can ask our Zoom manager to let Wilson Kennedy in and John Wilkinson into this meeting and I will be very specific.
Admitting John Wilkinson and Wilson Kennedy now.
Thank you. Wilson Kennedy in and John Wilkinson into this meeting. Yes, please. And I will be very specific. Okay.
Admitting
So-
John Wilkinson and Wilson Kennedy now.
So we have both of those folks in this meeting. John and Wilson, I know you all have been watching us online via the live stream, and there have been more questions about financial pieces. Can either of you address those questions that you have heard via the live stream?
Madam Moderator, perhaps if I can ask you to call on Denise Hampton, who is also, I think, in the waiting room, who is the controller for A Corp. I think she can answer some of the questions around promotion costs with more specificity than Wilson or I can.
We can do that. Diet, can you?
Admitting Denise Hampton.
Thank you.
And then maybe you can rephrase the question, Madam Co-Chair.
Denise Hampton admitted.
Hi, Denise. Are you there yet? I don't hear her yet.
She's here.
Okay. Oh, I thought I just hung up on everybody. My screen just went blank for just a minute. Denise Hampton, I think, is with us, although she doesn't come up on my screen yet, or in a box that I can see her yet. Oh, there she is. Denise, there have been questions about the finance. Two questions. One is the cost, the administrative costs to special offerings. If you can elaborate as briefly as you can, that would be great for us. There's been lots of questions. Yeah, here you can see. Are you there? Can't hear you.
We
Cannot hear you.
Madam Moderator,
Yep.
Denise Hampton is unmuted. There seems to be an
Okay.
audio problem. Denise, why don't you leave and try and come back in?
Could you hear us? Denise, if you can hear us, can you exit and come back? I'm not sure she can hear us.
I'm going to send her to the waiting room and try and readmit her so that
Okay.
the audio can reconnect.
Okay.
Then in perhaps Madam Co-Chair, in the meantime, if I think we can all, Wilson or I are glad to speak about the impact on local congregations, but I would love maybe a little more clarity on that question because we kind of representing the work of the task force, think the impact on local congregations is positive, that they'll have access actually to as much or more funds, and that smaller congregations will have access to a larger amount of money because they'll be able to apply for funds beyond the funds that they receive in the local congregation, as well as collaborating with other congregations or their presbyteries. But I want to make sure we get to the commissioner's questions before we take on a bigger answer than that.
I hear that definitely, John. We just know that there were several questions about
Yes.
The cost. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
I was just trying to answer something until we get a hold of Denise, but
yeah, I did not write those questions down. We just have a sense that there were questions about them. And
Right.
of course, we cleared all of those questions off my screen.
well, that's fine. And Wilson and I have both been watching the live stream, so I think we get the gist. I think what we would say is that in some ways, many of the commissioners' points about we're not exactly sure what this is going to look like are, of course, spot on. We don't, but we think that the work we've done, the discernment, the research, the consulting says that this will be a benefit to local congregations and small congregations, because both of those points have been raised, both local and small congregations, that they'll have access to funds they might currently not have access to. We were, believe it or not, the task force is texting while you are all live streaming, and several people commented that they have applied for grants from the national level, and it's actually a lot easier than we might presume it is. And we would, of course, not deign to design that application process on behalf of the new agency, but we can only envision one that's simple and accessible, skepticism aside. Yeah, we think this works for local congregations. So, for example, now with the Pentecost offering, a $10,000 gift from a local congregation, 2,500 of that would stay locally. So we're talking, and you'll still have access to that and more as we move ahead with this proposal. If we move ahead.
Okay. So the other questions were about actually having to write annual grants.
Yes.
And the other one was how will funds be allocated to local congregations?
Well, again, I think, oh, go ahead, Wilson, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Moderator, this is Wilson Kennedy again, Associate Director for Special Offerings and Appeals. About annual granting, we don't know, of course, the exact reporting, what the reporting mechanism will be that the new agency will administer for the church. And what we can anticipate and what the committee or the task force has made known is that it's their expectation that this new granting process related to the proposed World Communion offering would be available to all councils, all sessions, presbytery synods, and all councils of the church, regardless of their participation in the offering. So that is an equity point for all congregations to have access to these funds. And then also an invitation to all congregations to participate, because the more that participate in the offering, the more funds that'll be available for congregations to use for transformative ministries in their local places and their local context within the parameters of the World Communion offering related to peace, any peacemaking, several different types of reparative justice and ecumenical and interfaith relations and global witness. So that's a piece that I think is an important thing for small congregations to know. I served a presbytery of small congregations in North and Northwest Georgia, and I know that many of those congregations would be very excited to have access to funds that otherwise, through current retention policies, they wouldn't have access to Enliven Ministries. So I think that's an important facet of this. While we think about local and small congregations, that's important for the committee to know.
Thank you for that. My understanding is Denise Hampton is back and is ready to speak to costs to us. Denise, if you are there, if you can unmute and answer some of those questions.
I am. Thank you. My name is Denise Hampton, and I work in ASG as the controller. And the question related to the promotion and administrative costs. In 2023, the total offerings, the total revenue received was $11.9 million. The promotion expenses that came out of the offerings, that was $2 million. So that's 17% of the offerings were used for promotion costs. We also use some of the offerings to cover other admin expenses. And in 2023, that was $1.8 million. So between the promotion costs and the admin expenses, a total of $3.9 million was used, which equals 32% of the offerings.
Thank you for that. I know that was a very specific question that came up from this body. While we have these three with us, do any commissioners have questions that they would like these three to answer? If so, please use the tool to let us know. And while we're there, while we're waiting for those questions, and we're hoping that the three of you can answer this, and maybe you can't. There is a question from one of our YADs, from Ella Chesney. Ella, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, please. I was just wondering if there is already grants available from the 50% that the PMA already has.
That's not how the current program works.
Okay, so then why wasn't your recommendation to slightly restructure, keep some, say 15 or 20% available to local churches, and then make your cut that 55 or 60, and rather than sit on a nest egg to start grant proposals or start taking grant proposals and using that money?
Moderator, if it's okay, may I respond? This is Wilson Kennedy.
Yes, you can.
All right, thank you. It's the wisdom of the committee to transition away from congregational or mid-council retentions across the board. So I don't recall or remember any specific conversations about, do we do specific retentions in one but not the other, in an effort to provide greater equity, in an effort to generate greater stories of impact, which is a fundraising strategy so that we might be able to tell the story of congregations doing really great things, to invite other congregations to give. Those are the main reasons why the task force made the determination to recommend no congregational or mid-council retentions, in effort so that congregations and mid-councils can receive more funds and they might be able to access otherwise, and then also to generate and help us learn about great stories of impact so that we can invite other congregations to share and to receive offerings as well.
And Madam Chair, just to add to that, I think I'm sure you'll all remember from just a few minutes ago the slide that talked about values and about simplifying and clarifying. I think that's one reason that drove us to the proposal that we did. The other thing I want to add, on a question of a couple minutes ago, the peacemaking program does have a small grant making program now. So I think that, so we're already doing that in some cases already. To say already twice in the same sentence.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
I have just been nudged. So for those of you who have never been to a GA live and in person, when they were live and in person, all of these folks would be sitting in the background while the committee was meeting. And when they had something to say, they would just get up and sort of poke the leadership to say, hey, we want to speak to this. So we actually have somebody who would like to speak to where we're at this moment, but it takes us a little bit of time to connect with them, to get them on Zoom to make sure. And so my understanding at this juncture is we have Doug Ports from the Board of Pensions who would like to speak to the question of administrative fees and costs in relationship to what the Board of Pensions receives through the Christmas Joy offering. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and ask him to speak since he's there. And we know that that when we were way back when, not that long ago, that people would be sitting in the background to nudge. We're going to take this question and then we probably will be done with this part. So is Doug in the waiting room?
He is, Madam Moderator, and I have admitted him to the Zoom room. He is connecting now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Doug Ports is in the room and connected, ma'am.
Thank you. Doug, this is Joanna Judon, Vice Moderator / Co-Moderator of the Financial Resources Committee. We are working on FIN 12 on special offerings. My understanding is you can speak to the administrative fees and costs in relationship to what the Board of Pensions receives through the Christmas Joy offering. If so, would you unmute yourself and let us know how that is being used? Or utilized, I should say. You might be still connecting.
Mr. Ports, please unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Moderator, thank you. My name is Doug Ports. I'm a resource person for this committee. I'm the Vice President of Church Relations with the Board of Pensions. And I did hear that there were some questions about administrative costs. And so with regard to any gifts that come to the Board of Pensions, I want everyone on the committee to know that the board takes no administrative fees out of the gifts that are sacrificially given by members across the denomination for our particular portion for the assistance program and for helping those servants of the church who have given themselves over a lifetime for retirees and their spouses. So we use in the 100% of all the gifts that are given to us for that purpose with no administrative fees taken out of. And I just thought that it would be good to share that with the committee.
Thank you very much, sir. That is helpful in this conversation about special offerings as we, as a committee, move forward looking at the recommendation from the task force.
Thank you.
At this moment in time, I think I've heard answers to many of the questions that have come about in our earlier conversation, even with a motion on the floor. So I am going to once again invite all of our guests back to the waiting room, just for my own sanity, and so I don't have to figure out everybody else on the screen, extra bodies. And we will continue with our debate. I think they're going. There, getting there. All right, let me remind you that the motion currently on the floor is a motion to approve the recommendation of the Special Offering Task Force. That is the motion we are still looking at when we had all the conversation of for and against. I also noticed that my screen has refreshed and we may have some motions that are in our queue for folks who want to speak and possibly do something with the motion that we currently have on the floor. With that note, and I would assume that all of these are formatted correctly at this time. So the moderator recognizes Cynthia Mood.
Hello, I would like to make an amendment to motion to amend the proposal to say that in number 2A that we add 35% or with the option to keep 5% locally for that one and for the one below it, if that makes sense. So that there's at least an option for local congregations to keep some portion of what they have locally without having to wait on submitting a grant, but it does still allow churches to submit everything and go through the church-wide process.
I need a second, correct?
Yes.
Is there a second to this motion that is on your screen? I know not everybody reads as quickly as each other. So it is on your screen, on your MyGA screen. I'm going to give you a few moments to read through it. There should be portions that are stricken or added, correct?
In this case, just added next to the 35%.
There's brackets to the portion that is an underlined pieces. That's what you're looking for, my friends, in that motion to amend. Is there a second to this motion? It looks like there is a second to this motion. I'm going to give people a chance to find it. Scroll down. I'm just giving folks a chance to sort of find the spaces and read through it a little bit. So take a deep breath, folks. And Cindy, would you like to speak to this motion?
No, that's all I had to say.
To change screens one more time. Are there folks who would like to speak for or against the amendment to this motion? Looks like I have one person for and 2 against. Except what I'm showing on my screen are different numbers than that. Surprise, surprise.
Hmm.
I'm hoping everybody has had enough time to sort of read through that. It looks like we have 3 questions and um, so it looks like I have on my screen, it shows that Milo wants to speak in favor of this motion. The moderator recognizes Milo.
Alrighty. So after reading through the amendment, I honestly believe that this might, at least is moving in the direction of a good compromise, of that churches could either send that portion to the greater church or keep at least some of it. I feel that that might be a good compromise between the 2 options, instead of completely eliminating the part that churches keep automatically or giving all of it. I feel that this might be a good compromise between the 2.
Thank you, Milo, for those thoughts. It looks like we have Susan Metzger speaking against.
Thank you, Madam
recognizes-
Moderator.
Thank you.
I'm Sue Metzger from Presbytery of Central Nebraska, ruling elder commissioner. And as I see this amendment, it is to add a portion for congregations to keep part of their giving that goes to Presbyterian related schools and colleges and servants of the church in need. Something that we're not retaining any for those 2 things at the present time. So I think that it's not the, it's I can't get my thoughts in order here. It's
okay, take your time.
It's adding something that is not already going on, which if I interpret what people are saying correctly, is they're wanting to keep things for the Pentecost offering and the Peace and Global Mission offering causes that they currently keep. And these 2 causes are not what we currently keep at the local level.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any other in a 4. It looks like we have Christopher Deacon speaking against.
Thank you. Chris Deacon, teaching elder, National Capital Presbyterian. I'd like to speak against the amendment. As it's stated, as the amendment is proposed, we are allowing up to 5% of both the Presbyterian related school and colleges and the servants of church in need to be kept. And with this amendment, it feels like we're isolating those 2 things, when before it was 25% of the entire offering was taken and able to be used by the local congregation. So I'm not sure why we don't just have the percentage come off the top.
Thank you for those comments. There is another person. Let's see, Ella Chesney. Looks like you are speaking against.
Okay, I'm not fully against. I like the idea of a bit of a compromise with the congregations having the ability to keep 5%. I was just wondering whether or not we should put that over the overall Christmas Joy offering, because the way it's written right now, it excludes the children at risk and youth and young adults, which are a lot of local programs that churches do. So I just think it might make sense to switch that 5% to go over the overall Christmas Joy offering rather than just the 2 points at the bottom.
That is duly noted. It looks like Harold Bennett would like to speak against.
Harold Bennett, teaching elder, Baltimore Presbyterian. I think that the suggestion is worthy, but it's an arbitrary percentage that we're gonna say the church should keep without a study having been performed as to what effect it would have on the overall offering.
There was a question posed by Deborah Mitchell. These folks are speaking against the amendment or for the amendment, both for and against the amendment. It looks like we have one other person who would like to speak against the amendment, and that is Elizabeth or Ann Diddy.
Thank you, Madam Co-Moderator. This is Elizabeth Ann Diddy. I'm a ruling elder commissioner from Heartland. Similar to what we're all somewhat saying, we like the compromise, but only putting it under those two specific things does not accomplish what I think the intent would be if instead of putting them under 2, 4, and 5, that language was simply put under 2 at the top, and that it would apply to now our 3 offerings, all just 5% of each of them could be maintained. So that's why I'm speaking against. I would speak for it if that wording was moved up to 2, that would impact the 3 offerings, because that way it does strike a compromise that I think could be more palatable to the churches, especially that have programs that they could then use the funds or choose not to. Thank you.
I am not seeing any more folks who would like to speak for or against this amendment. The amendment is as you see it. I want to caution us in micromanaging and trying to wordsmith something to make sure we don't do that. So seeing none, there are 3 questions that are still in the queue. I do see them. One is, I think from a previous conversation, and it appears. Yeah, the other one is a question, but I'm not sure it's a question. So let me just ask when this came up. Fanta, you had a question that you put in the queue. Would you like to ask that question?
My question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay. I believe so. So my friends, are we ready to vote? It seems like we are ready to vote on the amendment, just on the amendment. Okay. A yes vote means you are in favor of those additional language pieces in the recommendation. Voting no means you are against those additional wording percentages in that item of business. Okay. If you remember, you will have 60 seconds to vote when the pops up on your screen. And so when you are ready, it'll pop up.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, the folks in here are all smiling at me, nodding like they can hear me, because they can. So I'm sure you all can read that amendment. That motion to amend did not pass. 36 no votes, 4 yes votes. In the midst of that, there was a question that came, don't we have to vote to amend before we vote the verbiage of the amendment? And the answer to that question is no. We have to we vote to amend to something, not vote to amend open-endedly. And so that's where that stands. So hope that clarifies that. We will keep going, looking at my queue of things that are here for us. Looks like we have a no. It looks like moderator recognizes Elizabeth Healy, who has a motion.
Thank you, Joanna. I motion to divide the question and vote on recommendation A and recommendation 1 and recommendation 2 separately.
Let me clarify how that is done. I know there are some procedural things when we try to split a motion. So let's make sure we do it correctly. So let me converse right here with the parliamentarian and the recorder to make sure I have the language correct. Okay, friends, there is a procedural issue with that. Liz, the motion that was sent to the recorder is not the motion that you spoke out loud, so it is procedurally incorrect. We cannot deal with that motion, okay? It is out of order. So that motion is not on the table. So currently our main motion is still on the table.
That has to be written.
There has to be a written motion exactly the way it needs to be worded. It cannot be worded differently than what is sent to the recorder. There is a recommendation for us, my friends, to table this so that people have time to really think about it, to connect with someone who can help them with how to do a divided motion or amended motion or come up with the language that needs to happen. We have currently still in the queue 2 other people who have sent motions into the recorder. But it is the recommendation that we also know we said 4:45, it is 10 minutes to 5. We have already moved 1 item of business from later tonight till tomorrow morning. And so we recognize that people are on Pacific, Mountain, Central, and East Coast time zones. So it makes for a very long day for many people. And so I am at a place of thinking that we might like to table this item until tomorrow, till tomorrow in the afternoon, or to tomorrow's agenda.
Do you need a motion?
I would need a motion to do that if somebody wants to do that.
Excuse me, Madam Moderator, I have put that motion in 4 times in the last hour. And
To table it?
To table it until tomorrow afternoon. And I don't know where my motions are going, but I haven't been able to get anything through all day.
Okay, let's see. Janet, we might, okay, because you're not coming up anywhere on my screen. So let me see if our recorder has it. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moderator. Question about process and parliamentary procedure.
Okay, so I am going to ask you folks not to holler at us through the Zoom. We really do need everybody to use the MyGA thing. I'm going to check to see if this motion is really present and we're just not seeing it come up on our screen. Okay, let me answer some of the procedural questions as we sort through what really are our options. We're gonna have to find out, Janet, why your motions aren't coming through. Your message about a procedural thing did come through, so we're not
Okay.
sure if there's a step that we're missing or not.
Great. And
So-
it might be, I'm overseas. I'm in Germany.
Okay.
So it could be any number of things right now.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't hear that as an accusation.
Okay, I'm like, I'm
all
sorry.
in this together. No, you're fine.
Thank
But
you.
if we don't know it, if you don't tell us, we don't know it. But we
Certainly.
also know now that you are getting, your procedural questions are getting in. So
Okay, cool.
know
Thank
that.
you so much. And
Okay.
I'll be back home soon before we go to Utah.
So there also is a procedural question that is, I have, hold on. I just closed it. Same thing. Do we want to table and how do we table it? So that was a procedural question that we have there. Okay. All the other questions are just popping up now, like all of you have a thought. And if we all wanted to chime in, the 50 of us trying to have a thought about where to go next, we'd be here till midnight, if that, at least that. Like I said, it is almost 5 o'clock. We have way beyond our agenda, and I want to let you all know really clearly, because it got messaged to me from the bodies that be, that we are not NOT, the only committee that is behind in our schedule, who tried to do everything in a very short amount of time, who had lots of things come up, and we are chalking it up to the movement of the Spirit, to the sense of this is the first time for many of us to be in this kind of a setting. And GA has strange procedures that we don't normally do at the church, presbytery, or synod level. And so we take all of that, and we know we're not alone, and we know that God goes with us no matter what. No matter how many times we skip and fall, no matter how many times we jump really high, no matter how many times you want to throw something at your computer, we know that God goes with us in the midst of this. So it has been recommended by more than one person via procedure versus via the motion, to set this aside. So I am going to ask the recorder to, I'm looking at the parliamentarian because I think he's waiting for me to say the wrong word. I'm going to ask the recorder to go ahead and post that motion to postpone, table, whatever the correct language is, postpone to tomorrow afternoon, if it is work, as long as it's there. Okay. So you all see this motion on your MyGA parliamentary toolbox. A motion on our floor, not the motion to amend that's at the top, because I don't have a IOB that says that. So let me, give me a second, and it needs to be, because we are live streaming and people are seeing all of this, to have the right IOB. Yes, but if you look up above you, now it says active business, motion to postpone. Okay. So this is not debatable, is my understanding. And so it is automatically a vote. Oh, I need a second to this motion to postpone. Is there a second? There is a second. There is a second. It is not debatable. So a yes vote means that we will postpone our conversation. We'll pick it up exactly where we left off, or as close to it as we can, tomorrow after lunch. Okay, that would be a yes vote. A no vote means we continue the conversation tonight. When that motion comes up, please take the 60 seconds to make your vote. Okay, our results are in the to a motion to postpone till tomorrow after lunch. FIN 12, 40 in the yes, 3 in the no vote. That motion carries. We will postpone that until tomorrow following lunch or shortly thereafter. We actually have one more item that is docketed on our agenda for tonight. But I am looking at our person to make sure we are still there because we have lots of folks that were going to speak to it. We were moving to go to the MRTI committee overview for their introduction, as well as FIN 01. We all heard from folks who spoke to that overture. And so they are overture advocates who have committed their time to be with us. And so we are confirming that they are still with us, or what that might look like at this moment. Okay, friends, we have in our agenda set aside an hour and a half for half of the MRTI presentation, the presentation and the overture. We have set aside time for them that was going to include some conversation for us. I have confirmed with the leadership that's here present with us in this space that we could continue with this, have those presentations, because especially for the overture advocates, they have committed their time to be here with us to share those things, do some introductions, and then pick it up tomorrow morning when we pick up the other two MRTI related pieces that don't have overture advocates. Okay. So I know it makes for a very long day for folks on the East Coast. It would be a 6:30-ish for us here, which is 8:30 for you all. And recognize that we started here on the Pacific time. Folks started at 7 a.m. for an 8 o'clock plenary. So we're gonna be a little bit out of whack for today. So bear with us, okay? We are going to go ahead and move forward. I believe yet we have Simon and Fairfax in the waiting room. If we could move them to us, that would be wonderful.
I have Fairfax in the waiting room. I do not have Simon.
He does not have Simon.
Simon has arrived. I will admit Fairfax and Simon now.
Thank you very much. And then I am going to give the chair back to the moderator.
Well, gee, thanks a lot. So we have folks in the waiting room ready to speak to the MRTI piece. So those are actually three pieces of work, none of which we will vote on tonight. Rather, we will hear from the overture or the advocates relative to this. And let's start with Fairfax Fair, who is the chair of the Healthcare and Human Rights Subcommittee of MRTI, and Simon Dong, associate staff to MRTI, to share with the committee about the work of MRTI. Folks, we've got 15 minutes for you, so please unmute yourself and speak clearly and articulately. You may begin. Are you there?
Yes, is Fairfax in here?
I can hear Fairfax, yes. Oh, well, whatever, I can hear Simon.
Hold on a second.
May begin.
All right.
Okay. Hi, I'm Fairfax Fair, and I am the chair.
There.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, is Fairfax in here?
Can you hear me?
I can hear Fairfax, yes.
We can hear you.
Fairfax is speaking, Simon.
Oh, someone has the live stream open at the same time. There we go. All right, we're good. All right.
Are we ready? Hi, I'm Fairfax Fair, and
Someone needs to turn the live stream
Yes,
off.
can you hear me?
Yes, is Fairfax
We're getting an echo of the
Can you
live
hear me?
stream.
Fairfax, yes.
We can hear you.
Fairfax is speaking, Simon.
Oh, someone has the live stream open at the same time. There we go. All right, we're good. All right.
Okay, we begin? Are we ready?
No, someone still has the live stream open.
Fairfax, do you have the live stream open on your computer still?
I don't don't know.
Of the live stream.
Fairfax is speaking. Someone has the live stream open at the same time. There we go. All right, we're good. All right.
Okay, we begin?
Are we ready? No, someone still has the live stream.
Fairfax, do you have the live stream open on your computer?
I don't know, but I'm gonna leave and come back.
Apologies, folks. I can assure you our presentation will be brief.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Simon. We don't want to cut you short just because it's late in the day and we're all very hungry. I'm not going to say that.
I believe we were waiting for Fairfax to come back in.
Waiting for Fairfax to enter the waiting room.
And we're still waiting.
Admitting Fairfax to the Zoom room.
Okay. Fairfax, are you here? If not, I'll just go ahead and get started.
There.
All right.
Okay.
Hello. Great.
All right. Okay, we'll try again. I am Fairfax Fair.
Ready.
I am chair of the Healthcare and Human Rights Subcommittee of MRTI, and I represent the Board of Pensions on MRTI.
And I'm Simon Dune, associate staff to MRTI.
And we're here to give you a very brief introduction to the Committee on Mission Responsibility through Investing, known as MRTI. This is just a high-level overview of what MRTI does. We serve as an ambassador of Presbyterian values to publicly traded corporations, engaging companies where the Board of Pensions and the Presbyterian Foundation are invested. MRTI follows 3 foundational policies, including this one from 1971, which outlined original goals for Presbyterian investments, including the pursuit of peace, racial justice, economic and social justice, the achievement of environmental responsibility, and the advancement of rights for women. All of MRTI's current work still falls under one of these goals. However, over the last few years, MRTI has focused most heavily on environmental responsibility as directed by the last 3 General Assemblies. The PCUSA is unique among faith-based investors because MRTI includes representatives from the mission arm, the advisory and advocacy committees, and the investing agencies. So MRTI is truly a committee of the General Assembly, as every one of our members is elected by the General Assembly, either directly through the General Assembly nominating committees process, like the 3 at-large members, or through the advocacy and advisory committees and the boards of the 3 agencies. Faith-based investors, like the Presbyterian Church USA, have a unique role in the shareholder advocacy ecosystem and are often bringing emerging issues to companies that become major issues down the road. And now I'll pass it on to Simon Doon, who will talk more about our corporate engagement efforts.
Thanks, Fairfax. So the ultimate goal of shareholder advocacy is to create positive change within companies. And MRTI engages companies on a variety of issues concerning the environment and climate change, healthcare and human rights, and banking and finance. Socially responsible investing includes several tactics, and MRTI's primary action is shareholder advocacy, which is done through correspondence, dialogues, and resolutions. MRTI's engagement process with any company begins with a GA policy or directive. Once MRTI identifies its priorities and work plan based on the GA directives, the committee collaborates with our partners, researches companies, and corresponds with them. If the company fails to respond or agree to a dialogue, or if the company's movement on a certain issue is deemed inadequate, MRTI then files a shareholder resolution. Filing a shareholder proposal is a right that any investor has if they meet certain criteria established by the Securities and Exchange Commission Rule 14A8. The topic must be a major policy issue for the company, and it must not be overly prescriptive. And this process can go back and forth and repeat itself each year, often going from research to correspondence to dialogue and back again, depending on our goals for each company. This process can be messy and time-consuming, and we get to a point where companies are either moving or not, where changes are happening or they're not happening. If, after repeated efforts and other steps in the engagement process, a company shows no signs of change, MRTI may make a selective divestment recommendation from that company. And that concludes our brief overview.
Good. Thank you very much. We are now going to continue with FIN 01, directly dealing with engagement with General Electric and Palantir Technologies for possible divestment recommendations. We're going to hear a presentation from the Overture advocates. They will have a total of 30 minutes in total to speak to the committee. The moderator thus recognizes Tom Twiss, Tim McAfee, Patricia Lloyd-Seidel via a recording, John Anderson, and Hanson Windland to offer their presentation. I understand that at least a couple of them are in the waiting room, and you are cleared to go ahead with your presentation.
Admitting them to the Zoom room.
You folks have been admitted, and now we would ask you to proceed with your presentation in the order I indicated.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. I'm Tom Twiss, and with Bob Ross, I'm one of the authors of this overture. I'm also an overture advocate from the Pittsburgh Presbyterian. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this overture. The PCUSA has a long tradition of putting its money where its values are. Back in 1971, the General Assembly declared that church investment is not just a practical question, it's an instrument of mission. That includes theological, social, and ethical considerations. The recognition that our investments express our fundamental values is an essential part of who we are as Presbyterians. One of our criteria for corporate engagement is a company's participation in military-related production, especially where there's a risk that its products will be used to violate humanitarian law. A second is human rights violation, which we see as a special danger in situations of military occupation or other heightened risk. As the overture's rationale makes clear, both GE and Palantir have long been engaged in exactly the kinds of activities our engagement policies were created to address. For years, GE has supplied vital components for the war machines that have been used repeatedly in violations of human rights in the West Bank, Gaza, and Yemen. And it has collaborated with Chinese companies that participate in the repression of the minority Uyghur population of China. Meanwhile, Palantir has provided police profiling and surveillance resources that have been utilized for the mass incarceration of Palestinians and the arrest and deportation of migrants and asylum seekers in the U.S. Since this overture was written last year, the products of both companies also have been central to Israel's current massive assault on Gaza. While Palantir has provided much of the artificial intelligence software and hardware employed by the Israeli military for targeting purposes, GE has provided the engines for the fighter jets and helicopters that have carried out the bombing. Unfortunately, right now, our denomination is complicit in these activities, for we are supporting the practices of GE and Palantir with our investments, and we are also currently profiting from their activities. Hopefully, this overture will help to change that by beginning a process to convince these companies to alter their practices. If that fails, we may choose at the 2026 General Assembly to divest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe next in line is Tom McAfee.
Hello there. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the long day. Can you hear me? Are we good? Okay. My name's Tom McAfee, overture advocate from Redwoods Presbyterian, Northern California. As a media producer, I've traveled to Israel and Palestine 6 times since 2004. Working with various Presbyterian, ecumenical, and political organizations to help secure the basic human rights of freedom and self-determination for the Palestinian people. I come before you in strong support of this overture, which seeks engagement with and possible eventual divestment from General Electric and Palantir Technologies. Both corporations produce weapon systems and/or technologies that, as Tom just said, have been used for warfare and military control around the globe for decades. And moreover, and I think this is centrally important with regard to our denomination, both are involved in activities that clearly conflict with the PCUSA's mission-directed investment policy. Right now, today, I'm going to be focusing specifically on General Electric. Most of us are familiar with their classic tagline, GE, we bring good things to life. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't tell the whole story. Besides manufacturing stoves and refrigerators and light bulbs, in 2022 alone, a full 7% of their corporate revenue, and that is to say $4.4 billion, came from their defense sector. And that was enough to earn GE the 25th spot on the 2023 list of the top 10 defense companies compiled by Defense News. Now, many of GE's military products are gifted to the U.S. or to Israel, sorry, by the U.S. government, and they find their way into the military arsenal. And for years, as said before, these weapons have been used extensively by Israel in assaulting Palestinian civilians, their homes, their schools, their hospitals. General Electric engines can be found in all Boeing F-15 and Lockheed Martin F-16 fighter jets, and GE supplies essential electronic components for Lockheed Martin's F-35 stealth fighter jets. These are the planes that are being used by the Israel Air Force irregularly in its strikes on Gaza. Similarly, the Black Hawk and Apache combat helicopters manufactured by Boeing and the Lockheed Martin Seahawk helicopters are all powered by GE's T-700 engines. And meanwhile, the Navy uses GE turbines in their SAR warships to enforce the naval blockade. And additionally, General Electric manufactures products that contribute to the energy crisis in Iraq and human rights abuses in the Golan Heights and China, and the list goes on, which you can see spelled out in detail in the text of the overture. But as far as I'm concerned, the main takeaway is this. These weapons are crucial to the occupation of the Palestinian territories and to the perpetuation of Israeli apartheid, a definition that, lest we forget, it was officially recognized by the PCUSA in 2022. And according to the UN, ICC, and countless human rights organizations, these weapons manufactured by General Electric have been repeatedly used by Israel to commit war crimes. So for these reasons, it is incumbent upon us all to move to this overture forward with the aim of bringing these companies away from the actions that create human harm, that violate human rights, and that constitute a barrier to peace. We must not be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now
Friends,
recognize Patricia
I bring
via
you
a
greetings
recording. Go
from
right
the
ahead.
Kentucky Presbytery, and I want to say thanks for this opportunity. Our presbytery voted for this overture in a spirit of humility and trusting that the Holy Spirit will give us courage to pray and to act this day and every day. The overture was viewed as a concrete action that we could take to address human rights violations, not only in the Middle East, but also at the US-Mexico border and elsewhere. My comments are related specifically to Palantir Technologies. 8 years ago, I began working with immigrant communities in my city and quickly learned about high-tech surveillance in general and Palantir specifically. Palantir develops and sells programs to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. These programs use algorithms to analyze massive amounts of information in order to identify problem people and places. There are multiple documented instances of ICE physical or emotional treatment of immigrants that were aided by Palantir tools. An example that is particularly upsetting was a large operation designed to separate children from their families, and that resulted in over 400 arrests. Palantir also has contracts with the Israeli security forces, providing similar high-tech programs to identify and incarcerate suspicious Palestinians. Again, suspicious. Many of those are children. Palantir's big data tools contribute to the mass incarceration of Palestinians who may be held without charge for months or years and who are regularly beaten and otherwise mistreated in jail. Recently, Palantir and Israel's Department of Defense signed an upgraded agreement. Palantir announced that, and I quote, Both parties have mutually agreed to harness Palantir's advanced technology in support of war-related missions. One article about Palantir and its role in this war concluded with a chilling assessment. After all, it's not just the bombs that kill, but the list that puts you and your family under the bombs. Those of us who live and move and have our being in a loving God cannot look away. We cannot enjoy profits from investments in companies that produce military weapons and technologies which are used by their buyers to harm and kill human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator recognizes John Anderson.
Moderator, I'm John Anderson, teaching elder in San Francisco. Thank you for letting me speak regarding engagement with GE and Palantir. As followers of Jesus, our good news is about abundant life in Christ. And so it is antithetical to perpetuate or participate in anything that diminishes or takes away life. I want to make sure that my life, even my financial portfolio, contributes to life, not death. Perpetuating life includes acts of resistance, protesting against injustice, demanding accountability, and proclaiming our resolve as a church. The work we do is essential to the life it offers others. While in Gaza 4 years ago, I witnessed how 2.3 million people heroically and with dignity survived in an open-air prison. Even as General Electric equipped warships killed Palestinian fishermen fishing in their own legal waters. And even as Palantir technology drones targeted Palestinian farmers who were then killed while working their own fields, randomly tracked for harvesting oranges too close to an Israeli fence. I desire not to gain financially from death through my Presbyterian pension. And I chose not to benefit from corporations who calculate, target, and decide who unjustly dies and defy international human rights. We cannot fix the entire world, but we can mend the portion that is within our reach. I urge you to trust MRTI and direct them to begin their focused engagement with these two companies, which are in conflict clearly with our church's mission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now recognize Hanson Venelant.
Thank you, Reverend Hanson Wendland, speaking on behalf of this overture. I want to tell you all, friends, about Gail Bowling. She is a deacon at our church here in Sandy, Utah, where I serve as the pastor. She would be here, but she works in humanitarian law, and they just have a big case this week, so I get to tell you her story. Gail's dad was a professor of Old Testament and Hebrew at McCormick Presbyterian Seminary. Maybe one of you went there. And when he had sabbaticals, the family would travel to Jerusalem for the whole year. So Gail went there a couple times as a young person, and after graduating college, she went back to the greater Middle East, to Cairo this time, to be a Presbyterian volunteer in mission. Then she married a Palestinian man. They lived in the West Bank for 6 years, and they had a daughter who is a proud Palestinian American living safely here in Salt Lake City, unlike so many of their friends and family they have back in Jerusalem. Gail brought this overture to our session and then to the Utah Presbytery because it matters to her. It matters to people in danger and those who care about them. Now, Gail has followed for a lifetime the work the Presbyterian Church has done in lifting up peace and justice in the Holy Land. And she's proud of a lot of the things that we've done. However, when it comes to these particular times and steps forward, she thinks that this is a mild consideration. From her words, It's mild compared to the intensity of the current conflict and the massive loss of life happening now. Both sides are suffering, and this needs to stop. But we must recognize that the current overwhelming power imbalance is perpetuating this conflict, not resolving it. And the church should not be silent in the face of apartheid, occupation, and genocide. The church should not be silent indeed. And this overture requests that the church simply begin talking with GE and Palantir. That is all. And that is what the MRTI is tasked to do, to talk with companies about policy. And yes, this discussion would rest under the veil that if they continue their practices, those companies, we may choose to divest, as we have done in the past, when the work of certain companies is so egregiously inconsistent with the gospel of peace. We as a church have not been silent around solidarity with the Palestinian people. We have not been silent around solidarity with victims of apartheid in South Africa. This church has a history of utilizing economic forces to encourage corporate behaviors that influence government policy. This office, the MRTI, is dedicated to helping create peace, often by distancing ourselves from complicity with the most visible evils in our world. This office has developed myriad rules created for good reasons over more than 5 decades so that we can maintain our investments with a witness and an integrity toward what the Book of Order calls the promotion of social righteousness and an exhibition of the kingdom of God in the world. We have it in our power. Our guidelines point us to this action, and I urge you to let us move forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Before questions and answers, I do want to address a question by Elizabeth Diddy. Will this be the last thing we do for today? I believe that circumstantially the answer is going to be yes, because we do have a hard stop for 6:30. With that having been said, are there questions for these folks relative to the matters that they have just presented? If so, we would ask that you'll use the parliamentary toolbox and indicate if you would like to be recognized for a question. Oh, I thought you just stand by. Everybody will stand by. Okay, there are a couple of questions up. If I could get Madam Co-Moderator. The first question is from Sandy Santana. Sandy, we recognize you. Please identify yourself, and you might as well restate your question.
Yes, thank you. Sandy Santana, ruling elder commissioner, Presbytery of Long Island. A number of universities have argued that it is hard to divest, and I know we're far from that. This is just engagement. And one of the reasons for that is because they're invested in index funds, private equity, hedge funds, and those hedge funds, private equity funds, for example, don't disclose their investments. I'm curious whether that's the case with the Presbytery's assets, whether we're invested in things we might not even know are invested in these types of contractors like GE or Palantir.
Okay, can you answer that question?
Mr. Moderator, I'm happy to take a stab at that question if that's appropriate. Or someone else can.
I can say that we consulted with MRTI at the time we were drafting this overture, and they confirmed that this was that the PCUSA does have investments with these companies, so they are able to check at least on these. But maybe someone from MRTI is still available to address it more directly.
Yes, this is Simon Dune, research person with MRTI. So just to clarify, your question is about whether, for example, would it be about the information about the companies that the Board of Pensions and Foundation are invested in, and sort of how that information is available or determined?
Well, it's more that, if we decide to engage in this process and there's a decision to divest, that there's an actual divestment, because in so many cases, there's so many blind investments in hedge funds, private equity funds, and others that don't disclose particular companies they're investing in. So it's more of a question about, the process that the Presbytery goes through to make sure that at the end of the day, we don't make this decision and we're still invested in some of these companies unknowingly.
For the two companies named in this particular recommendation, it has been confirmed that the denominations investing agencies are invested, and then we'll go through the MRTI process and the shareholder engagement process that we outlined. And then if a selective divestment recommendation was made, then that would be implemented by the investing agencies, assuming that it is also affirmed by the General Assembly.
Sandy, thank you. Does that answer your question, Sandy?
I don't think it does. Sandy, there's no such thing as portfolio purity. It's an ideal that we would all love to have. As the MRTI for years has worked on this, they've whittled down and they do analyze those the index funds, as you pointed out. Exactly, that's the perfect question. They do analyze those index funds and they try to whittle down as much. We know that it's impossible to get to zero with even some of the rules that we have, because of, as you point out, there's just these conglomerate of funds. But I trust them that they have made that progress for years and will continue to.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A question from Aaron Neff of Genesee Valley Presbytery. What evidence is there that previous divestment from Israel-supported companies has reduced violence? Would any of you like to answer that question?
I could take a stab at it. I mean, I'm not sure that the question here is whether or not it reduces violence, but whether or not the Presbyterian Church wants to be associated with this violence, to be supporting it through its investments and to be profiting from it. I think at this particular juncture, we may still be in early stages of the effects of divestment from these sorts of activities, and so we may still see what the outcome is ultimately going to be. But at this point, I don't think the Presbyterian Church wants to be associated with it. So,
thank you. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next question comes from Deborah Mitchell of Whitewater Valley Presbytery. What is the dollar value of the potential divestment from GE? I understand that there are foundation people in the waiting room who can speak to that. Diet, could you admit them, please?
They've been admitted, Mr. Moderator, and are ready to speak.
Thank you. You all may speak in whatever order you think appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is Anita Clemens, resource person for the Presbyterian Foundation. The Presbyterian The Presbyterian Foundation does hold shares in GE Aerospace. The market value is a little over $1 million. The foundation is also a shareholder for Palantir Technology. The market value there is approximately $200,000.
Thank you. I assume that answers your question. You see any others? We see no other questions on the big board here. Please stand by a minute, my experts. Do you want to go ahead now or?
Catesby, can you mute yourself,
Okay.
please?
All righty. Other people.
You're muted, Catesby.
I am muted. Now I'm not muted. Based upon what's been said and presented here, is there a motion? We do see one from Christopher Deacon, who has moved to approve, I do believe. Is there a second as yet?
He's not in her system,
Christopher Deacon's not.
not as a motion, so who do you have?
Okay,
So,
well, we've got that. That's,
can,
yeah, I know.
okay, just recognize this one.
Okay. Chair recognizes Cynthia Mood, who I believe has moved to approve. Cynthia, would you like to speak to the motion?
I move to approve. That's all.
That's all that be said. Is there a second? Just a second. You're not just to frustrate. Let me ask one more time because our big board is uncertain. Is there a second to the motion to approve?
Second.
There is a second spoken. Moderator will recognize that as a legitimate second. Is there debate, pro or anti? We'll recognize anyone wishing to speak in favor first.
Can I speak? I've been pushing the button and nothing happens.
You know what, Renee, you go right ahead.
No, I pushed the second button at least 3 times. This is like the 4th overture that I've tried to vote on, and apparently it's not coming through. But yes, I speak in favor.
Thank you very much. We're all battling royally with technology here. Sadly, I'm of such an age where I still regard it with great suspicion. So is there anyone?
That makes 2 of us.
Absolutely. We're allied. We're kindred spirits. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Recognize Harold Bennett of Baltimore Presbytery, who I believe wishes to speak in opposition.
Yes, Harold Bennett, teaching elder, Baltimore Presbytery. We received an earlier briefing before the committee met, and the committee that oversees the investment has indicated to us it's very difficult at best to divest from a corporation. What they do is they send them warnings and ask them not to. And then if they continue to do what they're doing, then we take further action. But divestment is a long process that does not work for us. We're too late in the game to divest.
Thank you very much, sir. Do any of the overture advocates want to speak to that point? Hearing none, the moderator recognizes Doug Orbacher.
But I would speak to that.
Oh, okay. Go right ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's frustrating. the process for this overture started way back before October 7th. And it's just the way it is, of the way that things are working with what we have. We use the tools we have. But let me tell you one thing. I was on my first trip to the Middle East, to Palestine. We were in, I believe, the Golan Heights, and this was in 2004. And I was, at that point, I really didn't know the West Bank from the left bank. I mean, I was completely uninformed. And then when they heard that we were Presbyterians in this little village, they said, "Oh, you're Presbyterians." They wanted to put us up on their shoulders and march us down the street and give us a parade, because they had heard about the divestment proposal that was in Florida at that point in 2004. I knew nothing about it personally. I didn't know it was even happening, but they did. And honestly, it was no more shocking as if they were working with SETI and they had heard from an extraterrestrial being that somebody is listening. And that's why it's important, even if it's symbolic, even if it's the smallest little step, it's a step, and they will hear us, and it's important. So regardless, that plus the fact that we have to do it because it's the right thing to do. It's simple as that.
Thank you very much, Tom. Again, if we can keep our, not addressing this to you, Tom, because you were eloquent, but rather if we can move as quickly as we can. To the point about the slowness with which we move, I understand that there are a couple of MRTI people who can speak to that. I will therefore recognize them in whatever order they wish to speak.
Yes, this is Simon Dune, research person with MRTI. Regarding the original question about process, I would add that MRTI is ready to begin engaging with Palantir and GE as soon as this summer. So that's something that we are able to do if this recommendation is affirmed by the General Assembly. And that begins our corporate engagement process. So it's not like, there's going to be a long delay between when this recommendation would be passed and engagement would start. And then it would have to go through our usual corporate engagement process using metrics affirmed by the General Assembly for engagement. But that's part of the process. And if the companies are afoul of the policies of the church, then there may be a selective divestment recommendation made. The pace is what it is, but it's also been used multiple times, and the point is change within companies. And if it's clear that that's not going to happen, then that's when the divestment is used as the tool. But it would not be jumping to divestment, but we are ready to engage and to be using those tools at our disposal.
Thank you very much, Simon. I now recognize Doug Orbaker speaking in agreement with the motion.
Thank you. Doug Orbaker, Teaching Elder Commissioner from Northumberland Presbytery. And yeah, very strongly in favor. It's not so much that we might change GE. It's what holding that kind of stock does to our corporate soul. It's what it does to hurt who we are as a mission of Jesus Christ. And it's an issue of justice. It's an issue of life. And yeah, I hope that GE will stop making those things. I don't think they're going to do that just because of our investment. But we can't, I don't want that stuff paying. I get a nice pension. I don't want that stuff paying my pension. If I have to go without a raise in pension next year because of this, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Moderator now recognizes Dana Monk speaking in favor or in agreement. Dana?
You know, it's a human issue. And I'm proud of the Presbyterian Church for taking the stance that people should live without fearing of being killed. And so it's a human issue. It's not a monetary issue. So I am all in favor of it. I was very proud and boasted when divestment started a few years ago in General Assembly. And I am full-heartedly, and even though I have Arabic blood in me, I am fully behind this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stand by just. Mass confusion reigns. Milo, or I'm sorry, Aaron Neff, let me ask if in fact you've already spoken.
I believe you asked my question on my behalf, but yeah, I think that counts as speaking.
Anything at this point, right? Thank you very much.
Well, I do have a question if that's what you're wondering. I do still need to say something at some point, but
you betcha. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't sure if you were just waiting to see if someone wanted or needed to go before me. So
I didn't know what I was doing either.
So Aaron Neff, teaching elder commissioner from Genesee Valley Presbytery. I appreciated the response to my question about the possible reduction of violence that has come from previous divestment actions, which was something more along the lines of it doesn't necessarily reduce the violence, but it clarifies the stance of the PCUSA as it relates to the violence and disassociates us from that. And I think it would be good if that was maybe more clear in the actions that we take in this regard. There were people from our open hearings this morning who were communicating more or less their support of this because in their minds it was going to reduce violence, and I think clarifying that would be helpful in just how we communicate what these actions actually mean. I help to make the decision in how I vote for this to know how should I be able to communicate to my local Jewish, Reform Jewish rabbi about why we're taking these kinds of actions while anti-Semitism's on the rise in the United States. I have had lunch recently with my rabbi colleague, and we talked about the General Assembly and about these things, and it was kind of a hard conversation to have because there are Jews in my community who are paying attention or know about these things that we're doing as a denomination and want to also know what are we doing to distance ourselves as Presbyterians from Hamas, and just how am I supposed to talk to my Jewish neighbors about these kinds of things? So that's a sincere question.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Moderator now recognizes Milo Neff from, so I never could pronounce Scioto Valley very well. You can correct me, Milo.
Yep. This is Milo Brown for the ad from Presbytery Scioto Valley. How you say Scioto depends on where you are in the state, so I don't blame you. My main thing here is yeah, it's partially a moral thing of I don't want the money that's going into people's pensions, including like my dad's pension and the pension of other family members. Like, I don't want to see my family, especially, profiting off of this genocide. And while I realistically don't think that this might necessarily change anything that either of these companies do, it's the best way we have to communicate to them that we aren't okay with this. The only
Thank you
thing that matters to a lot of these corporations is the bottom line. So that's the main way we can talk to them. We need to vote with our dollars, and this is a good way to do that.
Erica Nelson, AC Swap.
The question has been asked by Aaron Neff, I believe. How do you speak with your Jewish neighbors? And there are a couple of people in the room from MRTI and AC Swap. Look up that acronym if you want to be entertained, who can speak to that particular question. The chair recognizes them.
I'm Simon Dune, resource person with MRTI. We'd like to ask Sam Jones, who is a research partner of ours at the Heartland Initiative.
Yeah, thank you for having me here, Simon, and really appreciate the very heartfelt question, Aaron. It is something that I grapple with both on a personal and professional level. Having friends and relatives on different sides of the political equation as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. And when I'm asked how to navigate, how I navigate this particular question, I point them back to this. This is the advantage of international humanitarian law, also known as the laws of war, which were developed, part of which were developed in response to the Holocaust at the end of World War II, and in response to naked Nazi aggression for territorial acquisition. And the advantage of that is that international humanitarian law focuses attention on protected populations in the context of war. And whether you're talking, and it also holds state and non-state actors accountable underneath that international legal framework. And so if you look at recent opinions by the International Criminal Court and a number of legal scholars, they do not equivocate on this point that Hamas carried out war crimes on October 7th through sexual violence, through the targeting and killing of civilians, and through kidnapping. And that was the choice of that leadership, and that leadership is now under indictment by the International Criminal Court. Similarly, members of the Israeli government, in response to what took place on October 7th, have committed war crimes, including the killing of civilians, the targeting of civilian infrastructure, using famine as a weapon, and other war crimes. And as a result, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Minister of Defense have been indicted by the International Criminal Court. And so, one, my response to it is firmly grounded in international humanitarian law that is designed to protect civilians regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, etc. Number two, the way to go about communicating this, whether it's through engagement with companies on these issues or if it becomes selective divestment, it is framing it in a way that acknowledges the suffering of both people. And I'm not falling into equivocation here in terms of severity of crimes, number of crimes, et cetera, but acknowledges the need to protect civilians on both sides, but also acknowledging that the Presbyterian Church does not have financial ties or investments in entities associated with Hamas, but the Presbyterian Church does have investments in companies that are providing Israel with armaments that are being used in violations of international humanitarian law. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Sam. The moderator now recognizes Erica Nelson of AC Swap, who can speak to this issue as well. Erica.
Yes, and regarding that acronym, we are the Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy. And so we write the policy from which MRTI takes their guidance. I would lift up for you a policy that was submitted and then accepted by last General Assembly, the 225th General Assembly, titled Jerusalem 321. 3 faiths, 2 peoples. Let me find the title, One Human Family. It was written prior to any of the events that have happened in the last year, and so it does not get into those specifics, but it is a good policy that will give you a start to that conversation. It'll give you a base point of understanding what is going on between Israel and Palestine right now. I would also draw your attention to and I don't want to speak on behalf of MRTI, but you have another overture that is going before you, FIN 03, which speaks to MRTI's work with Hewlett Packard, sorry, HP, and the work that they have done that ended some of HP's engagement in Tel Aviv, and how their engagement in this process led them to stopping that engagement in the Aviv system. And you will be hearing that on tomorrow's schedule, I believe. And so when we're talking about reduction of violence, this process may not work, but it also can. You know, we can have engagement with General Electric and Palantir that sees a reduction in weapons given to, you know, regardless of side. And so that can be an avenue for a reduction of violence.
Thank you very much. That does, by the way, Erica, remain my favorite acronym of all time in church. So forgive me for using it. There is a question that has been asked by Janet Bream Taylor. If we're able to divest, where do we plan to avoid this issue in the future? Would someone care to speak to that?
And I may have left a word out of that because we only have so many characters, but my question really is, where do we plan to invest in the future so that we don't revisit this at every GA meeting?
Yeah. Would someone care to answer that question, if it's capable of being answered?
Yeah, once again, Simon Dune, resource person with MRTI. I think Sam can help respond to that.
Yeah, so at a couple levels, both let's take it more from a general perspective and answer to the question, and specifically as it relates to the two companies at discussion here. So more generally, we work with MRTI to do a review of the entire portfolio to make a determination about what we term geographical proximity to human rights harms in conflict affected and high risk areas, of which Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories is clearly one. So there is an active ongoing process of reviewing Presbyterian holdings for any companies that may have direct business operations or value chain relationships in the occupied Palestinian territories. And that often leads us to work with MRTI on different company engagements, whether that's led by MRTI or led by some of the peer investors, including from the different mainline Protestant denomination pension funds. As it relates to, I just wanted to make this point as it relates to General Electric. So after this resolution was filed, but before this meeting, General Electric has broken off into 3 different corporate entities, those being General Electric's Aerospace General Electric Health Care and General Electric Vernova, which focuses on renewable energy. General Electric Aerospace, which has not yet published, self-reported their percentage of revenue from military-related production, will likely cross the MRTI military-related production prescription list threshold during their first reporting, meaning that over 50% of their military-related production, that over 50% of their revenue is from military production by virtue of that spinoff, whereas before they did not hit that threshold. So I'd just like everyone here to keep that in mind in terms of future engagement or selective divestment, that they, could be engaged based on proximity to human rights violations, but they could also run afoul of the military-related production prescription list. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I see that someone has called for the question. I do believe that we are ready to vote, if you will. I'm going to assume there's no more discussion or debate. The motion is on the screen, one would presume. I'm told that in fact it is. And we are we ready to go, Anna Marie? Thumbs up. It's on the screen. It's FIN01 on engagement with GE and Planeteer. Vote yes or no. The window is open. Please vote. The time is up. Vote is 37 yes, 3 no. Motion is carried. Thank you all for participating. As a reminder, tonight's agenda will be adjusted and posted as soon as we can, depending upon Joanna's energy. I believe the rules as dictated will require a motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, which is earlier or later depending upon where you are. Is there a motion to recess until that time? Or do we want to debate it for a while?
So moved.
I recognize an oral motion. Is there a second?
And there's a second.
Second.
There is a second. Let's do this. Everybody in favor say aye. Well, you can't say aye because you're muted.
Aye.
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 Yeah.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Aye.
Now you can't vote more than once, okay? Even I'm from Kentucky, I know that much. So we are in recess. Before we go our separate ways, let's pause for a word of prayer. God, it's been a really long day for a lot of us. We've become lost in the weeds more than once. We've attempted to deal with technology that simply will not cooperate with human beings. We've worked very hard. We've become very hungry. We've become very